Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second and last day of the EuroDIG. Speaking for my team, I must say it feels like a week already, a week of full of adrenaline, stress, but also very funny and nice moments. We just had another stressful moment because we sent the wrong link by accident to our keynote speakers. So I apologize already for them because they were a little bit late, but it was entirely my fault. I was me the one sending a wrong link. Anyway, that happens. You have hiccup with a physical meeting as well, so why shouldn't it be different with a virtual meeting? However, I must say yesterday and also the day zero, it was really very rewarding when you see how everything comes together and how it is basically finally working out. And this is also thanks to the community that put a lot of effort in organizing the sessions and into participating actively in our meeting. So keep your fingers crossed that this day, the last day of the virtual meeting, also goes well and we will no have major issues. And with this, I would like to hand over to our first keynote speaker. And I'm very happy that we have Noel Couran from the European Broadcasting Union. He's the Director General. And he will be speaking about the broad issues that EBU is basically involved, but also leading to the topic of the subsequent plenary, which is about 5G. Noel, are you in the room? Can I have him on my screen?
Yes, I'm here. Do you see
Noel,
me?
yes, I see you. And we just
I'm
spoke.
here. We made it.
We
I
made
think you
it.
just I think you just deliberately sent us the wrong link to just keep us on our toes. I think at this time in the morning, make sure we were totally there. Listen, I'm delighted to join you. This is a very important event. We are one of the kind of founding partners of EuroDIG at EBU. Those of you that don't know us, we represent 116 public service media organizations across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. For PSM, this is important. We have a keen interest, and we always have had in this event for a number of reasons. We get our mandate from the public. We get our mandate from public funding. Not all of it in some countries, but the vast majority of it. And, you know, for us, ordinary citizens must not be disenfranchised by technology. We think that that is really, really important. And we also think and look at the rules around media, the rules around broadcast media, the rules around other media, and how that has changed over time. And, you know, there is no one size fits all in this. There is no one size fits all when it comes to regulation. We have a number of responsibilities. We get public funding. We are not looking for everybody to be regulated, to have the same rules and regulations for others. We take our responsibilities. We know that when we get public funding, we will have additional responsibilities around content, around preserving trust, and we accept that. But we also must get to a stage where there is a more of a balancing out. You know, we accept our responsibilities in terms of our content, which is why we constantly argue that our content should not be censored or should not be edited when it reaches online platforms. But there has to be some kind of an evening out on the rules and regulations around content, particularly given the growing power, reach, influence of social media platforms. And these debates are critical. You know, what is the right amount? How should we approach that? So we, as I say again, we accept our individual responsibilities around us being publicly funded, around our responsibilities to the public, but we do want to see more of an evening out. We cannot have a situation where large parts of the media sector are very heavily regulated for whatever reasons, and others are barely regulated at all. And that cannot be good for society. I want to talk a little bit around public service media's role in supporting citizens. You know, our charters, some of our core principles go back to the early part of the last century. You know, inform, educate, and entertain. And they've been modified, those definitions have been changed, but they're still core, still very much at the heart of what we do and what we offer. And I think we really saw that. We really saw that during the recent COVID-19 or the current COVID-19 crisis. And, you know, I was very proud of how our organizations across Europe stepped up. They stepped up in terms of the massive investment in news and current affairs that they made. They stepped up in terms of the investment in educational programming. They stepped up in terms of introducing courses on homeschooling. They stepped up in terms of introducing a range of other educational programming. They stepped up in terms of even providing entertainment, relief from the news broadcasts of the day. And they also provided huge support, community support, local radio support, citizens sharing experiences. citizens talking about what was happening to them, citizens venting, citizens expressing fear. And I think for me that showed the absolutely unique role in terms of the breadth of what was offered. And that is not to say that commercial media doesn't offer really, really strong quality programming as well. I've never claimed quality as the sole preserve of public service media, but I mean the range and breadth of what was offered by public service media during this crisis, I think shows absolutely the role and the unique role that we have. And that is worth preserving. It's worth protecting. It's worth protecting within a European context. And if you want to protect that in a European context, you have to look at digital, because that is where the audiences are going. And our audiences increased enormously over the last number of months. The average news bulletin increased by 20%. Our digital offerings increased by 40% across all demographics, and particularly young. People have argued that young people don't tune into public service media, but that hasn't been the case. But if you want to preserve that, then you have to look increasingly at the digital sphere. And how do we preserve the integrity of the digital offering in Europe? For me, there's a load of different elements to that. There is infrastructure. We need investment in European digital infrastructure. The keys to this new world cannot be held by people but exclusively by people and organizations outside of Europe. And for me, that is becoming increasingly apparent. I think we need to say, and not in an arrogant sense of one is better or whatever, but there are unique European values. And I think we see that, particularly when we look at what's happening in various places around the world at the moment. How do we preserve those values? How do we preserve the freedom and expression, the independence of media, the investment and quality of the media and news output across Europe? How do we preserve European culture? And still be open to all the cultures of the world as we should be. But how do we preserve European culture at a time when people are accessing more and more information, not news, but information funded and provided by big multinational companies, most of which are based and owned outside of Europe? How do we protect that digital infrastructure? And for me, also, how do we protect the integrity of our democratic system, particularly when that integrity is attacked during election campaigns on an ongoing basis, through misinformation, disinformation, fake news, if that's what you want to call it? And my colleague Liz Corbyn spoke about this, I think, yesterday. So how do we protect the integrity of that system? And for me, it is about investing in European digital. It is recognizing that we do have a separate set of values, not exclusive, but definitely distinctive, and they need to be protected. It's about protecting the integrity of independent news, current affairs. And, for me, that is, how do you do that? You do that with investment, you do that with funding, but you also do it by making sure that, and this for me is the biggest counterpoint to misinformation and disinformation, is making sure that quality, independent news and current affairs is findable on social media platforms, is accessible, that we have some sense of algorithmic transparency around how this news is chosen and how it is displayed, and that there is a recognition that there is a value in that, and I think that requires governance. I do not believe that is going to happen solely on its own, or if it is, we've seen very little evidence of it. So for me, there must be some sense that there is a commitment to this, that we believe that this is worth fighting for, that we believe that this is worth investing in, we believe that this is worth protecting. And I believe that, and I think service media absolutely believes that. And technology plays a key role in all of this, and I just want to talk briefly around today's session, which is on 5G. Technology enables broadcast media. It always has. You need producers, you need editors, you absolutely need journalists, you need creators, but it is technology that drives so much of it. And it is technological innovation that has driven a lot of the creativity, that has enabled the creators in our industry over the last 2 decades to fulfill their potential. So I think 5G is part of that. 5G offers huge potential in terms of broadcast and distribution and content production. And we shouldn't forget that. So I think we recognize that. We recognize the importance of it. We recognize the importance of having a voice in this debate now. And that's why we were instrumental in setting up the 5G Media Action Group, 5G MAG, which now has huge number of members across Europe, both public and private, which again is important. Just to discuss these issues, to see how can we reach a common purpose, to look at standards, because that's vitally important as well in terms of where we go with this, and to find other areas to discuss and then come together on common platforms around this. So we're very committed to this. We're very committed to the debate around it. Elena from our Technology and Innovation Department will be talking about it. We believe we need to be in there now, or other people will take control of this debate, and other people will drive this debate. So that's why we've established with others, why we've established the 5G MAG, why we're committed to this, and why we feel events like this are really important. And it is important to say that events like this do allow exchanges of ideas, exchanges of positions. They allow people debate. They allow people change their minds. They allow people come together on common positions. So these are important. They're important discussions. This is a massively important time. I've been involved in media for quite a while. I've been involved in broadcasting policy since college. None of us have seen the kinds of changes we've seen in the last 5 years. We had the deregulation of media in the 80s and 90s. We had a massive expansion of commercial media, which was good for our industry. We've had so many changes and so many positive changes, and so many of the changes now are positive, but we've never seen change like this, never. And we need to realize that. And we've never seen such a concentration of reach and influence in so small a number of international organizations. And there's so many positives in there, as I say. This is not a negative approach, but we need to realize this is quite different. We need to discuss the elements of this. We need to come together and find joint approaches on technology. And that's why I commend this event. I commend what you're doing, and I hope you enjoy the discussion and the debate on what is the final day. Thank you for the invite, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Noel, and apologies again for the hiccups in the beginning. I guess you have a wonderful day with a lot of adrenaline now. So with this, we would like to hand over to our second keynote speaker. Besides the Italian Ministry of Digitization, we also have the support of the Italian Ministry of Economic Development. And I would like to hand over to Alessandra Todde. She is the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Economic Development. Alessandra, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. Thank you so much to everyone. Unfortunately, we cannot meet in person, but I will be happy to welcome you next year in Rome in a spirit of collaboration and experience sharing. Yeah.
Alessandra, your internet is not very stable. You're freezing, the picture's freezing, and so in case we lose you.
Yeah, I can try to stop my video to see if the sound is better. So let me try. Let me try to stop my video. Okay, it's better now. Are you able to hear me better?
I think it's better for the sound, yes, and that's important.
Okay. So let's move on in this way. Okay, the Ministry of Economic that I represent has been actively monitoring all internet-related developments and its governance over 20 years. and participate actively, representing Italy, all relevant events at national and international level related to internet governance, and it's also involved in the development of new technologies as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and 5G. In particular, the nature of 5G networks requires the adoption of increasingly effective measures aimed at ensuring the networking's security, since the related architectures will be composed from many segments, going from the part of radio access to the core network, with a vast range of terminals that performs every more complex functions. In an interconnected world where people rely more and more for their everyday life on personal communication device, where Internet of Things is spreading both in industry and personal lives, where artificial intelligence deeply influences our behaviors, where big data and ultracomputers are rising as standalone industrial sectors, it's essential to develop effective, inclusive, and widespread fast networks. Optical fiber and 5G are getting to be considered a standard worldwide, where Wi-Fi 6 and other technologies will probably play a secondary role. The potentialities connected to 5G networks and ultra-wideband networks will allow for a profound innovation in terms of reception and management of emergency services. The integration of the technological systems will allow the full exploitation of the potential deriving from the convergence of services enabled by the 5G mobile network size and NGA fixed network side networks. Moreover, the use of ultra-fast networks is essential to support smart working, remote schooling, and economic recovery. The sectors that will benefit most from the spread of 5G are many, but we can already take advantage from some of them. So the first is sustainable mobility. Mobility is now crossing a new digital frontier with increasing automation and connectivity, allowing vehicles to talk each other from the road infrastructure and to other road users. These developments that benefit from the progress in the field of artificial intelligence open up an entirely new level of cooperation between road users, which could potentially bring enormous benefits from them and for the mobility system as a whole, including making transport safer, more accessible and sustainable. Driverless vehicles will change our life, just as steam trains and motor cars did before them. Vehicles assisting the drivers are already available in Italy, level 1 and 2, and automated vehicles that can drive themselves in a limited number of driving situations, level 3 and 4, are being tested, and some of them should be available by 2021. It is only a matter of regulation since technology is already available. Smart cities. Not only mobility will change our life, but also the availability of a wide spectrum of services, both push and pull, material and immaterial, anytime, anywhere, and in real time, information, entertainment, food, health, etc. Health. Telemedicine is already between us and is quickly evolving. Digital technology proved to be essential to face the COVID crisis, providing a substantial contribution to the resilience of our society and of our economies. Using the new technologies to exchange the information and the results of scientific research can accelerate the solution to the sanitary problem. Artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, and other technologies will be precious to process health and research data and find solutions of the pandemic. Most of all, what is of crucial importance for the recovery is the increase in digitalization, with a particular attention to SMEs and digital literacy. To further incentives the investment in deployment of new digital infrastructure, we need to work on the demand and the supply side. On one end, Italy is deploying an ultra-broadband plan for white areas, whose actions are consistent with the gigabit society objectives. In fact, the optical fiber is deployed in a widespread manner across the territory of our residential users and businesses, and make fiber-to-the-home connections available to PA offices, schools, healthcare, etc., and production areas, also enabling the development of 5G networks. On the other hand, the second phase of the Italian ultra-broadband strategy envisage vouchers to encourage take-up of ultra-broadband services and an investment plan for grey areas where several industries are located. In particular, measures to stimulate demand are considerably higher necessary in view of the general limited take-up. The measure is necessary to support adoption by reducing the cost of acquiring ultra-broadband services, especially in the context of the current economic situation of post-COVID-19 crisis, where there may be hesitation by citizens in the subscription to any service that may increase monthly household expenses. The use of ultra-wideband connections, including 5G, is directly related to the new regulatory framework challenges. The use of ultra-wideband connections, including 5G, is directly related to the regulatory framework challenges, and the reliability of the net is essential when dealing with human survival. Automated processes in the field of medicine or mobility could not even be thought without the services of the security of services continuity. No false transmission or data loss can be tolerated in such fields. On the other hand, devices connectivity and system integration of thousands of components originating from different sources bring new threats of cyber attacks, such as the remote taking control of the interconnected device. In EU, we have modern and world-leading rules of the protection of personal data that apply to any processing of the personal data, including those collected from vehicles and Internet of Things. The manufacturing sector is facing profound transformation related to the implementation of the factory of the future, IoT, big data, precision robotics, smart clouding, smart working, and cloud computing. Parallel to change within the industry, paradigmatic changes are being created from the birth of entirely new economic sectors. Big data, high-performing computing, blockchain, cloud computing are just opposing to traditional industrial and services sector. To conclude, we believe that while preserving the possibility for the member state to implement specific national measures, a coordinated approach in the management of 5G implementation process is fundamental to draw the maximum benefits from this technology, intended to develop ICT services for the economic growth and social progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandra Todde. And finally, the audio was great, so we could all hear you. Thank you very much for delivering this keynote. We are going to continue in the studio of The Hague now with the plenary on 5G. And with this, without further delay, I would like to hand over to my colleague Nadia. Nadia, nice to see you. I hope you had
Good
a
morning
good...
Hi, from The Hague.
Hey,
how are you?
I'm fine, and I hope you had a good rest last night.
Yeah, we had a really good night, so we are fully energized and ready to go.
Okay, so then Nadia, please open the studio and introduce the plenary. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. So welcome to Studio The Hague. For those of you who haven't met me yet, my name is Nadia Chafia. I'm your studio to help you. Technical assistance me as well is Outballs.
Dear all, hi, my name is Auke Bals. I'm your remote moderator for today, and I'm also happy to see you today.
Because EuroDIG is such a platform in which so many people from all around the world are coming together, we need to make sure that you have all the opportunities to participate, and therefore we have a code of conduct to ensure that we can all actively engage, because the dialogue both in the conversations but also in the chat have been really inspiring over the last few days. So I do encourage you to keep participating in all these platforms whether or not you're joining us on live stream, we have a forum, or whether or not you are joining us here in the studios. So to start with, when you enter the room, you can see your name on the participants list. Please do write your full name so we know who we're talking to and who we can refer to. You can do this by clicking on more next to your name and renaming yourself. Because we do want to foster dialogue, please raise your hand so we know that you would like to speak and participate in the dialogue. And you will be muted the entire time, and our remote moderator will unmute you. We do this to ensure that we don't receive any feedback from other people, different audios. And when you are speaking and have been unmuted, please switch on your video so we can see who we're talking to. And it will be lovely to having this exchange in that kind of person. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce Plenary 1, which is on 5G, the opportunities and obstacles. Andrew Hickson, Internet Policy Consultant. Nigel, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning, and can you hear me? Ah, yes. Well, it's absolutely and I don't know what an internet policy consultant is, but I've never been one of those before. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fantastic to be able to take part in EuroDIG, and many congratulations to all of you that have made this possible. Fantastic facilitation, fantastic backup, fantastic staff as usual. And yeah, and this is going to be a very interesting session indeed. We've got some super speakers lined up. It always seems quite unusual not to be able to sort of see the speakers on chairs and be able to shake their hands and be able to you know, have a coffee with them and tell them that you're going to ask them questions that you haven't prepared them for and things like that. So that's a shame, but it's good to be able to take part. I don't know whether it's possible to yeah, I can't see myself, but I don't need to see myself, really, do I? No. So I'll just go on and introduce the speakers. So the session this morning is about 5G. If you're in the wrong room, that's Plenary 1. That's where we are. So if you don't want to be in Plenary 1, you can go somewhere else, but there isn't anywhere else to go. Well, you can go and have a virtual coffee, but I hope you don't. So stay in Plenary 1 because we're going to have a good time over the next hour. Essentially, this is about 5G connectivity, or 5G itself, really, which, of course, is one of the fundamental enablers of the data economy. And so they say will pave the way for massive deployment of the Internet of Things, new applications, and new services. But, of course, 5G doesn't just happen on its own. It takes a lot of preparation. It takes a lot of organization to take part. And I think what's important here, and this is why it's great to have this plenary, is that 5G has somehow caught the imagination, perhaps as 3G and 4G didn't. It's really sort of caught the imagination, and people are really keen to discuss it and understand it better. And so what better opportunity than this morning? So in terms of in terms of the panel this morning, I'll just run through who we have, and then I'll tell them to start, and then we can go off from then. So first of all, I'll be introducing Falco Moors, a member of the Committee of the Digital Agenda in the German Bundestag, and it's fantastic to have him here this morning. We'll then go on to Wei Chao, Head of Strategy and Policy with Huawei in Brussels, and it's of course a pleasure to have him as well. Then Jan Savi, she's the Senior Vice President for Innovation for Future Business and Beyond for Orange. And then Elena Puga Fagot, and I've pronounced that wrong, and no doubt people will tell me off later, from the European Broadcasting Union. And it's great to hear the European Broadcasting Union, our friends earlier on this. And then Pier Paolo Marquez, who's an ICT consultant. I think he's 100% more experienced than I am, and he's on the ETSI board of directors. And then Andrea Hulmus from the DG Connect in the Smart Mobility and Living I think the order is different from what I introduced them, so I'm quite happy to go along with the order on the slide here. That's fantastic. So so number one is Falco. Falco, please, in the next 5 minutes, you're on the floor. So tell us a bit about what's happening in Germany in terms of 5G. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, from my side. I was muted, so sorry for that. I can only echo what Nigel just said. Thanks to everyone who has been involved in organizing the panel and the last days. From what I've seen and heard, it has been fantastic so far. So thanks a lot. I was asked to focus a bit on what's happening in the German debate on 5G and focusing in particular on the question of security. I do believe I don't need to convince everyone or anyone here that 5G is a super important infrastructure for the future, and it's very critical and sensitive in the same time. So I call it the neuronal network for our social life, for our industry, for the economy in total, for traffic, for electricity. So everything that is part of our daily, but also our critical life, will have 5G as its backbone, as its neural network. And so it is extremely important that we build and design it in a way that it is protected from espionage, but also from sabotage, which I believe is even more important than only focusing on the question of espionage. So that is what also big parts of the debate in Germany are about and have been about over the past year, I would say. I would also like to add on that very short introduction that over the past months, I think it has been to everyone in the political field, to everyone, that we need to focus on, I'm sorry for speaking obviously from a European point of view, that we need to make sure that we have a European sovereignty. Also when it comes to technical capacities, when it comes to production capacities, when it comes to knowledge capacities. So we need to make sure that we have a true European sovereignty, in particular in those critical elements such as the 5G network. And we've seen over the past year from different countries, from different states, that they have been moving forward when it comes to their cyber security laws in regards of 5G. We've seen that the United States has excluded hardware components from certain manufacturers. We've seen that in Australia. We've seen a shift in the UK's debate. We have seen in the Chinese cybersecurity law that, for example, personal data and important data that are collected and generated in China needs to be stored in China. We see that, for example, the 5G network must be built in a way that more than 85% of the network are based on Chinese hardware. So we've seen all over the world that decision makers, that countries are very much aware of the critical dimension of 5G. So looking at Germany and our debate at this very moment, as I said, I think we need to make sure that we design and build our network 5G as the upcoming generation, but not only 5G, also the fiber infrastructure and so on, that we design and build it in a way that we keep it safe and, well, we must say as safe as possible. So we need to mitigate the risks. And that is, having said so that we need to mitigate the risk, I think there's one dimension of making that sure in a technical way, where we review, where we audit on a permanent basis before and after the network is built, the security and integrity of the network. But having said that, we need to do it on technical basis. I also must mention that a technical basis will not be enough. And we do have a debate about that in Germany. I am convinced that we also need to have a political dimension, that we need to have a political review and audit process of manufacturers, where we ensure that the system that we build is free of, I would say, risk breaches or of sabotage from third countries outside of obviously Germany or the European region. And in particular, we must make sure that we do not have any security breaches from countries that are based on a non-legal state. So, I mean, I'm very clear here that we are looking on a rights-based approach and a legal-based approach. And if we see that such an important issue can be manipulated by suppliers that do not meet our legal standards and requirement, that would pose a tremendous threat on Germany and Europe as a whole. So, to coming to an end, because I was asked to be short.
Good man.
Sorry for that. I need to just emphasize we need both technical and political audits and reviews before we build such an important neural network for our country. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. It's very good of you to be with us today, and very good of you to start us off with such interesting points. And we'll certainly come back to the sovereignty point. I love that word. I looked it up, and so I now understand what it means. So we can come back to that later. So can we go on now to Jan? Is that okay? We'll take the order of the slides, if that's okay. It's very good of you to be with us today, and you're going to talk a bit about what the expectations of customers of 5G are and the value proposition for 5G. So take the floor.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Is it fine?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. So yes, I will focus on needs and of course what we expect the 5G to bring further to 4G as a real differentiator, as a real opportunity for incremental business, and of course fulfilling new needs from our customers. So we believe it's not just incremental stuff, but real disruptive new needs. The basics is, of course, to serve these needs, and the first one is huge throughputs, huge data management near the source and real time. And for example, we have to quote Gartner for that believes that 30% of the data will be real time usage and real-time management needs. So here, 5G is quite obviously answering to that need, and more or less at the same level of quality that we can expect from fiber. And it's all the more important that we will be able also with 5G to have differentiated quality of service, even in on-demand type of promise. So it's quality on demand that I would emphasize as the promise of the 5G. And as we have seen with the COVID-19, let's say mixing usage of professional type and personal type, especially at home, then it becomes real worth promising, and if we are also of course focusing on the economics, able to be monetized. What I want to emphasize also on the level of the expectations, it's very important that we serve the green expectation of our customers. And to that respect, I think Orange is quite publicly engaged, publicly committed to reduce its CO2 emissions by 30%. And so since 5G will help this, this consumption to be reduced per gigabyte, and while the traffic is booming, then it's real, of course, important that this technology is, let's say, green or real efficient on that level, as well as on the economic and cost effectiveness level. So it's also a side expectation, both from ourselves as telcos and from our customers. So let's focus now on these customers. Indeed, we consider that the main market is the enterprise market. And it's where we have real new needs that we may, of course, hope to monetize. So why is it so? It's because it's really serving their digital transformation, their ability to innovate and to differentiate thanks to these innovations, and in a cost-effective way, of course. It's quite obvious. Innovative on the level of their production, as well as on the level of the customer experience that they bring to their own customers. So to that respect, I will maybe illustrate by some use cases and some co-innovation we have in Orange with our key customers, or some of our big customers in the industry. Since we focus mainly here on industry and transport, but not to forget, we have also interesting use cases and opportunities on the retail side, on the telemedicine, of course, that has become a concern at a great level. And smart cities also could be other interesting use cases. So I will maybe illustrate with this, but not to be restricted, of course. What I want just to say before entering in these examples is that it's very important also to provide for customers end-to-end value propositions. I quoted that 5G is really answering this need of real time to have data management near the source and real time. And it's also to be combined with the edge computing type of offer, edge computing type of technology, to really be able to answer to that. So as examples, I will...
Jan, can we perhaps come back to the examples later, because I'm keen to get everyone introduced, and then we'll come back to some of those examples later. Thank you. That's very, very good of you. So, Chow, perhaps
of course, if you don't mind, I would like to come back also to our expectations for the industry, for the ecosystem, I should say, the ecosystem and the vendors.
Right. Yes. Well, we want to hear about the expectations of this new of this evolving technological development. So, Wei Chao, perhaps you could tell us a bit about what the strategy of Huawei is. Huawei never out of the news, and it's really good to have you here. And so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. So this year is a special year for all of us, but particularly for Huawei. And not only because the unprecedented geopolitical pressures on Huawei, but also this year is Huawei's 20th anniversary for doing business in Europe. So during past 2 decades, Huawei maintained a good track of a record in terms of the operation and cybersecurity in Europe market. We keep improving connectivities from 3G to 4G, now come to the 5G, to support European operators to deliver a high performance services to the European consumers while with affordable prices for everyone. So we are particularly proud of supporting many of the European operators during pandemic, this difficult period, to ensure good quality internet services. So come to today, Huawei has more than 14,000 employees in Europe. And also we're supporting roughly 170 jobs in Europe directly or indirectly through the supply chain. And working with more than 3,000 suppliers, more than 300 service partners. So those are we are part of the supply chain in Europe. The ICT industry is one of the most coordinated industries globally. The 5G technology is a result of the global cooperation, a joint effort through ETSI and 3GPP by experts across the world, especially in Europe, North America, and Asia Pacific, to work together for this advanced technology. All vendors' solutions are actually a global achievement. So Huawei is sharing the 5G patents together with other 7 companies, we as one of the major contributors. So decoupling the tech supply chain is not in everyone's interest, and it will harm all industry players. So we are keeping, during past 20 years, we are keeping, contributing to European innovations by setting up more than 23 R&D facilities across Europe to conduct research cooperation with European academics and also research institutions. So we have entered the technological partnership with more than 230 researchers and experts, and also over 150 academic institutions in Europe as well. So we are in top of the applicants ranking in 2019, according to European Patent Office latest statistics. So we much ahead of other ICT companies who is doing digital in this, particularly in Europe market. And obviously, we have carried out many joint innovation with major European operators and companies contribute to Europe digital economy. So come to the cybersecurity, how we fully support and deliver by over the Transparency Center in Brussels and cybersecurity centers in Germany. So, the country of origin is not a relevant create for assess the country of origin unfairly damages business reputation without appropriately addressing threats. Targeting vendor based on the country of origin may be illegal. Between this, the barriers, violating applicable WTO and EU laws. To effectively upgrade the security of a 5G network, we need to address risk through a series of measurable and verifiable criteria. Taking into account the global nature of the supply chain, all vendors are subject to the same strict standards and evaluations. Decision on who is a risk must be based on a concrete, transparent, non-discriminatory, and proportionate criteria applied coherently across the EU. So we call on member states to set up a clear criteria and to act within the applicable legal framework of international WTO and EU laws and agreements. To further ensure a robust 5G supply chain, Huawei also announced recently our plan to build a 5G manufacturing plant in France.
Right.
To make 5G made in Europe, so which is a concrete contribution to Europe's digital sovereignty.
Thank you. Well, if that's okay, well, I'm sure you've got more to tell us, but what you've told us already has been absolutely fascinating. And if we could, we'll come back to some of those cyber security points. And many congratulations on the 20th. Then. And
thank
you. Thank you very much. Could we go on to Andrea? Andrea in DG Connect, Smart Mobility and Living. I think that's a really excellent job title to have, isn't it? Smart Mobility and Living. I bet you have a good time at work. Tell us more.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Indeed, I was asked to actually give a very quick overview on where the Commission is planning to go on 5G, and then, of course, go on and explain why smart cities is a very promising vertical for this technology. So, as you all know, of course, 5G has been considered and reconfirmed by the new Commission as a key technological enabler, and we have seen it both in the Commissioner and the President's strategy, but also in our recent digital strategy that came out from DG Connect earlier this year. As you know, we have identified and tried to look into concrete verticals where this would be most promising. And in particular, through the 5G action plan, a number of verticals have been looked at. And as you know, member states by the end of this year are asked to identify and have at least one city actually implementing commercial 5G, and so we're on the road to achieve that objective. In addition to that, because of also looking at different verticals, we're working on a number of standards and following a number of standards, and we know that we have a standard expert in the panel. He may talk about those later. And looking at also increasing the investment in 5G infrastructure. As you know, we're first of all in the deployment phase through some of the new multi-annual financial framework programs, in particular CEF2, will be looking at deploying 5G across the EU, especially in areas where there's a market failure and where there is a potential to actually help social and economic drivers. But also we're looking at further investing in research and development that was already brought up earlier to be able to look at longer term perspectives. And since security was also mentioned, you know that we've also put forward the Security 5G toolbox that would allow looking at a number of conditions to be met to be able to play in a fair market once those conditions are met by suppliers. So as I mentioned, the verticals have been a very important approach to identify where could this very powerful technology be most useful, where could it bring the greatest or most interesting business cases. And for example, smart cities and cities in general have been recognized as potentially interesting areas, in particular, for example, in also transport at local level. So we've been looking at investing in so-called 5G corridors. But if I really look at smart cities per se, I think I have probably about 4 concrete reasons why this is a very promising vertical. First of all, in the Commission, we've been looking at smart cities and communities in trying to identify and help in getting a full end-to-end service stack for smart cities. We've been investing a lot and working together with cities to implement urban data platforms, interoperable standard-based urban data platforms that would enable the large amounts of cross-sectoral, cross-country data flows and stakeholder engagement in cities, and that would allow cities to actually respect citizens' digital rights, to be able to not be logged into certain technologies. And for that matter, we have been working with cities for over a couple of months now, who have signed and continue to sign a declaration to actually commit themselves to implement these urban data platforms, and we hope to be able to support this financially as well under the new Digital Europe program. Now, on top of that, we're looking at how to create access to and enable the sharing of relevant data at local level. So we're in the process of building a smart communities data space with the relevant access to data, with data sharing and data governance mechanisms in this data space. And on top of that, we're hoping to put in place, in particular, AI-enabled services. And one of the areas we're looking at is helping cities create digital twins, urban digital twins, or their 3D virtual images, so that it would allow policymakers to make better and more accurate decisions. Now, what is really important as an underlying enabler is, of course, connectivity, and this would actually complete the stacks of different enablers that would help drive European smart city market. Number 2. Also seen in the recovery plan, as you have seen that 5G is in the recovery plan because we need to ensure connectivity, but it's also in the recovery plan that we need to go through a digital and green transition. And we believe that smart cities is a very promising place to do that. Smart cities have been using digital technologies to help, in fact, reduce resource needs and help cities become more sustainable. Many cities have actually greater objectives than their own member states in order to achieve Green Deal objectives or climate objectives. So in this case, we see that connectivity is indeed very key to achieve this green and digital transition. Third point, we're not just talking about smart cities, but smart communities. Connectivity needs to actually reach also communities in order to be able to allow everybody to benefit from all these new technologies. And number 4, we see smart cities is an important area where actually private and public sector meet, where in fact ensuring that, for example, the real-time data, the use of extremely powerful services, digital innovative services, can actually also help citizens when they perceive it as a public sector service, for municipal service, to actually increase trust in government. Thank you.
Andrea, thank you so much for that. And as I said at the beginning, your work sounds absolutely fascinating. And thank you for that overview, indeed. We'll come back to some of those points. I'd next like to ask Elena to take the floor, so to speak, from the European Broadcasting Union, and tell us a bit about how 5G can help in the work of the EBU and its members, and especially as a sort of a distribution platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and thank you very much for EuroDIG to invite EBU to join this interesting panel discussion. So I will follow up a little bit on what our Director General said in his keynote speech and focus on 3 main key messages. The first one is that we think that 5G can be made to work for media to become a key vertical in the 5G ecosystem. We as public service media organizations, we have the public remit of universality. This means to make all their content and services available to the entire population, wherever they are and whenever they want to access the information. This includes reaching all the devices, and not only fixed TV sets, but also mobile devices, including cars, with both linear and nonlinear services. But for the time being, the only way of delivering nonlinear TV and radio services to portable and mobile devices is by means of unicast connections. Broadcast distribution networks cannot do that today. However, the current unicast mobile broadband connections lack the cost effectiveness and scalability required to properly support the distribution of mobile media services at scale. What do we mean by that? We mean that the quality of services for each user shall be independent of the size of the audience. 5G, the set of mobile technologies that have been defined under the 3GPP umbrella, has the potential to address this problem. However, we believe that we will need collaborative broadcast and mobile networks in terms of joint use of the spectrum and the site's assets together. Without that, it will be very difficult to achieve that for us. We need to use the advantages of each of the type of networks. The potential of 5G, this is for distribution, but as you said, our main goal of broadcasters is to produce content. So we are also investigating how 5G can help us in 5G in content production, because we have some events which are very complex and very costly. So we think that 5G can help us on that. We all have already done some experiences with 4G SIM cards, and it's quite promising. So we have worked, EBU and our public service broadcasters, we have been highly engaged in the technical standardization bodies like 3GPP and ETSI to ensure that our requirements are included in the new technical releases. And we complement that with real trials to assess the performance of the technology. So we believe the technology will be able to fit for us. However, adequate regulation will be fundamental to ensure that 5G delivers public value to the citizens. Because in addition to the universal availability, we as public service media organizations, we have other public requirements. One of them is free to view and free to listen. It means no recurring charges for access to services. So we have managed that 5G broadcast technology has a receive-only mode. It means delivery of free-to-air content to devices without SIM cards or service subscriptions. However, an adequate business model is to be defined. This is not the current model that mobile network operators use. Another key public requirement is the ability to reach the whole population in emergency situations. We have seen that now during the health emergency situation. Is the same in case of hurricanes, is the same in case of earthquakes. Dedicated broadcast networks will be needed to connect in an easy, reliable, and economic way with all the citizens at any time in these emergency situations. So we'll need to ensure that broadcast networks are also part of this 5G ecosystem. We need to consider that in broadband platforms, public service broadcasters are exposed to global competition with big players and without the same regulatory safeguards and the same fundability and prominence that as we have in broadcast networks. So we'll need regulated business models that would enable public service broadcasters to transition more quickly to offering all the content and services to all audiences over the broadband networks. Not only public service organizations will benefit from such a move, but also all European citizens as a whole. Adequate regulatory safeguards for public service distribution implemented at European level could support this process. And it's very important that we have the help of European regulators. And finally, all this will not be possible unless there is cooperation between the different stakeholders. We have stakeholders which are very different, with very different business models, from public and commercial broadcasters, telecom operators, broadcast network operators, equipment manufacturers, etc. We think that we need to work all together. For example, it would be useful to work together to define cooperative models between us in terms of joint use of the spectrum and joint use of the site assets, and also business models that would enable public service broadcasters to fulfill their remit. So EBU has been contributing to the technical process in 3GPP and ETSI, but we also are willing to also continue our contribution to ensure that regulation is in place to ensure that 5G will provide the public value that European citizens need. As mentioned by Noel Curran, we have created this initiative 5G MAC, 5G Media Action Group, where we have different stakeholders together and where we're trying to cooperate and work together. I think we would be very supportive of similar initiatives in the future, together with all other stakeholders. So thank you. I think this is what the three key messages that I wanted to highlight today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really great, and you actually did it. 3 key messages. So that was marvelous. So our final panelist before we get into the grilling questions is Pier Paolo Marches, and he's as I said, he's on the ETSI board. He's going to tell us a bit about the standards. Are they on track? Are the 5G standards on track? Are there delays? Sometimes we read about delays. And is it going to be a truly global standard? We touched on sovereignty to an extent, but surely this is a global standard rather than any particular region. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My brief talk will be on standards. I'm very happy to be here in this session after so many interesting speakers. And I would like to speak about the timeline of the standards and the expectation of the industry and the various stakeholders. In terms of timeline, actually, as you know, 5G is based on the 3 main 3GPP releases. And the plan was to be ready for service from 2019 onwards for a full worldwide deployment by the first years of the decade. Therefore, this is a technology which spans all over the decade. This plan is still substantially confirmed, let me say. Release 15, targeting a new radio on top of 4G networks, has been released, and it is deployed in many networks. It is the current state of the art. Release 16, targeting a core network and also some interesting use cases related on the ultra-reliable and low latency networks, is a bit delayed, about from 3 to 6 months. While Release 17, targeting vertical markets, satellites, fixed mobile convergence, as already mentioned by the speakers, will be the main goal for the next year. Not big delays, we can say. The matter is how demand and the overall ecosystem will evolve post the coronavirus, which would be a big hurdle in 5G ecosystem. To fully benefit from 5G, we definitely need the overall functionality of all releases. This could be for sure. We can't decide about 5G just on a specific release. What about 5G to be on track to be a global standard? Well, 5G had the ambition to be a global standard from many points of view. A joint coordinating work between global standardization bodies, a vehicle for worldwide mobile radio harmonization, and a global standard for different and flexible quality of experience and different networks. We can say that 5G has been successful so far in being a common glue between the standardization bodies. Not only 3GPP is a joint effort of the main worldwide SDOs, but also, probably is less known, other standardization bodies are cooperating in 5G picture. For example, ITF is providing specifications that are useful to the 5G networks, and ETSI and Broadband Forum are providing other frameworks for fixed mobile convergence, edge computing, network function virtualization. Even open source communities are working on 5G, not against 5G, providing use cases and reference implementations. Concerning the harmonization of the quality of experience, certainly it has been addressed the standards in many ways. Slicing, which is a very important feature in the network convergence, fixed satellite data networks, IT convergence in terms of cloud native opportunities in the standards, and private and public deployments, as already mentioned by different speakers. This paves the way to many new use cases. However, the path to be global is much longer and much complicated than just having a standards. We need roaming agreements, recognized product certification schemes. We need regulatory harmonization. This is not still part of the overall picture. Even 5G in verticals is still in its infancy, and we need more work. And in general, we need a global trustworthy collaboration, not easy in these days, as we all know. What about the industry expectations? The 5G standard had addressed 2 main areas: new use cases, mobile ultra broadband, machine type communication, massive, and ultra reliable low latency. And then there was also a big shift to new industry requirements in the telco transformation path to cloud native, network convergence, and so on. We can say that depending on the current number of contribution to the GPP and patents, various standards, this reflects a high industry confidence in 5G. However, now we need products, devices, and which can cope with the standards. And it is clear that the journey will not be completed until 5G is deployed with the all planned features. Concerning the expectation of the gigabit society in terms of security, safety, sustainability, just to be very short, in security, 3GPP has brought many enhancements to 4G, and 5G now is based on security by design principles, mutual authentication, open interface protection, encryption, nested and flexible authentication schemes. All the debate on 5G is therefore is not about 5G technical specification, but on potential software breaches related to products and management. The problem is that with 5G, the surface attack is very huge and amplified by the software predominance. In terms of safety, we have no time to go into details, but we can say that the main issues related to millimeter wave frequencies. This is, we are still in the early stage. We definitely need also appropriate specification to perform measurement, and it is, they are part of the ISO work. In terms of energy efficiency, economic sustainability, we can speak during the Q&A session. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being brief. I mean, it's you cover a very wide field indeed, and we'll come back to some of the standards questions. As you've seen on the chat, there's quite a lot of interest in 5G standards in relation to the new IP, so to speak. So we'll hopefully come back to some of that. And I'd like to thank everyone. I'll take this opportunity before I ask a question to the panel. Thank you for entering onto the chat with such honesty and with such vigor. It's really great to see. And of course, all the panelists, all our marvelous panelists, can also see your questions, and no doubt we'll be assaulting you in the coffee break, so to speak, and about what you've been asking. But let me, before we go to the questions, I want to ask one question to the panelists, and particularly to Jan as well, because I know I cut her off earlier, and that is really about the sort of value proposition. I think, how do you think that 5G services will contribute, if you like? We've heard a lot about their potential in terms of speed and things like that, but how are they going to contribute to economic growth in general? How are they going to help the developing world meet the sustainable development goals? And how will they, affect the man in the street? I mean, will, the man in the street or the woman, will want to go for 5G because it's one up from 4G, but, will it really make the difference that we're talking about here? Thank you. So just, 30 seconds from each panelist would be great on that. Thank you.
Sure. We've said that we believe there will be new usages, really, with this 5G. And at first, we thought that it was only mostly B2B. As far as the main of the street is concerned, as you say, we can just emphasize and leverage the fact that this man of the street also needs a kind of augmented reality, and especially mixing his professional usages and personal usages. And I think that's also the breakthrough of the COVID. It's that teleworking, learning for the child and so on. This is really what may be the breakthrough for the man of the street. The telemedicine, of course, that has become legitimate now. So all these new behaviors that will probably be sustainable are also a key echo to these B2B business opportunities we had foreseen previously. So it's quite a synergic evolution in the consumption models and in the usage.
Thank you, Jan. I apologise that we've got so little time in this in this panel. Other panelists, we'll go in order if you like. Wei, do you want to say a bit about how you think it's going to change life?
Well, let me turn on my video as well. So, okay, so actually the 5G obviously is changing our life, and then it's also the important enabler from business perspective as well. For the manufacturers who make use of 5G will be champions in the fourth industrial revolution. So in this case, Huawei is committed to work with the EU to build this ecosystem to make sure that European industry is able to fully utilize the 5G technology and also make it benefit for our society.
Right.
And obviously, green and digital are two strategies to achieve the EU recovery plan, as indicated by Johan from Orange. The green also is part of the key pillar of Orange 2025 strategy. So it's how to make 5G become greener is a common task for both vendors and operators together.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And Andrea, do you want to say a couple of words on this question?
Yeah, I was going to look at three different angles. So I think for businesses, I particularly see a great opportunity, and this is also shown during the crisis, for SMEs, especially in remote areas. So connectivity could bring them or could help them bring their businesses into a more digital world, both in terms of their sales activities, but also in terms of their products, creating greater value for their products. So I think we see also that in the smart cities context, by creating a European smart cities market, we could actually achieve a lot of growth. And partially it's driven what we are trying to do by enabling a flexible and open urban data platforms, but of course it also requires the necessary connectivity. So if we could actually bring the smart cities market into growth, that would also enable spurring the market for SMEs. Second part is for citizens. So I think they could be seeing that, for example, by greater traffic management or greater energy management, but also in terms of the green. Somebody was just asking in the forum about the relation to green and so on. And so we see that, of course, a Commission is working on greening in the ICT sectors, also the networks and so on. But also, I think by bringing greater efficiencies to these verticals, we can actually bring that forward by helping cities use technologies in a way that will even further reduce their energy carbon footprint and energy footprint.
Thank you so much. Elena, very quickly, and then Pierre Paolo.
Yes, so very briefly, I think that it's very important to consider that 5G will not add much value if it remains technology just for mobile network operators, because it will not add much to what we have already with 4G. So I think to add value, I think should be a technology that is adequate for the users. And what I mean for the users is for the verticals. I think it's the verticals, the ones that will make the difference and will add value. And when I say value, it's not just economic value, which is very important and is necessary, but also, as you said in your question, should bring value to the citizens and should bring public value. So we need to ensure that the technology fits for the verticals. But also I think that it's very nice, very easy to develop technologies. I'm an engineer, so I know we can fit the technologies to whatever we want. But then we need to implement, we need to deploy those technologies. If we don't do that, we will not succeed. So I think it's also important to ensure that we have a regulation that forces the implementation and the deployment in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Elena. made a very important part of that. It's just not economic, it's social as well. And certainly others have made that point, including Andrea. Pier Paolo, very briefly.
Yes, very quickly. Yes, actually, I agree with the previous speakers and especially with Elena. The 5G potential is very high in the order of trillions of dollars, but certainly most of them comes from verticals. Therefore, they are the key point. The second point, the man in the street is not only the consumer, but it is the citizen, it is the worker, the student, and probably 5G is giving more to workers directly, not only to the business environment in general, but the specific working people. Third point, as it is a global technology, we need global rules. Therefore, to have an impact, we need to define the overall regulatory framework. Today, the regulation is probably too asymmetrical in terms of geography, in terms of OTT and telco problems. Therefore, this is a key issue. And then this is still probably a premium technology in terms of terminals, in terms of licenses, and so on. We need to consider how to use this technology in a wider scope, and this is the challenge of 5G in the next years.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I know we had a number of questions, and I'll ask our esteemed remote moderator, do you want to just choose a couple of questions and read them out? And then we'll ask for very short 30-second answers from the panel, and then we'll have to go to the messages.
Thanks a lot, Nigel. Yeah, I suggest, I have received many questions. I don't think that we have time for all of them.
No, just you choose. You're a good chap. You're a good chap. You know what's important.
So the first question was from Wout, and I'll unmute him, and then he can read this question.
Great.
Okay. Sorry,
Wout, go on quickly.
Yes, Nigel. I should be on.
You're on.
Thank you very much. I thought Alka was going to read
comb your hair a bit. That's right.
Yeah. Here we go. This is a provocative question, not a judgment, but as the EU's internet policy is on open and diverse, etc. internet, and however, if so many direct connections are seen as a threat to democracy and our industry, and added that some nations do not allow a fully open, etc. internet, should the EU strive for a fully open internet? Or should the EU consider more protection from the perceived threats, with all consequences coming with that? And Luis in the chat answered that we have to look for compromises. So the second part of the question would be, what will be the compromises to keep the internet open, secure, etc.? And thank you, Nigel.
Right. Okay, well, I think we're not going to have time for more than that question. And so I think, we can couple to that this whole issue of sovereignty as well that came up. So panelists, in your 30, I know this is very unfair on you, but you're so good, 30 seconds to sort of cover that point, and then we'll go to the messages. Thank you. So, Falco, do you want to say a few words? Anyone just jump in? Jan?
Yeah, maybe I will. Yes, I consider it's a key question, and that's part of my request for the ecosystem. I think we need to defend the interoperability at large, and it includes the interoperability, for example, with the cloud providers, not only at the level of the operators, but also including the cloud provider. I don't know if it was your allusion, but when I talk about interoperability, I think it's a key question, either at the level of one country, because we are also talking about network sharing to be more efficient as an ecosystem, and to be able to make this technology sustainable on the economic standpoint.
Thank you so much. Wei, can you give us your view on the sovereignty issue and the question that Wout raised? There's also other questions about Huawei in the chat, which I'm not going to ask you to necessarily answer. It's very good of you to be here today, and to no doubt you've been reading some of the questions anyway. Wei, go on,
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So the sovereignty is a very interesting discussion topic. Obviously, it's about independence. It's about freedom of choice. So you come to the ICT, we have to realize, again, I have to emphasize our ICT industry is one of the most coordinated industry globally. So it requires an openness, a global cooperation, a multilateral, mechanism to make sure we are able to overcome some challenges altogether from a technical term. So this is still become our position to develop, a better future for our industry altogether. So it's a shared responsibility,
Right.
not only for European companies, but or industry, but globally everywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. And Andrea, very briefly.
I think indeed sovereignty is about ensuring that there is a choice to be made in terms of technology. And I think, for example, standards are extremely important in this manner, as well as interoperability. For example, in the case of smart cities, we've seen that in order to create a fair market and to be able to really scale up solutions and enable the smart city market to flourish, we will have to encourage cities to go, for example, with open and standard-based interoperable platforms, because that can help in scaling. And I think following this kind of approach and creating standards that are globally accepted and open a fair market is perhaps an interesting and positive approach.
Thank you very much. And Elena?
So thank you. Very briefly, just to say that from a media point of view, for us, it's very important that our content remains without any changes. That the content is kept as it is. So it's one of the key things for us, I mean, in terms of security. And yes, we have faced with broadband networks that is not so easy to keep that, to ensure that with broadcasting networks, we are responsible for delivering the content. We ensure that the content is not changed and remains unchanged. So this is very important. And all the issues related to fake news for us is the key things regarding broadband networks.
That's an excellent point. Thank you, Elena. And finally, Pierpaolo?
Yes, actually, I think that from a technical perspective, the interoperability concept is definitely the key to openness. But I think that interoperability is not only related to products, to access to networking, but it's also related to data interoperability. In this area, I think that the standards are evolving, and in ETSI, for example, there are good standards for data interoperability in machine-to-machine environment. At the end of the day, we have a challenge behind the corner, which is AI interoperability, which is a much more area in which we need to have a deep dive if we want to be successful in a truly open network.
Thank you very much. And I'm very, very sorry for these short interventions. Can we just go to the messages now? Because I'm very keen, because I know our colleagues work very hard to collect these messages and from the Geneva Internet Platform and others. So could we have the messages on the screen?
Yes. So hello, my name is Cedric Amen with Geneva Internet Platform. I have tried to sum up some of those very important and interesting discussion points, and they will be able in the wiki later for commenting. So the first message is 5G is serving the digital transformation, since it offers new ways to innovate and create new business models due to the real-time availability of data. Secondly, the 5G network technology will increase sustainability, especially in smart cities, by allowing them to reduce energy consumption and enabling urban data platforms. And finally, despite the security discussion surrounding the technology, collaborating on the elaboration of new 5G standards is key to the network success. Thank you very much. That is it from me.
No, thank you very much. You do a marvelous job. I'm always, it's great you guys pulling messages out of a fairly complex discussion. And you say these will be up for comment on the wiki?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, what I would propose is that we can go on chatting on the chat, obviously, but this session itself has to come to an end, unfortunately. So I want to just, I'm not going to make any concluding remarks at all, only to do, make three thank yous. First of all, to Ross. Ross Creelman, many of you know from ECNO, who put this panel together and who conceived this idea of a plenary session. So all credit to Ross, and he's gathered together with his colleagues a wonderful set of panelists. Thank you so much for the panelists. Thank you for their honesty and their provocative thoughts, their ability to be brief. That was really, really marvelous. And thank you also to the marvelous chat, to all the comments we had. Some of you could have been on this panel as well. Lucy and Andrew and Wolfgang and many others that have commented. You have enriched the discussion, and I'm sure it will go on. I think someone mentioned that 5G will continue to be discussed. It's a very important area. We didn't manage to sort of cover everything. We could have covered new IP. We could have covered all sorts of political issues as well. But I think we did a reasonable job thanks to our marvelous panelists. So I'll finish there and just say thank you and enjoy the coffee and yeah, wherever it is. And yeah, good to see you and hopefully see you physically soon.
Thank you, Nigel, for your job.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So thank you, Nigel, for your lovely moderation. And of course, the key participants and audience. It was wonderful, really, to see how active you were in the chat and supporting each other to understand the different aspects of the topic. So now I refer to our remote moderator for just some notices.
I'd like to thank also the moderator, Nigel, the speakers and participants for your participation. The chat was extremely active. Therefore, I hope to see this continuing at the EuroDIG forum where I post all the questions. And I hope to see also a discussion arising there.
So now we will go on the break. And after the break, we will open all three studios and we will have 3 parallel sessions. To access these studios, go back to the EuroDIG page and you see at the top Studio The Hague, which is followed by Studio Berlin and Studio Trieste. In Studio Berlin, you will find Workshop 11, Challenges and Uptake of Modern Internet Standards. In Studio Trieste, Workshop 12 and 16, Community Networks and Smart Solutions in Remote Areas, a bottom-up approach to digital citizenship. And of course, we welcome you back here in Studio The Hague for Workshop 9, Privacy in Europe, GDPR versus Information Freedom. We will now go into a break and we will see Sandra from EuroDIG headquarters here in this studio at 11:25. So have a great break and we hope to see you back here for the next session.
So welcome back from the short coffee break. We are now going to open all the studios, and from what I hear from my team, they are ready. So can we first connect with Trieste, please? Roberto? Then let's go to Berlin first. Berlin, Nadja. No, sorry, Elisabeth. Can you hear me?
Hello, Sandra, we cannot hear you yet.
Elisabeth, can you hear me now? Elisabeth?
Yes, now
Yes,
I can hear
now
you.
we are connected. Wonderful.
Hello.
Hello, Elisabeth. How was your night? And let us know how was the day yesterday. Anything that you would like to highlight?
I was really happy with how everything went, both here on the technical side and also in the sessions. They were really interactive, we had good discussions, and I think it went even better than I thought it would, honestly.
Okay. Let us know, because you were the studio where we made that experiment with the networking area. How did this go? Was there networking or was it difficult to manage? Because we are going to do this today again, right?
Yeah, so we are going to provide this opportunity again. We had a bit of low attendance, which I understand, you know, everyone needed to get food probably. We had a bit of feedback on our Menti that we shared, and we will give the opportunity again to everyone who is interested today for the chat, but also to talk and see each other on video. Give us feedback on a few mentees. So if you're interested, please come to Studio Berlin during lunch hours and we will be there.
So as we said, we didn't know really how virtual networking might work out. It could be overcrowded, it could be too little. So let's find something in the middle and let's do this experiment today again. I know in your room, in your studio, there are now 2 subsequent sessions that are basically dealing with technical issues. One is about IPv6, DNSSEC, ATTP, before I break my tongue, HTTPS, sorry. And the next one is about universal acceptance. Universal acceptance is really, from a technical side, a very exciting topic. So, Elisabeth, with this, I hand over to you. Welcome your moderator and open your studio, and all good luck for today.
Thank you, Sandra. I will do. And have fun as well in Leipzig.
Okay, I hear we should go to The Hague first.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, Nadja. Nice to see you again. I hope you could have a little bit of a rest during the break. GDPR. Auke is laughing. Auke, what is so funny in the background?
No, breaks are an illusion here. Hosting a virtual meeting.
Okay, good. I tell you later on what's happening in the break here in Leipzig, but I do this in the next segment. In your studio, you're going to talk about GDPR now. GDPR is an issue that is relevant since at least 2 years, even longer. It will be a session about an updates and how that GDPR relates to information of freedom information. So, Nadja, is everything set in your room? Everyone did arrive?
Well, all the speakers have arrived, and it's going to be a great setting. They're really focusing on having a lot of interactivity going in their session. So we hope that just like the last few sessions, people are commenting and adding questions and also sharing their knowledge in the background. So our remote moderator, Auke, is actually really excited to get the discussion going and keeping the dialogue going also after these sessions.
Okay. Nadia, with this, I hand over to you and wish you also all the good luck for the next 2 workshops.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. And then let me ask my team, how is Trieste? Are they connected? Wonderful. I see Roberto on the screen. Roberto, can you hear me? Roberto, we cannot hear you.
Sandra, we can hear you actually. I hope you see much more than Roberto because you got a whole team here ready to go.
I know that voice from the background. It sounds like Frederick Donk.
Completely. I hope you get much more than my voice because I'm completely here.
Okay. So, Frederick, if I'm informed properly, you are the session moderator. Is that right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Actually, the session host should read out a code of conduct so that everyone knows how to behave properly. But I see that Roberto has audio issues, so maybe we play in the code of conduct slide, and then maybe Frederick, you could take that job until Roberto and Marco can open up the session.
With pleasure.
This is Roberto.
Wonderful, Roberto. Here you are.
Well, but my connection crashed, and then I reconnected, and now I don't. I need to load the slides and so on.
Okay.
I can, in the meantime, read the code of conduct and start, and then we will do without slides for a moment, and then when I recover with the slides, then I will have everything.
Okay.
In the meantime, you could see.
I think,
Okay.
Roberto, you are doing perfectly right to have paper on your side because you shouldn't always rely on cyberspace. So please go ahead, and I leave you doing your job. I don't want to interrupt any further. And I know with Frederick, you have a very skilled moderator on your side. So good luck for your session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Yeah, I've never abandoned the practice of having paper. And yeah, I remember Windsurf said, one thing said, if you have pictures that you really care about, print them.
I would like to open the session with a quote from a study that has been done by the European Parliament, and it includes an action plan for a European cloud, European internet. A European firewall cloud internet would foster a digital ecosystem in Europe based on data and innovation. It would drive competition and set standards similar to what has happened in China in the past 20 years. The foundations of such a European cloud are democratic values, transparency, competition, and data protection. So it proposes basically a Chinese-style firewalls in order to foster data protection, but of course it doesn't foster information freedom. And this is some frightening thoughts that I would like to put in front of our 4 exciting talks and our very exciting discussion coming up. And the first speaker will be, please, Marina.
Yes, I would like to introduce our first speaker is Robert Guerra. He is an expert in civil society and data protection field. As you can see, he has been a member of ICANN Security and Stability Advisory Committee, as well as a member of the official Canadian delegation at 2 UN World Summits on the Information Society. He's also a head of privatera.org, and as you see, his topic is related to the role of civil society in GDPR's implementation. Thank you.
Hey there, good morning. I'm Robert Guerra. I'm calling you from Toronto, and I really thank all of you for inviting me to this panel today. As was mentioned earlier, I'm going to just focus my comments on civil society and kind of NGO in regards to the issues of information freedom, but particularly on an issue related to freedom of expression and human rights online. How does that apply to GDPR, and how does that apply to the session? And so what I'm going to go through a couple of different things in my short presentation, and then really look forward to the discussion later, is a couple things so we're all at the same page. It's really important to understand how the internet has evolved over time, some of the different key evolutions. What I will mention is that really the values of that we're seeing really depend on the moment in time we're in. We're going to talk about some issues related to openness and some of the challenges that we've seen in regards to the GDPR application, and then some issues for the additional speakers to speak about. Next slide, please. As we all know, as I mentioned earlier, the internet has gone through a variety of different phases. First one is more or less when it was created until the early 2000s. A lot of governments really kind of ignored the internet. It grew, it extended from one country to the other, but legislation and controls were scarce. There was discussions around the Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace. That's how it was referred to back then, that anything on the internet would go and it would be independent from the rest of the countries. Governments lightly ignored the internet, and information flowed. It wasn't being used by as many people as today, but it was there. In the early 2000s, 2000 to 2005, key academics working on internet censorship, such as the OpenNet Initiative, the Citizen Lab, Ron Diebert, and many others, referred to this phase as phase 2, access denied, where certain governments start to just block websites. They don't manipulate content, and so just websites would not be available. We go to the next slide, please. We get to a third phase, which is one that starts to become a bit more problematic, is that instead of just censorship, is that information starts, there's the first really reports of content being shaped, troll farms appearing in parts of the world that try to shape the discourse, something that is very common today, but it was seen in the early 2000s. And we see the emergence of cyber attacks directed against countries at the time. We see that a lot now, but this was really started back then. Stage 4, or the fourth phase, was access contested, where we see not only the emergence of fake news in other parts of the world, something that is really prevalent today, but also governments coming online and starting to contest the open, decentralized nature of the internet. Norms and standards start being proposed by governments that try to change the fundamental nature of an open architecture of the internet. Next slide. We get into two phases kind of where we find ourselves now, is with the reaction to the Edward Snowden revelations in 2013. We see really a recognition of the extent of surveillance and sense of surveillance that's taking place online, and a reaction to and an empowerment of initiatives that try to remove governmental control of some key aspects of the internet. We see the Net Mundial initiative in 2014. We see the IANA stewardship transition, which is moving one of the authorities at the US government that controlled over ICANN occurring. But also we see, in reaction to the Edward Snowden revelations, the discussions that were taking place at the European Parliament really catalyzing and going forward. In a recognition and seeing the privacy issues that were taking place, what was a discussion that was kind of parked at the European Parliament really take off, and enabling the GDPR to not only pass the Parliament, but be the powerful regional and key regulation that it is today. But also in 2016, we also see the issue of social media manipulation, fake news, and elections. And then we see also the election of the US president that we have today. And then stage 6 that I would say is also we have, as was happening before, national sovereignty on the internet and information sovereignty that was taking place in China, Russia, and Iran, starting to be discussed in the US about blocking the internet, being able to shut down the internet, and as was mentioned just now, also perhaps the Europeans walling themselves off as well. And also we have, over the last couple of months, we have an area, we have a part of our history now of COVID-19, which is real physical firewalls amongst countries and an area of economic uncertainty. Next slide. Next slide, please. And so what are some of the issues? So going through a little bit of the history and also seeing the timing and knowing that there are other speakers as well. What are some of the challenges with GDPR implementation? And we'll talk more about this later, but it makes a couple of assumptions. It makes assumptions that the rule of law will work, that there will be the right balance between human rights and privacy. But what happens when that doesn't take place? Next slide. There's 2 examples. I'll just go through the first 2, and then the second one is we have now some cases in 2018 in Romania and now 2020 in Hungary, where investigative journalists who are working on issues exposing corruption by either a ruling party or exposing the wealth of individuals in the country, then GDPR being used and to try to shut down and try to censor information that's online. This follows a terrible issue that we have in China where had we known earlier in November or earlier that COVID-19 was taking, or there was a infectious virus was taking place in China, then we would have known and be able to react earlier. And so if some of these issues also take place in Europe, then we realize that there's some issues. So I think before we start proceeding to an issue where we can do controls in Europe or setting off or creating a firewall, we have to recognize that the balance isn't there yet. And we have to address the issues of how can we make sure that freedom of expression and human rights is maximized online. And so with that, and recognizing the time that there's some other speakers, I'll stop now and maybe take some other questions for a discussion later. So on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Do we already have some questions?
At the moment, we're not having questions.
Yeah, if I may, I just I'm seeing a question in the chat, and so I just wanted to make sure that I am speaking in my own personal personal voice, representing Privatera and the work that I've been doing in regards to civil society, and not speaking as a in regards to ICANN or anything like that. I'm a member of the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, but I'm not speaking in that capacity. Thank you.
So maybe let's give you one question. Do you think the danger of having a Chinese-style internet in Europe is real?
I think, as you mentioned earlier, I think it's very scary because people that have been doing work in regards to Chinese firewall, it's a vision of the internet that is controlled, where pre-posting censorship takes place. And so we're talking about a very different type of internet, and where there's pervasive surveillance and information controls, and there's a lack of privacy. So if the Europeans want to be seen as a model of the best practices, going the Chinese route would actually be the wrong way to go. And so now, is it possible? I think in an area of nationalism, I think it's there. And so I think we need a discussion to recognize what that means and maybe find a third way. I would instead want to promote the global level of privacy instead of trying to restrict privacy only to Europe and then not do so internationally.
Thank you. We will have you for the discussion later on available as well. So please prepare your questions. Next, we will focus a bit more on one issue where GDPR has created a lot of trouble. Please, Marina, introduce our next speaker.
Our second speaker is Professor Steve Crocker. He is a co-founder and CEO of Shinkura. He developed the protocols for the ARPANET and laid the foundation for today's internet. He'll be presenting the topic, harmonizing DNS registration data policies with GDPR and other privacy regimes. So Steve, you are welcome to start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Marina, and hello, everyone. And it's a pleasure to follow Robert, who laid out a very nice sequence history of the evolution of controls on the internet. I've been spending time since I left the ICANN board 2.5 years ago, focused on a very specific issue that I spent a lot of time on when I was involved with ICANN, which is the WHOIS system, now referred to as DNS registration data. It's a very old system, and there have been repeated attempts to harmonize and rationalize the trade-offs between accuracy and privacy and control of who gets what information. And the GDPR forced a kind of abrupt and crude curtailment of access recently, which pushed things in the direction of more privacy, which made the privacy forces very happy. But other groups like law enforcement, intellectual property attorneys, etc., not so happy. As I said, I've been watching this for a very long time. It's not a new problem, not even in terms of a couple of years. The problem really goes back measured in decades. And it's been a bit of a frustration, so I decided to spend some time taking a much deeper, fresh look at the subject, gathered together quietly and privately a set of other people who are also interested in the same issues and have the same concerns. And we've been building a framework for expressing desired as well as actual policies. And I'll take you a bit through that. I mainly want to share with you the nature of the work and not try to go into all of the details. That will come later. But in the amount of time and with the audience here, just the idea of what we're doing as opposed to all the details. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of what the registration data looks like. Over on the far right, you have registrants, symbolized by the little RT, who register a domain name with a registrar and provide a mixture of DNS records and contact information and account information. Some of that goes up to the registry and is then made, and the DNS records are made available on the public internet for users, symbolized in the far left, top left. And then you have people who want to know something about the registration. So you have various requesters. And prior to GDPR, it was estimated that there was something on the order of 5 billion queries per month just for registration data across the 400 or more than 400 million registrations across all 2,000 plus top-level domains. Next slide, please. In building a new framework for expressing policies, we take as a given that privacy is fundamental, and therefore any information that's collected should have a rationale, and all of the access to that data should fit into a explicit model of who's getting access, what are they going to do with it, and is everybody agreed that that's the proper thing. GDPR is very important. It's made a very big impact, in part because of the very strong fines that are associated with violation of it. But it is, in fact, just one privacy regime. There are others around the world and more to come. That's the bad news. The good news, I think, is that the underlying principles for GDPR are not all that complicated, and one can try to satisfy them in the spirit of it, as opposed to trying to litigate every single detail. However, in looking closely at how all of this works, we have come to understand that there is not just one policy that's in force at any given time. There's actually a multiplicity of forces, the multiplicity of policies, some of which are hierarchical because you have governments and ICANN, for example, for the area that it controls, and registries, all of which have their own policies. And so a given registrar may have to satisfy not only its own policy, but the policies of the other bodies that it is beholden to. And you may have different policies for different classes of registrants. So that's one area of complexity. Another is that a lot of these operations across national borders, and it's not so easy to fit these policies within a given national border. So echoing the kind of thing that Robert said, the building of these firewalls around regions is likely to create problems, not just solve problems. And so one's got to proceed a bit more delicately. Next slide, please. I mentioned we got a little group. It's working in a ad hoc fashion of focusing on the subject and not trying to assert any authority or adhere to any other principles except serious analysis. We're close to being able to provide all this publicly. And when we do, the watchword will be that people have to evaluate what we're providing on its own merits as opposed to the credentials or authority that we don't have. Next slide, please. The project has basically three parts. We've been spending all our time on the first part, which is building and socializing a model and framework. And then when we unveil this, we'll try to facilitate, not control, but be helpful in policy discussions. And then maybe eventually the WHOIS data, the registration data directory service, will have some positive aspects as a platform that other things could be built on, but that's far down the road. Next slide, please. I mentioned that there's a multiplicity of policies. The yellow commentaries that are on the slide are representation of the multiplicity of policies in a hierarchical fashion, and then not shown would be the interactions in a horizontal fashion of competing policies and contrasting policies in different regions across different registries and so forth. Next slide. Actually, back up, if you will, for a second. I'm sorry. One key thing in the current era, relatively new, is the idea of controlling the access of who gets access to the information. And so in the bottom left portion of this slide, you see a representation of clearinghouses and associations that mediate who can request what information and what information can they request. And so that's a process that involves implicitly various kinds of governance. And so the what's going to emerge and has not yet clearly emerged, but what's going to emerge is a whole set of governance mechanisms, some of which will be formal and some of which will be less formal. But we're going to be creating bureaucracies rather more than we might have expected. I don't know any way around that. I think the right thing is simply to recognize it and grab hold of it and manage ourselves in a proper fashion. Next slide. Very briefly, and I won't spend a lot of time on this. Our model is that there is a public common dictionary of data elements, and then a given collection policy describes which data is collected, whether or not it is optional to provide it or whether or not it's required, and a labeling in a couple of dimensions: what level of validation, what level of sensitivity. Sensitivity covers the usual distinction of public versus private, but we've come to understand that there's actually degrees of privacy in a sense. And then mechanisms that are usually referred to as clearinghouses, that are the areas that bring together requesters on the one side and the collectors and holders of information on the other side, and have rules about who can have access to what. And then further, the requesters actually typically make standardized requests, not ad hoc requests, each one of which is different. And so having a way of expressing what those standard templates look like is another very important part of what we've been doing. Next slide, please. This goes into a little bit more detail. I show this not so much to take you through all the details of it, but just to give you an expectation of what's involved. Next slide, please. Let's see, we have to flip, yes. So here's what a query looks like. A requester will send in a query and it will have two parts to it. Identification of who the requester is and what his credentials are, and then a list of what categories of information they are expecting to get and what level of sensitivity they're authorized for and so forth. And then they'll go through an acceptance process. We're spending no time at all on that because almost everybody else is focused in that area. But then we're very focused on the details of what data elements are returned for a successful request. If it's an unsuccessful request, you don't get anything back, of course. So this slide shows that the areas where we're focused on. Next slide, please. This is just a quick look at what underneath the covers the data dictionary looks like on the left in pale yellow, and what the collection and labeling policy looks like in the green area on the right. And next slide. And this is a representation of what queries look like. The idea is that the elements in orange are predetermined, and then a given request is completed by filling in the areas that are flagged in blue, and then processing proceeds from there. All of this is a conceptual framework. I want to emphasize that. It is not an implementation, it's not a specification, and it's certainly not anything that can be imposed. This is a way of characterizing a policy. There's no guarantee that all of the things that can be expressed in this model can be implemented directly, or to say it in a different way, we're not limiting ourselves to only particular implementation paths. We're much more concerned with matching the dialogue of what people want. That leads to the real possibility that people can express something and even agree that they may want that, and then there may be a difficulty in translating that into implementation. A particular example is some kinds of requests say, please show me all of the registrations that involve any mention of the following person or the following email address. So that implies a search across the database, as opposed to just digging in and getting the information related to a particular domain name registration. That's an idea that's easy to express, and as you can imagine, not so easy to implement, but we include it as one of the things that we've heard, and therefore, rather than taking a position that we won't allow you to say it, we defer the issue of implementation and want to stay focused on making sure that it's possible to say whatever you want. And along that vein, we want to make sure that people can say what they are thinking about, not just what they've agreed to, be able to compare competing proposed policies, be able to compare policies up and down a hierarchy, etc. Next slide, please. And we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for this quick run through the painful process of GDPR compliance for WHOIS and DNS lookup. I see we already have some comments or questions from Louise van der Laan. Could we give her the floor?
While you're waiting for her, let me answer a question I see in the chat about, is there a human element that does any review of requests that come in to ensure they meet the legal requirements of disclosure? Yes. One of the elements in requests that I didn't dwell on as I showed it to you is certain requests are expected to be processed automatically, and other requests may have a manual review process, which implies that they may be rejected if the manual review comes out to be negative. And so what we've done is provide a way of saying, if everyone agrees that the following kind of request meets all of the requirements and can be processed automatically, then we can so mark it as that. And if not, then it's subject to manual review, and we leave it at that. And so that's one of the elements in structuring requests.
Okay, we see we have a show of hand. Elizabeth Besudi raised her hand. Can we have take the stage?
Yeah, we can. And regarding Lucy, she was not in anymore. That was why we could not unmute her.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, Elizabeth Bisudi with the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. We're a multi-stakeholder organization. We address just this in a more macro level, this very issue, which is the tension between the cross-border internet and national jurisdiction. So thanks for a really great presentation, Steve. And I guess my question is with regard, it's somewhat related to Jim's question, which is with regard to the clearinghouse model. I would imagine that you would have those clearinghouses function as sort of accreditation bodies, and probably maybe one barrier to entry or one concern that operators will have is whether or not those accreditation bodies are properly vetting the requests, and in the event that something falls through the cracks and information is disclosed that should not have been, whether those bodies will make whole the operator. Thanks.
Yeah, there's a number of those kinds of issues. As I said, this is going to give rise to a number of governance mechanisms, and they will have their hands full with these kinds of questions. The basic idea from our point of view is that participation in a particular clearinghouse involves trust on both sides, both the requesters and the collectors, that the rules that have been agreed to are indeed followed. And when they're not, then there is an internal discipline issue, really. But I can easily imagine that, and fully expect, that a given collection group might be a member of more than one clearinghouse, and that a given requester might also be a member of more than one clearinghouse. So you have the ICANN perspective, which is really mostly focused, as best I can tell, on the so-called contracted parties, the GTLDs. But that's only half of the top-level domains and doesn't include the numbers community either. So I'm expecting that there's a wide variety of clearinghouses, some of which be at the very low end. You can even imagine a private clearinghouse. A given collecting body might have business arrangements, and they might not want to use the same terminology, but in fact, it fits into the same framework. So the associated with each of these are going to be emerging and evolving over time with experience, the fairly detailed questions of how do you trust, and what discipline is imposed, how do you measure, in fact, how do you detect violations? Just to nail that point, law enforcement agencies, the first reaction is if they come and ask for something and they have the proper paperwork, you have to give it to them. But the next piece of that dialogue almost always is, well, that's if it's your country. What happens if it's from a law enforcement agency in some other part of the world? And so I'm not envisioning that all law enforcement agencies will have access to everything everywhere, at least not in the immediate future. And so a much more distributed and nuanced and variable set of arrangements. Thank you.
I have another question. When you look at land registries, the access to land registries is regulated in quite a diverse way. For example, in Germany, you need to have a legitimate reason to look up a land registry. Whereas in Denmark, it's completely open. It's public. Everybody can see who owns what piece of land. And even they can see the mortgages on land. And we know Denmark is part of the EU and GDPR applies. So it is possible to have public registries. And for example, you need to have an impress for a website where you put the name of the company or some responsible person on the website. So we have some legal requirements to have this kind of information publicly available. And regarding the example of Denmark, we see that it's completely fine with GDPR to have this information publicly available for everybody worldwide. So the land registry of Denmark is not in violation of GDPR, and it's not in violation of GDPR just because there is a law saying this land registry is public. Couldn't this have been a possibility to have an easy solution and for the who is problem as well?
Well, if it's easy if for each country that wants to pass such a law, what happens if one country says we'll follow the Denmark model and another country says we're going to follow the German model with respect to control of the information? As I've said, our focus is trying to provide tools for making it easy to express these details and differences with precision and clarity in order to bring to the surface the kinds of questions that you're asking and help focus discussions as opposed to having them go on endlessly in a less detailed way without reaching any conclusions. I would expect that it will also help partition the problems so that the easy problems can be disposed of, and then you can spend time iteratively over the years wrestling with the knottier issues.
Thank you. I would propose to switch over to the next speaker, and then we have a final round of discussion with all the speakers. So we are now approaching the topic of data use for artificial intelligence. Marina, could you please introduce our next speaker?
Yes, we have our third speaker, Professor Andreas Meyer from Hague. He is the head of the Medical Reconstruction Group of Pattern Recognition Lab in the Friedrich Alexander Universität Langen-Nürnberg. He's also a member of the steering committee of the European Time Machine Consortium. And as mentioned, his topic is data for artificial intelligence. So please, Andreas, you are given the floor.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the introduction. I want to talk a bit about the effects of machine learning, and I work in particular a lot with medical data, and there we of course need lots of data in order to build better systems. And I also want to talk a bit about their limitations. So if you go to the next slide, then you can see there's a small teaser. So we work a bit, or quite a lot now, with neural networks, and you could say, wow, this has been around already 30 years ago. But if you look into the users on the next slide, you can see this is not only in, so you have to click a couple of times. So there's quite a few big companies like Google, Microsoft, IBM, of course, but also Netflix, Xerox, and other companies. There's like 2 more coming up. So they all invest in this technology, and in particular, these are big tech companies, but there's also like Daimler and companies in autonomous driving that are very much interested in these techniques, and in particular in autonomous driving. Also GDPR is of very high relevance when you drive through the streets and just acquire data from pedestrians and so on. So if you go to the next slide, you can see one reason why companies are very much interested in gathering so much data is because they can build better systems. And with these deep learning methods, you can see that from 2010 to 2015, the ImageNet recognition challenge, where you assign labels of up to 1,000 classes to images taken from the internet, the error rate was in the range of almost 30% in 2010. And by developments in the field and access to large amounts of data, actually, also graphics cards, there's a couple of ingredients that were important. You can demonstrate that you can solve this task of image recognition, assigning a label to one image. You can perform today with a performance almost as good or as good as a human labeler. So this is approximately 5% error rate on that data set. And in 2015, this error rate was reached. So we can perform image recognition and image processing now with an accuracy that is close to human performance. This is not only true for images, we've also seen that speech recognition has dramatically improved. We're now talking recognition rates of 99.7% when you look at an automatic speech recognition system. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that the systems that have been employed here, they're getting bigger and bigger, and the deep networks get even deeper. So on the top row, you see one example from 2000. And so this is actually LeNet. So this was published in 1998. And over the years now, with a big breakthrough, you see that we built deeper networks. So this is a 27-layer model from 2014 that actually was one of the winners of the ImageNet Challenge. And today we can construct networks that have up to more than 100, even to 1,000 layers using special techniques. So these networks and systems are extremely complex. They have millions of free parameters that have to be determined. And in order to do so, you need data. So if you go to the next slide, in medical, we have quite a problem with acquiring these data because GDPR and patient health records, of course, have high obstacles in going towards large data collections. And there are, of course, also reasons for that. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that also in medical data, we have the same effect. If you have access to more data, then you can build much better systems. This is now shown for histological slice processing. This is for detecting mitosis. So mitosis is cell under division. And if you have 5 high power field images, then you can see you get a rather bad accuracy. But if you go towards like the complete data set that has more than 20,000 mitoses annotated, these are really rare events. So in total, more than 200,000 cells have been annotated by hand in this data set in order to achieve a performance. We have an F1 score of over 80%. And this is already in the ballpark of the human annotators. Now, you see that big data is a huge issue. So we need much data to build good systems. But if you go to the next slide, you also see that the data quality is key. So if we have large amounts of data and we just take them from somewhere and just take the patient records, as has been done in this example here, and I'm sorry for the busy slide with the large number of numbers, but this is from the NIH chest X-ray data set, which has more than 100,000 chest X-rays, and the data is completely public available for download that you can build your own classification systems. We had a look into this data, and we asked 3 radiologists to annotate a small subset of this data set and give the labels and the pathologies. You can see the pathologies for each row. And on average, we had to remove more than 30% up to 60% of the data in order to get labels. So if you have data that is difficult to assess, there is also a large amount of uncertainty in the data. And if you're not looking into this uncertainty correctly and identify the borderline cases, then you can also not build a very good automatic system for this. So data quality is absolutely key. And just taking data from somewhere and uploading it on the internet will not allow people to build good systems. And it's not a big surprise that no one could build an on-par system with a human expert so far, because in this data set, we don't even know what the benchmark human performance would be. So you need very extensive evaluations if you go ahead. So what I want to show some ways how to get patient data. And so far, I'm aware of essentially 3 different approaches. And if you go to the next slide, you see that the first one is a government-controlled central database. Again, here, some example from Denmark. You can explore the Danish health data set. There is many different health data records that are available. They are available to research, and you can research with them. But this essentially requires to pull off the data from central repositories and share them. And while I think this is a really nice approach in order to get a lot of data, I have some doubts with respect to the data quality. So you really want to make sure that you understand how this database was generated in order to make good use of this data. And you can also see what we have with all the Corona data that is being shared right now. We see that many countries, for example, decided on how to label a case as Corona case or not in a very different way. And if you just take the data and try to make predictions from them, you get very different results depending on what country and how the data was actually acquired. So a second option would be, of course, data donation. And I must admit at this point that I'm myself involved in medical data donors. So this is an initiative that is GDPR compliant. So we ask for consent after the actual evaluation. So you go to the hospital, you have an exam, there's image data generated, and then after you have your final outcome, you get asked whether you want to donate your data, and then this would be uploaded to our servers. We take care of the data processing, the annotation, and then in the end, create better systems. Again, this also has drawbacks because you potentially need the annotation, you need the permission to share this with the annotators. So there's quite a few efforts that you have to take in order to make this work. And of course, you need the consent. And in addition, because we're talking here about image data, you also need an agreement from the hospital because they have image rights to all of the data sets. So we don't have to ask just the patient, but we also have to have the agreement of the respective hospital that collected the data. So this is a very difficult path, and it requires a lot of effort to actually generate the data. And if you go to the third option that I still have for some tasks, but of course not for all of them, you can find auxiliary data sources. And this is again an example for histology, where we look at different cells. And here we actually showing data that was collected from animals. So this is actually a canine scan where we were looking into the tumor of a dog. And here we can do the annotations, we can share the data because there is no actual patient information disclosed if you share this data. And here the key problem is, of course, whether you are able to do the transfer, because the pathologies may be similar, but yet cell sizes may be different. And of course, you somehow have to find a way how to learn from these large data sources that don't have the problem with the data protection, and how to actually make use of them for the assessment of human diseases. So you see there's many problems, and I can't present one final solution to them. And there is sometimes GDPR may be an obstacle, there's ways around it, but all of the approaches have their own difficulties. And this already brings me to the end of my presentation. So I would like to thank you. Can you go to the next slide? I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you find this interesting, if you want to engage in offline discussions, you can also find me in social media. And here is also the link to our website, and I'll upload the slides and share it in the chat here later on. And I'm looking forward to the discussion. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Andreas. We have a lot of questions coming up, and I ask Auke, our remote moderator, to take over the moderation.
Thanks a lot, Jörn, and thank you, speakers, for your participation. It's now time for questions, and as mentioned before, we encourage you to participate in your full capacity. So this can be done in multiple manners. I really encourage you to raise your hand using the Zoom functionality. But second is also an option, writing your question in the chat with Q and then the question. And third is after this meeting, we can discuss further at the forum. And I collected a question from Jim Prendergast. And his question is there a human element that does any review on the requests that come in to ensure that they meet legal requirements for disclosure?
I think this is...
Yeah, I think that question was directed at me, and I think I answered it at the time. The answer is requests can be marked either as processed automatically or requiring a manual review, and that's an agreed upon attribute at the time the request template is set up. And so the answer is yes, we have a way of including that as a requirement in the specification of requests.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve. Then we do have another question from Amelie de Silva Mitchell. And his question is, how is data such as brainwaves managed?
Excuse me, brainwaves?
That's his question, indeed.
So let me think about that. So, for example, a brain scan, so if you only think of the anatomy, is, by the way, already a huge problem, because if you have the surface of the brain, you can actually identify the person only from the structure. So from the brain itself, from the surface, you can derive a footprint that is almost as good to identify a person as a facial scan would be. So this is also related to the structure of the head, and that the skull is very rigid. Now with brain waves, one may argue whether this is patient data or not, because if you just have the brain waves and you don't have any context, the key question here, and I think in all of the medical data, is whether you are able to identify a person from this data set or not. So we did some experiments in looking into this, unfortunately not with brainwaves. We know for sure that brain surfaces are able to identify persons unless you have identical twins. We have difficulties with abdominal scans. So if you lie down, then every time you stand up and lie down, your organs are shifted around. So this is not as successful. We have some evidence also in the NIH chest X-ray data. We did some experiments that you kind of can guess who that person is, but it's not like that it's a huge probability that you can re-identify somebody with a chest X-ray image. But this only means that the method that we have been using was not able to identify the person at a high rate. It doesn't mean that there might be methods developed in the future that actually can solve the problem much better. So this is also a problem here. So of course, you want to make sure that the person cannot be identified. Otherwise, you have to follow the GDPR guidelines. Then it's really patient data.
Thank you for answering this question. I also received a question from Chalakon Kirtis from the Council of Europe. And his question is, due to medical data and that are so unique per person, can you really anonymize that data in the same time and in the same time leave enough data to process? And his follow-up question to that is, what's the process of anonymizing medical data? And I guess the third follow-up question in that is, what with the case in data such as bone marrow? So it's quite specific.
Okay, so let me start with the first question. That is, how unique is the data? I think I already hinted at that. We can tell you how good we can break anonymity with state-of-the-art methods, and in some data we can, and in other data we have not succeeded yet. So if you have data that is essentially revealing the identity, for example, speech. Yeah, so from a speech signal, you can very easily find which person has been saying this utterance. So speech is a biosignal that allows the identity, as does a head scan or facial scan. And in these cases, you either have to make sure that you work GDPR compliant, yeah, so that you obey the data protection, and you can't anonymize these data sets. There might be ways of anonymizing data, for example, using random deformations on, so creating pseudonyms, yeah. You apply a deformation to a volume, to an image, such that you cannot identify the person from the changed image. Now, the main question that is also asked here is whether when you introduce the anonymization, will you spoil the actual results? So will a method trying to detect the disease pick up the method that has been trained to anonymize the data? And this is, of course, a huge risk. So you want to make sure that if you have such methods, that they don't spoil the subsequent processing. And here the last question is bone marrow. So this depends on what data you're actually acquiring from the bone marrow, what you're sampling. If you're sampling a biopsy stance and then do an image analysis of the bone marrow, then I think it's not very likely that you can identify the person. Although, if you look at cell structures, for example, we have seen in some preliminary experiments that you may also be able to identify a certain type of cancer and a particular kind of cancerous growth and link it back to that specific tumor. So you could potentially also identify certain tumors and certain types of cancer that are then, of course, identifying a certain person from image data. So this is all a huge problem, and you have to be very careful with these data sets. And by the way, another approach that I haven't shown in the slides here is, of course, federated learning. So in federated learning, you would leave all the data in the hospital and you would only send the model for training towards the hospital, train the model there such that the data never leaves, and you just pull off the trained model from the hospital. But this one also has problems, because if you look at the trained models then, and deep networks pick up a lot of things, there are inversion techniques that can also try to obtain certain samples from the training data. So also this may be problematic in terms of data protection. So I don't have a final answer yet.
Okay, thank you, Andreas, for answering this question. Then we have one more question from Robert Guerra, and his question is, what is the error rate of AI processing of radiology and pathology images, and can they be reduced by mandating a higher quality image being produced at the source?
Okay, so imaging is a huge problem. I talked about label quality. The other problem is also data quality. And this is indeed true, that if you standardize the acquisition process, for example, with histology, you take this biopsy samples, slice them up, then stain them, and then you scan them. Now, the entire process of generating the data has huge degrees of variations. And there is good reasons to believe that the staining procedure that is different in various hospitals is a limiting factor to share automatic diagnosis systems between different sites. And there's big companies working on automatic scanning systems, and they are also working on automatic staining systems that use the dye then to put in the correct colors in a standardized way. And the same is also true for radiological images, because there you can adjust a lot of parameters with respect to image quality. And these are typically done to a particular physician, to a particular diagnosis. And all of the parameters are set for that specific purpose of this image. And they are set in a way that the interventionalist or the person that is doing the diagnosis is happy with that particular image quality. And this is also a limiting factor for sharing AI solutions because they have to learn to cope with these large variations. We can see in several applications that AI solutions achieve results that are on par with human experts. But of course, depending on the difficulty of the diagnosis and how clearly it can actually be made, the rates then also go down. So if you have cases that are difficult to diagnose, they would see, so if I don't want to generalize, but if you want to have a feeling for that, things that are also difficult to diagnose for a medical doctor are with a high degree of likelihood also difficult to diagnose for an AI system. So I think the first things where AI will be very successful is in bread and butter tasks, and tasks that are done every day, that are massively done every day, and these tasks are likely to be tackled first with AI solutions.
Thank you very much, Andreas, also for this this answer. I'm closing the queue for the moment, and after that, I'm collecting again, collecting questions. And now I'm giving back the floor to Jörn.
Thank you, Andreas, and thank you, Auke, for this Q&A, which gave some very important insights. And we will continue the Q&A after the next speaker. When we have seen now how important data is for AI, and imagine that some minority data might be missing, and therefore the diagnosis system might miss out on specifics of this minority group, we can see the issue that is arising here between information freedom and data protection. Now we come to another issue, that Europe is not just the EU, but we also have countries outside the EU that cope with some specific provisions of the GDPR, that the transfer to third countries that have not an equivalent level of protection is having a large barrier under GDPR. And to see what countries do that cope with these issues. Please, Marina, introduce our next speaker.
Our last but not the least speaker is Liliana Pekova. She is from Northern Macedonia. She is the head of Impetus, an organization which is supposed to measure the impact of GDPR on the general users. And she will not be making a presentation, but rather will start the topic with giving out your thoughts, and those way encourage you to participate in our discussion. So the topic is GDPR's difficulties of new EU members along with non-EU members. So Liliana, please, you are welcome to start your short topic.
Hi, everyone. So allow me briefly to say about a few things, the state of play on data protection in the Balkan region. As you mentioned, non-EU members and the cases we had in the previous period. So as non-EU members, but Council of Europe members, on a policy level, we are playing with both instruments. So recently we have adopted the new law that is compliant to GDPR, and signed the protocol of the Council of Europe, a modernized convention. Yet that was done also from Serbia, neighboring countries in the region. And on a policy level, it's kind of that we are following what other EU members are doing. But basically on enforcement level and implementation level, believe me, I have had many difficulties to explain, first of all, the extraterritorial effect, the exchange of data, and of course, the transparency accountability principles of the GDPR. So far, we are only speaking about, and sorry to say, we are only speaking about the web privacy policies, cookies, consent, very basic level. So what I'm doing now is actually enabling the environment around me to understand what really GDPR means. So far, no specific technical and organizational efforts to introduce specific sectoral measures and provisions to implement GDPR requirements. And I can only say that financial and insurance sector in the country are much closer to the GDPR compliance, but we failed in the medical data protection region-wise. As I saw that medical data are really important in this very difficult period for all of us. And it was a situation that the region really, the Balkan region, did not answer very efficiently in this specific GDPR regards. So the decision of the government of Montenegro, with the consent of the Agency for Personal Data Protection, tweeted the public with the list of people who are in isolation was bizarre. Not only they did encourage the lynching, hate speech, but it gave the public the role of the prosecutor, which actually was an echo to our some of the media in the country to say that we need such a list publicly available due to the public health awareness. So we had a map with information, but with the people who were infected by locations, by cities. We had information on gender and age, but we did not, thank God, had the information on personal data. So COVID-19 changed the rules of the game, but also presented us, the civil society sector, specifically to present the GDPR, the EU regulation, and the Council of Europe instruments, and all of the links you provided here on the chat about the guidelines on how to protect health data, but also put forward several issues and concerns. Legitimacy and legality, as the example of the Ministry of Health in Serbia published health data of persons who died from COVID, or recorded medical conversations by the medical nurses in the hospital in Bosnia. Profiling, as in the commission formed by epidemiologists, doing the profiling and mapping the potential patients, or cross-border cooperation of sharing medical data. And I would put here a note of concern or a challenge. How do we actually react and respond to further sharing cross-border data, cross-border cooperation in sharing medical data ahead of summer vacations between North Macedonia and Greece as an EU member country. Low awareness of data breach notification policies as a must, access to own data, and balance to the right of public to know. So even today, I'm having a harsh discussion on social media about publishing the information of one woman who gave birth and was infected with coronavirus, but balancing with the media the right of the public to know this information, who the person is. So there is no separate privacy law in our legislation, and I've always discussed this on a level of privacy protection. Privacy impact assessments are rarely done, so the question would be, and I'm asking myself as well, do we need a privacy framework as a legal instrument in this region in order to upgrade the understanding? But also I would refer to the quote of the EU firewall. I would very much support what Robert said at the beginning, but there's only one thing that I'm happy about in this quote, is that the data protection is described as a principle, not as a legal instrument. So is data protection a democratic value, or is it just a business model taken out from the GDPR? So where do we put the red lines, and how do we make the balance? And how do we urge actually to have data privacy standards, not only as a GDPR, as I said, a business model? And for the last presentation, the medical data, which actually is a very much concern in this period. You mentioned, Andreas, the consent for the whole data to give as an individual collection or donation of data. But what about consenting for the data sets when those data are actually extracted as a member of a specific minority group? So what would be then the procedure? And I really even need, a double check on the GDPR requirements in this issue. I would stop here in order to make the floor open for discussion, because I think that we raised a lot of questions and a lot of dilemmas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liliana. I already see that we have a couple of questions for you, but also please feel free to ask questions to the other three speakers. And I give over to Auke to moderate the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we have received some questions, and I'll start with a question from Robert Guerra to Liliana. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. His question is, has there been any case where inadequately protected medical and/or genetic data has been used to discriminate individuals, such as for insurance purposes?
Well, for insurance purposes, no, so far as I know. But to discriminate individuals and to put them on a media lynch, yes. So not only in my country, in North Macedonia, but actually it happened in Serbia, and discrimination level has been to even used in ethnical minorities groups. As I mentioned, and I'm seeing already the next comment, in compliance with the GDPR in Armenia. Policies are not sufficient to cure the situation. That was my question mark as well. Because we are adopting the laws, we are, the parliament is doing their job, but actually the implementation level, the enforcement level is far behind of what we can call a success. But I urge also the EU member states to be very clear and to have consistent decisions in how we are implementing the GDPR, because we have seen a lot of inconsistencies in several provisions, several measures in the GDPR, and you have mentioned a couple of them in the previous presentations. So what we need as a non-EU member country, because we are member countries of the Council of Europe, we are following both instruments, but actually we would much likely go forward for the EU regulation, and consistency in implementing the GDPR provisions would be a good way forward.
Thanks a lot for answering this question. Our next question is from Amelie de Silva Mitchell, and that question is, what can be done to support medical collaboration? Who's willing to pick up that question?
Well, if I may, I think we have to clarify medical collaboration, and there's already, so medical collaboration is probably a multi-center study. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm asking Amelie de Silva Mitchell to unmute himself and to clarify this question.
Hi there.
To pick up that question.
Yeah, just a very general question, because we're in COVID, and all of us as just ordinary.
Clarify medical collaboration.
I hear there's a delay on the line. I'll ask Amelie just to speak fully and ignore all the background sound. Silva Mitchell to unmute himself and to clarify this question. Yeah.
You're muted. You need to unmute yourself, Amelie.
Yes, thank you. Yes, there is a delay. It's a very general question because all of us as concerned citizens, we want, some rapid solution to COVID-19, and just wondering how, if there are any special agreements that can be put in place, for instance, that will sort of enable.
Yes, sorry. I guess the delay is too much for having a good conversation on this line. So I'm asking if there are any other questions in line, and if Amelie could write in the chat a clarification. At the moment, I don't have any questions in line. If people do have questions, please raise your hand to support some interaction.
Maybe I can add one question. I was trying to start before we had the last presentation. When it's coming to medical data, if somebody is left out of medical data and we train AI, it means that this person or this group cannot be taken into account for training the medical system. So what do you think about this issue that if certain groups does not want to consent, they might be discriminated against by the AI systems that are trained with the data? Do you think this is an issue, and do you see a possibility to approach that? Maybe we could have this for Andreas and for Robert.
So, of course, this is an issue. This issue also occurs if you go to a traditional medical doctor in your local hospital. It just not occurs with minorities. If you have a very rare disease, then there is a certain likelihood that your physician has never seen this disease and he doesn't recognize it. And the chance is that an AI could potentially pick up such a rare disease. But what is more likely to occur is that in the near future that we use AI to facilitate everyday tasks, so not very complicated topics. And of course, you have to make sure that you have an appropriate sampling for the persons under use. So if you're only trained on certain ethnicities, then you can also only validate for that specific group. You always have this problem of the compact set with all of these machine learning approaches, that all of the statements that you're doing, they will only be adequate if you have a representative sampling in your training data set. And if the sampling is not representative, we cannot guarantee an appropriate prediction for those out of sampling errors. And if you train a big system and you have not sampled according to the population structure, then you may run into problems, of course.
Thank you for that answer, Andreas. I have received a question from Amelie, and her question is, how can agreements support rapid collaboration for COVID-19?
So this is rather a legal question than a technical one, or? So, to be honest, I think what is being done in the COVID-19 case is actually pretty good, because we see public repositories emerging, they're anonymized, and they provide population data. But what you also see in these repositories is that in every country, you have a different interpretation. For example, what is a corona casualty? Some countries say this is somebody who was tested positive and died, and other countries say, okay, he's a casualty because he died of corona, which is much more difficult actually to assess. So again, data quality is an issue.
I just also wanted to follow up, I guess, on your question to me, Jorn, as well too. I think this raises two things in addition to the data quality. I think regarding Andreas mentioned the issue you mentioned, the issue of false positives. And so for diagnostic tests, if the tests aren't done the same, there could be a different error rate. And this, has been seen in the US and in other places. If the test isn't the right type, but the best result is still shared, then what does that exactly mean? Is that a positive elsewhere? And I think, hearing your comments, I think really had me kind of link back to something I mentioned in my presentation. If in Hungary, someone who made it on the Forbes top 10 list of richest people in Hungary was worried and used the GDPR to get themselves off a list, then what is a person going to do who perhaps has got their medical data perhaps used in a data set, or Liliana, as you mentioned, someone's pregnancy data or some other data mistakenly goes out there, then how do we protect it? And I think I have a worry, and I think it's been mentioned in the chat as well too, is that there may need to be additional safeguards for medical and genetic data. And as genetic data becomes far, the genome and diseases, that gets used a lot more, there may need to be additional safeguards. And I know different institutions are working on that as well too, because once the data is out there, it's out there. I don't see how, your genetic testing or can be removed once it's out there as well too. So people are complaining about their tax records being online and they can't be taken down later. In case of the Nordic countries, what do you do when your medical data goes outside? And so I think it's just, we need to make sure that, that may be, going to your earlier comment, that may be the reason why Europe wants to close in and protect its data and protect its citizens. But I worry that it may not be protecting it from commercialization and other purposes as well too. So we haven't had a discussion about secondary uses of the data. And I worry about though the UK is leaving the EU, they have been sharing the NHS data with commercial sources as well too. And then when those commercial sources then collaborate internationally, it's really difficult to then, remove your data from the data set. So I think, medical issues create great challenges for GDPR. But the issues in regards to balancing the different rights, I think, is also there as well too. So it just almost opens up a lot more challenges for jurisdiction. And so it shows that GDPR's protection still is a long way to go, in my view.
Okay, thank you. Especially when you look at genetic data, normal data will lose its protection when the person dies. Data protection ends with the death of the person. But genetic data also concerns your children and their children. So genetic data remains risky for a longer time. So that's the reason why we especially have to take care about genetic data. I think we are approaching at the end of our session, and we will have the Geneva Internet Platform doing the resume of this session.
So hello, everyone. My name is Cedric Amen. I'm with the Geneva Internet Platform, and I'm providing the key messages from this session. So I want to thank everyone, all the panelists and everyone in the discussions for a very great session. I have summed up the first point as follows. If we could have the next slide, please. Okay. I'll read. Okay. The first one being privacy regulations such as the GDPR is based on the assumption that the rule of law is respected. However, laws are not applied in the same way across borders, and so policies must be harmonized across jurisdictions. The second point being there are important tensions between data gathering or information freedom and privacy protection arising from compliance to GDPR and other privacy regulation. A fresh look at registration models is needed to enable access to data and information that abides by privacy rules and enables sustainable sharing of information. And finally, oops, I think I have a last one, which I just added, which was GDPR is protecting data to varying degrees depending on the area of application. There is a need for additional safeguards for medical data. So that would be it for me. Thank you very much.
Maybe we should add something about information freedom, that we should find a balance between information freedom and data protection, and that we are aware that there are risks in both directions.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So these these messages will be up for commenting, and then in the wikis. So then we can make these modifications afterwards.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marina, for moderating this session. Thank you for speaking, for all our 4 fine speakers. Thank you for the remote moderator, and of course, thank you, Cedric, for your fine conclusion of this session.
Well, thank you very much also, Jörn, for your moderation of this session. It was very interesting, and I feel that we have learned a lot across different sectors and fields. So I would now like to give the remote moderator to give the final notices.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia, and thank you, Jörn, and all speakers and participants for your participation, your active participation. The chat and was extremely active, and I hope to see continuing this at the EuroDIG forum.
Yes, thank you for the participation, and I forgot to mention. Thank you very much, and have a nice continuation of the EuroDIG.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay.
Hi, Sandra.
Hey.
Hi, Sandra.
Here
Hi.
you are. Nice to see you. So this was an active session, I could see. Congratulations
It definitely was, yeah.
to the organizers. I know they worked until the very last minute, so very well done. Here in the Studio The Hague, we are now going over to our format, the big stages. And if you would rather like to have some relaxing lunch break, you can switch to Studio in Trieste. We are going to play music there. Or you can try to meet other people in the networking area in Studio in Berlin. But if you are interested in some more internet governance and related information, then stay in the Studio of The Hague, and we will start here immediately with our first big stage that comes from the Office of Communication of the United Kingdom. And it was submitted by Claire Local. And we will be having 2 presenters. First one is Maria Donde, also working for Ofcom, and the second one is Dr. Maike Isenberg from the Media Authority of North Rhine-Westphalia. So, over to the video, please.
Hello to everyone attending this virtual EuroDIG conference and this discussion under the theme Opportunities and Threats for Freedom of Speech on Social Media. Our topic today is online disinformation, and it's at the very top of the public agenda, of course, especially around COVID-19. What we're hoping to give you today is an insight into research on online political messaging and disinformation and the impact of efforts made by online platforms in this area, with some key lessons for public policy. Just a few words of introduction. My name is Maria Donde, and I lead the work of Ofcom, the UK's communications regulator, on international media and content regulatory policy. I'm also the vice chair of EPRA, which is a network of European media regulatory authorities. I have the great pleasure today to be joined in this fireside chat, as we're doing virtually, by Dr. Maike Eisenberg. Dr. Eisenberg works for the Media Regulatory Authority of Nordrhein-Westphalia in Germany. In their Media and Policy and Media Economics group, she heads research activities and deals mainly with questions of disinformation, online political advertising, hate speech, and international law enforcement. And bringing us to one of the key developments that we're going to be discussing today, recently she was responsible for coordinating the German contribution to the monitoring carried out by the European Audiovisual Regulators Group, or EuroDIG, who we'll hear about later, to assist the European Commission in the evaluation of the effectiveness of the voluntary code on disinformation. This code is a set of voluntary commitments, for those who aren't familiar with it, made by online platforms, including Google, Facebook, and Twitter, in the context of the European Commission's strategy to ensure the integrity of European elections set around 2018 ahead of the 2019 elections. The code itself covers 5 areas: scrutiny of ad placements, that's about reducing revenue streams for disinformation; political advertising and issue-based advertising, and that's about transparency, sponsor identity, and amount spent; integrity of services, fake accounts and bots; empowering consumers, that is supporting critical media literacy; empowering the research community is the 5th pillar as well, sharing data for research and encouraging research on disinformation. EuroDIG published 2 reports assessing the application of the code, one in July last year and one in May this year. But EuroDIG's work also motivated and coincided with national level inquiries by regulatory authorities. Other examples include Ireland, and indeed Ofcom also did some work in the UK and contributed to the EuroDIG work before Brexit. But Dr. Eisenberg's work with the German media authorities is a leading example of this type of national level inquiry. It should also be seen independently of the work on the EU disinformation code, and it's one of the most visible efforts in this area. Here we have an example of how research is conducted to provide critical evidence for developing recommendations for solutions. That's why we've invited Dr. Eisenberg today to give a flavour of the German media authorities' work on these topics, both in the EU and in the independent German context. So, Dr. Eisenberg, welcome. And turning first to the publication of the latest report in Germany, which I believe happened this week, the question for me is, how did you come to work on this topic and conduct the research for this report?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much, Maria, for your kind introduction. It's good to see you here. Well, coming back to your question, actually, we were already thinking about these questions ourselves. Setting aside for one moment the work on the EU level code, in the run-up to the European elections, we conducted, in cooperation with 3 other national media authorities, a study on political micro-targeting. There we found that German political parties are only just beginning to experiment with targeted advertising, and that there is currently no need for further regulation in the field of political communication in the form of bought advertising that is labeled and clearly presented as such. But we also found that there is some discrepancy between the advertising reach on the one hand and the organic reach on the other hand. It is possible for parties and other actors to communicate their messages without paying for advertising, and that organic political content has the widest reach but eludes the transparency of the ad archives established by the platforms.
Can you give me an example of the kind of thing you're talking about?
Okay, yes, of course. It's evident that although the AfD, it's a German right-wing party, is a party with the least advertising reach, it is the party with the furthest organic reach by far. According to the calculation of our researchers, only a maximum of 39,000 people interacted with the AfD's advertisements, while there were 2.6 million interactions on the AfD's Facebook pages, which is 10 times more than for any other party. The same applies for YouTube, by the way. Well, since other studies also pointed to similar results and indicated that such a reach may be based in part on non-authentic user behavior, for example, by using fake accounts or social bots, which in turn may distort the political online discourse, we decided to get an empirically based picture of this phenomenon in order to clarify whether or not there is a field of action for media regulation.
And I think this is where the EuroDIG work comes in, the work with the other media regulators.
Yeah, right. Well, parallel to this, the EuroDIG monitoring became more concrete. You already mentioned the action plan that includes an assessment of the code of practice on disinformation. the European Commission proposed that this monitoring was done by the European Regulators Group for Audiovisual Media Services, ERGA, and therefore, in practice, to the regulatory authorities at national level. In the following, the Directors' Conference of the German State Media Authorities, short DLM, strongly supported this approach of the European Commission. Based on our previous experience, the DLM decided to contribute to the monitoring activities in the second phase in autumn 2019 and approved to a joint operational implementation under the overall coordination of the State Media Authority in North Rhine-Westphalia. In summary, we have had two goals with our monitoring. On the one hand, we wanted to make a significant contribution to the decision-making basis of the European Commission for its assessment of further regulatory needs in the fight against disinformation. On the other hand, the results of such a cross-platform and cross-party monitoring are also of high relevance for the German media authorities, because for their further action in the complex field of disinformation, we need a well-founded, empirically based overview of what constitutes a factual problem in order to develop adequate approaches to action.
So, what was the research process like? Can you tell us a bit about what data you collected, who did you work with, and so on?
Yeah, so we decided to do it as a joint project between the various German state media authorities, and in view of the limited period of a few weeks set by the European Commission to implement the monitoring, well, we defined the work program in such a way that it could be processed standalone by the participating media authorities and then merged into an overall report. The concrete work program derived, as you can imagine, from the Code of Practice. We have decided to carry out a two-stage monitoring process, so-called Level A and Level B, over all the 5 pillars you mentioned in your intro, to check whether the platforms comply with their voluntary commitments. In the Level A monitoring, 4 media authorities evaluated the self-assessment reports of the online platforms. Interviews with fact-checkers and researchers on national level were also included. In the Level B monitoring, Professors Rebecca Tromble and Trevor Davis from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. worked on our behalf to concretize the results by analyzing data and information they had collected themselves. And this is a very important point. The inclusion of data going beyond the ad archives represents a valuable extension of the database. It is of particular importance for the German media authorities as independent institutions to obtain insights that go beyond the curated data previously only made available by the platforms.
So let me just get this right. What you're saying is without the additional research that you carried out with the external experts, you don't think you could have conducted the right analysis?
Thank you, Maria. This already brings us to the key result, which is not very pleasant, but very clear. First, the data material we received to answer the questions was totally insufficient. For example, there is no access to the population of all advertising to check whether political advertising is correctly labeled as such. It also needs data that can be broken down to the member state level. Second, we were not able to verify the data because we have no powers to obtain data by ourselves. This is increasingly difficult to justify, given that the platforms offer their commercial partners much more detailed data than they make available to researchers or regulators. Well, to put it in a nutshell, I think this is where it needs some adjustment.
Understood. And I think all of us regulators are sort of starting to find quite similar findings in that regard. And let's see how platforms and regulators respond to that in the coming months. But moving on, I think, to the really central part of your research, what were the key findings? What did you find?
Yes, well, we have gained many detailed insights from our analysis. The key findings can be summarized in 3 statements. So first, as already mentioned, the data provided by the platforms is insufficient and its validity cannot be verified. This means that the platforms must significantly improve data access. Second, the concept of political advertising needs to be defined. The problem does not exist in the case of labeled advertisement, but it does exist where it is not clear and transparent that a content is advertising. We need a definition of political advertising which is appropriate to the phenomenon. And this is a task of the legislator, not of industry. Third, the analyses have shown that self-regulation as it currently exists does not work. The forming of the democratic media sphere cannot be left to industry, but is a task of society, that is, of the legislator.
Okay, so and on the basis of these findings, what conclusions did you reach?
Well, to sum it up, the self-regulation established with the Code of Practice on Disinformation neither represents an effective tool against politically motivated disinformation, nor provides a valid basis of information and data for measuring its effectiveness and compliance. This is, if you ask me, unacceptable, because politically motivated disinformation is a potential danger for a democratic society. Particularly, this applies to the so-called coordinated inauthentic behavior aimed at disseminating politically motivated disinformation by using fake accounts and artificially generated reach. Well, at least the existence of this danger is confirmed by the current analysis and the numerous discussions with stakeholders in the recent month. So from our point of view, it is essential to take co-regulatory actions. And given the need for effective and independent media supervision, we think the responsibility should be with the national regulators.
Fascinating conclusions. And in that context, I'm sure it will be interesting for this audience. How do these recommendations deal with the question of freedom of expression?
Yeah, so you raise a very important point. Thank you for that. The right of freedom of expression is a very high democratic value, and much of what we discuss under the term of disinformation falls, quite rightly, under the freedom of expression. For media regulation, the issue of disinformation is highly complex. It is about safeguarding the right of freedom of expression and, at the same time, preventing the manipulation and misleading of our citizens. As the monitoring has shown, the voluntary commitments are falling short. Since the platforms are not fulfilling their commitments to a necessary extent, the legislator must develop binding rules and monitor their compliance. A first important step here would be to distinguish the various phenomena discussed under the term of disinformation and to assess them according to their potential danger to a democratic society, in order to derive from this whether regulation is necessary at all. Well, however, an unlabeled political advertisement, for example, is certainly to be assessed differently in terms of regulation law than content for which an artificial reach is created by using fake accounts. The aim must be to take appropriate measures that are in proportion to the potential danger in a democratic society.
Yes, and I'm sure that idea of proportionality will be the key focus for any new developments in this area, including looking at what's coming from the EU side, I think. But speaking of which, what's next for the ERGA work as far as you're aware, and is there more scope for cooperation amongst regulators in this area?
Good question. Well, if there is one thing we have learned, it is that a cooperative approach with other regulators is very helpful to capture a phenomenon from different perspectives. And our joint discussion today, Maria, also shows that there is more scope for cooperation. So what's the time frame for the next stages of our work? In the beginning of May, the ERGA published its overall report, accompanied by a statement. Also in May, the European Commission published an independent report conducted by Valdani, Vicari and Associates, a public policy company, on behalf of the Commission to also assess the effectiveness of the Code of Practice on Disinformation. In the next step, the Commission will launch an official statement taking into account both reports. We are very much looking forward to this and the next steps, because, you know, we are ready.
And finally, what do you see as the future high-level developments? You know, I've mentioned already that the EU is starting to think about this. We've seen an announcement from them this week, and indeed in Germany. And in that context, what key areas do you think we, as regulators, as policymakers, should be thinking about?
Well, you know, currently the debate in Europe is dominated by the question of which data media regulators need for effective monitoring. But if you ask me, we can spare ourselves this discussion because we are running into a complexity trap which is based on a fundamental error in thinking. The basic idea of regulatory policy is actually in reverse. We, as a society, see a danger or a risk. Then we legislate that it must not exist. This legal obligation results in a duty for every company that operates in this field to ensure that such incidents do not happen. And in the final step, it is necessary to check whether companies are following these rules. Right now, we are going the complete opposite way. We are arguing about methodology. Policymakers must reclaim the prerogative of the legislator. So we have to say, this is how we want a democratic internet, and these are the rules. You, dear company, must follow these rules, and the media authority is there to check that they do. And if they don't, well, we implement the range of sanctions available to us. And then I'm quite sure that, as in all other areas, companies will comply with the legal rules within a very short time. Will that work? Well, I suggest we make a start, and then we'll see how far we get.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eisenberg, for your insights on the research and the work that you've been doing, and indeed on the work at European level as well as in Germany. I think it's been incredibly useful for me, and hopefully for everyone watching this this interview, to reflect on the importance of the growing evidence base that we have, and to listen very carefully to the recommendations coming from regulators where they are coming from their day-to-day experience of doing this type of work. Really, obviously, delighted to further make the case for strong evidence-based regulation. Very, very interested, I think, as I'm sure we all are, to see how these themes fit into the coming proposals from the European Commission on the matter. And of course, also, as ever, I'd like to stress the importance and to agree with you on the need for collaboration, cooperation, and avenues of sharing this data and the evidence base amongst ourselves, because after all, we are dealing with global companies, and much of the work that we all do can be shared and useful to all of us. So thank you very much for sharing that insight with us. Your report, I believe, was published this week, and I'm sure we can provide links to that. I believe it's available in German in the first instance, but I'm sure many will be interested in reading it in German and subsequently. So thank you again for your time, and thank you everyone for watching and listening to our discussion. Bye.
So
hello to everyone attending this virtual EuroDIG conference.
Thank you. Also, thank you also to the two speakers of this big stage. Without further delay, we hand over to the next one. It is about internet and democracy. It comes from our Italian colleagues. They are Mauro Barberis, Chair Legal Philosophy of the University of Trieste, one of our cooperation partners, and from Emanuele Trucco from the University of Dundee. They will both speaking about internet and democracy in the case of COVID infodemics. I think a very topical issue. So over to the next big stage.
Good afternoon from Genoa, and many thanks for the invitation both to EuroDIG and Roberto Gaetano. My name is Mauro Barberis. I teach jurisprudence at University of Trieste, and about the internet and democracy issue, I published 6 months ago a book in Italian, this book, where I have come to some conclusions that I would like to propose to you before passing the mic to my friend Manuel Trucco. My first conclusion is that internet is no longer a mere technology, neither good nor bad nor neutral, nor it is another medium that joins all the authors by becoming even more pervasive than them. The internet is by now a part of the human environment and of human form of life. Accordingly, learning from specialists is not enough. The internet is an object of study not only for computer scientists, but for anthropologists, psychologists, economists, political and mass media scientists too. My second conclusion is that internet emerged from the same invisible end processes from which market and modern state did. The modern state developed through the conflict between feudal lords and the market from competition between firms. In a similar way, today, digital giants such as Google and Facebook emerged from a natural selection process between Silicon Valley startups. Shoshana Zuboff tells us how they escaped the dot-com bubble by profiling their user and selling the data collected this way. This original sin is still their core business. Matthew Rindman and Nick Znicek argue that if they respected privacy, they would fatally lose their monopoly and fail. This is also the reason why the internet monopolists cannot self-regulate. The regulation of the web cannot even come from single national states, but only from international organizations like European Union. My third conclusion is that the same dynamics that proved successful in e-commerce have been imitated and exploited by politics. Scandals such as the Cambridge Analytica one have shown that the digital players sell our data to political entrepreneurs, to political leaders, movement, parties today, or all more or less either digital or digitized. By considering the simultaneity between the digital revolution and today's populist wave, it is surprising that so few scholars have systematically linked the two fields. For the usual effect of disciplinary specialization, a lot of books on digital giants come out every day, and even more countless essays on populism. Yet the scholars who systematically connect the two areas are still few. Umberto Eco already used the label media populism for this intermediate field. I call the latter digital populism, a populism which appeals to the people against elite, like the 20th century populism, but by exploiting social media and big data, and with infinitely greater success. Without this essential feature, for instance, Donald Trump's intentionally divisive politics would seem simply crazy. About the recent pandemic and on its relationship with the internet and democracy issue, I should only give the word to the true specialist, Professor Trucco. But here too I have a conclusion which I would like to express in a less apodictic form. I don't agree with the idea that the two viruses, COVID-19 and digital populism, fight each other. Quite the opposite, pandemic accelerated and generalized processes of individualization, digitization, teleworking, unemployment, and infodemic, which seems the perfect environment for the proliferation of digital populism. So the latter really risk to become something like the democracy or autocracy of the third millennium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mauro. So I am Manuel Trucco. I would like also to thank you, the organizers, for having us in this online event. A very brief word on who I am. I am the Professor of Computational Vision in the School of Science and Engineering in the University of Dundee in Scotland. And my role here is to complement, hopefully in an interesting way, the views by Professor Barberis, offering some thoughts from the point of view of a technical specialist within the area. The case study I would like to propose in these few observations is digital healthcare, which is a colossal field these days. In particular, I would like to focus on some aspects relevant to the question, what is democracy for healthcare or within healthcare in relation to artificial intelligence and the internet, which are two technologies, two worlds, which are increasingly have got together into a unique, extremely powerful entity, really. So the aspects I would like to mention, and I should stress that these are partial aspects of this immensely complex universe, are three, and then I'll offer a couple of brief thoughts. First, if we want to speak of democracy, I believe within digital healthcare, we have to consider complete access to personal data, preferably directly through portals, digital portals, online systems, and so on. Interestingly, this is technically not currently possible. I stress the word complete access. It is possible to access through various apps and so on in various parts of the world. The UK is one. Some of your clinical data, but it's not, we are far from a stable and diffuse situation. So complete access to personal data seems to me the first ingredient here. The second is the control on the use of personal data. And here I connect with what Professor Barberis was saying before. So once you put in your MRI images, your scans, your immunoglobulin levels, do you have control of this? And the third is, can you participate in decisions about your own health? And this is a particularly interesting and delicate point these days for a couple of reasons. The first one is that I believe that in order to have a proper informed participation in healthcare regarding you must understand, we must understand what we're talking about. So we must understand Clearly, we are not doctors, but we must understand sufficiently well what the data are about, how they are used, how a diagnosis, how a therapy is being reached, and so on. This points to a colossally important area, which is unfortunately has emerged seriously in research in healthcare only in the last 10 years, I would say, which is doctor-patient relationships. This is one aspect. The aspect, the second, I'll come to in a moment. Let me, however, say that healthcare, in the context of this discussion, from my point of view, is a special case from the point of view of the management of the data. Healthcare data, certainly in the UK, but also in other parts of the world, certainly in other parts of Europe, in the United States, have always, ever since the computer has been introduced as a means of storage, let alone processing, healthcare data have always been subjected to special regulation, protections, barriers, and so on, ages before GDPR. So this makes data, I'll give you an example. If you want to access data for, if you are like me, a scientist developing AI programs, and you want to access data for analyzing images, developing a face recognition program, you find zillions of images on the network, on the internet, essentially. But if you want, if like me, you want to analyze medical images, so if you want to develop software which does assistant diagnosis, it is extremely difficult to procure serious amount of data, which in turns point to another interesting factor, and this again is connected to what Professor Barberis was mentioning before, that if you want to do serious research, you need to be connected with some organizations sufficiently powerful to give you access to this data. This is a little digression, however. Okay. Let me go to another point I wanted to mention before, which is a little bit wider. I believe that the internet is morphing very rapidly, is changing very rapidly, and this is something that is under everybody's eye. But this rapid growth from a technological point of view, from the point of view of what can be done with AI on the internet, has morphed the way we are. This is something that Mauro has stated in different words. The way in which we exist, and I'm thinking problem solving, interpersonal relations, patient-doctor relationship, developing tools for healthcare. This is being morphed beyond belief. And I would suggest that people in our generations, I'm looking at Mauro here, are not equipped to appreciate completely the magnitude of this change for the simple reason that people who are now 25 were born with Google, not with the internet. Google was started around 1995, okay? These people grew with access to a huge volume of information, direct, instant access. I contend, briefly, it's a big topic. I contend that the way in which these people reason about life and healthcare specifically is different from mine. And I'll stop here for reasons of time. My last thought is actually a vote of thanks. I'm delighted and grateful to have been invited to this afternoon to be able to share my thoughts with you, because in my field, which is, I insist, technical research, far too often we tend to concentrate on what technology can do and to improve technology from the point of view of a very specific target, which is curing people better. This is not unimportant, but all the aspects which are talking here, which are to me very, very important aspects, are too often being overlooked in the technical domain. And I hope that events like this will contribute to create a bridge eventually between the technical community, of which I am a representative, and your community. So thank you very much.
So welcome back to our big stage session format. The last and the one that is going to be live, the only one that is going to be live, is from Emanuela Giardi. She was the proposer of this session. It deals about artificial intelligence, very timely to our subsequent workshop here in this room, which is also about artificial intelligence. And the speakers in this session will be Giovanni Stillo and Jarla Kilbane-Dave. I see, Emanuela, you are already
Yes,
online.
hi, everybody. Yes,
It's
thank you
very
for
nice to
inviting us.
see you. And congratulations that you take the challenge of holding this big stage live, because all others were recorded. I wouldn't say just recorded, but they were recorded, but you are doing it live now.
Exactly, yes. We decided to try to go live. So if we can get some questions, we can also answer directly live.
Okay. Manuela, I wish you great success for your session and turn the mic and the session over to you. You know that you have to manage your slides by yourself. We agreed on
Yes,
that.
perfectly. Giovanni is going to share them.
Okay. All good luck.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I'm Emanuela Girardi, and I'm the founder of POP AI, Popular Artificial Intelligence. And I'm very honored to be here today to present CLARE COVID AI and COVID-19 initiatives, which is an initiative that I participated in founding and also in co-leading. And today with me, there are two other members of these initiatives, this task force that we created, and they are Jarla Kilbane-Dave, who is an AI policy expert and is joining us live from UK, and Giovanni Stillo, who is an assistant professor in computer science from the University of L'Aquila in Italy. Okay, so first of all, I would like to tell you something about CLARE. What is CLARE? So CLARE, which stands for Confederation of Laboratories of Artificial Intelligence Research in Europe, is an organization created by the European AI community, and is the biggest community of researchers, scientists, technologists, experts in AI in the world. So CLARE basically is covering all the different fields of AI, and is focused on the development of human-centric and trustworthy AI. And today we have about 3,300 individual members that are coming from about 350 research groups and research institutions. And altogether, we are covering about 20,000 AI experts in 34 countries. So basically, with such a community of AI experts, when the pandemic started hitting Europe, we were like, okay, what can we do really, to give the support? So we decided to offer the support of CLARE, of this huge community, to European governments, health institutions, and doctors to support them handling COVID-19 crisis using also AI technologies, AI technique. So what we did is that we launched a call to all the AI community, and we were quickly able to recruit about 150 volunteers, all AI experts, and to establish 7 research groups that were focused on epidemiological data analysis, on mobility data analysis, on bioinformatics, on medical data image analysis, social dynamics and network monitoring, robotics, and last but not least, scheduling and resources management. So basically, all this group, they started working together, and they were focusing on 2 things. On one side, they were focusing on collecting and curating resources, basically data set. So what we heard from the previous presentation was that data availability was one of the main issues. So one of the main focus of all this research group was really focusing on collecting these resources. And on the other side, basically, they started developing new projects in several AI application fields, really to give a concrete support to governments, health institutions, and doctors. So what we did is that we already got very interesting outcomes from all these research groups. And in particular, actually, we got some impressive results from the bioinformatics researchers. What they did is that they assembled an impressive repository of data resources to help scientists and doctors in drug repurposing activities for fighting COVID-19. And today, it's here with us, Giovanni Stilo is one of the members of Bioinformatics Group. And basically, he will present you how the group organized the work, which methods they use, and which one are the main results that they already achieved in this group. And they're still working on this, actually. And then after Giovanni, Jarla Kilbendov will share with you what we learned using this experience, because this was a very interesting experience managing COVID-19 task force. And we learned a lot, and so we really would like to share with you which one are our recommendations for future initiatives like this one. Okay, thank you. And now I give the floor to Giovanni, who will present you the results of the Bioinformatics Research Group.
Okay, thank you, Emanuela. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes. And I start by sharing the screen. Okay, let me check. You are able to see it? Consider I'm not seeing your video now. I'm just seeing.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I am Giovanni Stilo from the University of L'Aquila, and what I'm going to present today is the advancement of the CLARE COVID-19 task force in the field of bioinformatics. But okay, yeah, switch. Yeah. So, but as Emanuela already remarked, the aim of the task force is to working with AI techniques, and more specifically, we are working in the field of clinical and life science. And so we bring together some experts from this field of studies, plus artificial intelligence. And more precisely, what we would like to do is to somehow characterizing disease, and more specifically the COVID-19, and study the interaction of the virus with the human host. And hopefully we'll like to filtering, retrieving, and generating new drugs that can be adopted, can be employed to fight the COVID-19. And at the end, we would like also understand and predict some genetic features of the virus. And the task force, the bioinformatics task force, it is composed by 18 active members that are going to interact across Europe, and their skills are mainly focused on the field of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. And more specifically, they have experience with regulatory and network data analysis, omics data analysis, and next generation sequences and protein variant analysis. And the way of we have worked during those months, because we have started to working together at the beginning of March, was to somehow crowdsourcing the needs of the physician that we are in contact with in a collaborative way, and to develop some tasks that we would like to explore. And if we need some specific expertise, we try to bring them inside the collaboration. And more specifically, we have started to working on 3 tasks. And the first one that basically is the ground task that we have started to develop is in the field of drug repurposing problem. But we would like also to explore some predictive models to understand if a specific patient needs to be recovered in an intensive care unit or not. At the end, we would like also to develop artificial intelligence techniques to promote the virtual screening of virus inhibitor. And let's see which is the first problem that we have attacked, and it is called the drug repurposing problem. In other words, consider that you have millions of tested, approved, and readily available drugs. How you can decide in a very short, in a very small amount of time, which one could be the more effective to treat a new virus? You don't have time to test everything, and this is where the artificial intelligence came in help. And so our way of approaching this problem is to first collect some specific data, such as the protein-protein networks, the human viral interactome, and for sure a list of candidate drugs. And we are going to apply deep graph networks, machine learning, and networks data analysis techniques. And we divide this problem in a set of subtasks that we are going to explore. And the first one is to prepare a candidate interactome, and then we would like to create an encoding of all this information that then next we are going to use to train a specific classifier that allows us to assess at the end the set of drugs that we would like to explore. And so, to be more specifically, as already said by Emanuela, the first outcome that we have achieved is to bring together a lot of information in the field. And the aim of this subtask is not only functional for our future explorer, but we have realized that if someone wants to start doing research in this specific subtopic, need to select the results, accessing them, and this is a lot of time-demanding task, and honestly, it took a lot of time to doing that. And so for this reason, we decided to collect them by selecting them and documenting them and put all this information in one single repository that it is clearly very fast to be accessible. But let's see which are the information more specifically that we have collected in this repository. So the first and most important information is the interactome. So a collection of the interaction of among the proteins in the human body. And on top of this interactome, we have collected some other information, such as the domains that basically are going to classify the protein that are responsible to produce some specific molecular function. And also we collected the families, and the families are basically a group of proteins that expose similarities in their sequence or their structure. And also we collect pathways that are ordered series of molecular events that are going to produce certain biological product. And on top of them, we also explore the gene ontology, that it is a very specific ontologies that it is dedicated to gene, or in general to biological process, molecular function, and cellular component. And also we collect the drug-host interaction. What it is drug-host interaction? In other words, is the list of possible drugs that you can provide to the patient. And we also collect their topological structure, so their structure at chemical level. And since if you are going to administer several drugs to the patient, there could be some adverse effect. Another important information that you need to put in place is to understand which are these interactions among the drugs. And to finish all this information that we have seen until now, we have also collected the disease information, the general disease information that is not virus, that normally are going to attack, to change the behavior of the protein, so the normal disease. And at the end, we collect the top most important virus that that are in the human biological system, that attack the human biological system. And so all these kind of information at the end are readily accessible in one repository. And this allows directly bioinformatics in general, but more precisely computer scientists, computational biologists, bioinformatics scientists, cheminformatics scientists, and physicians to be ready to starting to work on the problem, not necessarily on the data. And another thing that we have done while we are assembling and put all this information together is, okay, we would like to select all these results from several studies, public accessible database, and so on. But we would like to select them without narrowing too much on the problem, day-to-day problem. So you will find information about COVID and much more information that can be used in the future, and not only to solve the drug repurposing problem that was our first aim, the aim that we have in mind when we start working on these results. Just to have an idea of the power of these collected results, we can see how it looks like a schematic representation of the human interactome. Basically, every circle in the image is one protein, and we have one line if the two proteins are going to interact one with each other from the biological point of view. And in this image, we have highlighted with orange, and this portion of is a subset of all the possible proteins, because the possible proteins are 1,000. And so it's not possible to represent them clearly. So we limited this image only to the neighborhood proteins of those proteins that are affected by the COVID-19, that are represented in orange in this picture. Just to finish and to give some hits, basically the repository, it is distributed publicly using the GitHub platform, and you can directly access the repository with the data and the description using the link below, or otherwise using the QR code on the left part of the screen. But if you are interested on a report, a detailed report that describe the process, which results we selected, and from which original source of information we taken them, you can look at the description. And so this report contains the description, and this description can be accessed using the QR code on the right part of the screen, or otherwise you can find it also in the repository. And I guess that's all. I give the microphone to Jarla. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks very much indeed, Giovanni. Apologies for that. I had some trouble activating the microphone. I will keep my summary brief. My work assisting the task force has been assisting the coordination group, the core group that's worked with people like Giovanni and other leads of the topic areas to develop the work that they were doing. And from that overview of all the different research that's been going on, we've been able to develop a few key observations, some of which we've already heard echoed in previous discussions, and some of which will not come as a surprise. But let me summarize them briefly to start with. First and foremost, obviously, it doesn't matter how many volunteers one has, and we had 150 volunteers from the outset, but you shouldn't underestimate how difficult it is to engage with domain experts and public authorities in the midst of a crisis. And of course, everybody, when they start, comes to the volunteer effort of wanting to have an impact quickly. The challenge there then becomes developing one's own ideas and attempting to anticipate what public authorities and domain experts might need without their input, which is a distinct challenge. as a result of that, what we have seen is that the areas of most significant success, like in Giovanni's work, have been in areas where there was a lot of pre-existing relevant domain expertise or crossover expertise. But first and foremost, that was the first interesting challenge. The second observation is, despite that challenge, and despite the other challenges such as the access to data sets and the lack of open licenses and standards for such data sets and so on, some very effective work was delivered, including in very large and complex teams. I think the largest team that we had working on a particular research topic had 49 researchers working underway at any given time. That obviously led to a lot of diversity of ideas and a lot of diversity of concepts. And actually what we found was, unsurprisingly, again, the larger the team, the longer it took people to focus on a few key ideas to work on. But nonetheless, the volunteers showed that in a matter of a few weeks, amounting to just over 2 months, they were able to deliver some really successful and interesting products, such as Giovanni has mentioned. There is definitely more forethought required, allowing for the fact that crises of this nature are inevitable, and that there are many governments who, for example, through national risk registers, keep catalogues of these crises. It's not impossible to anticipate some of the crises that may come in the future. And one observation out of our experience would be to build a bit more domain expertise in the areas of these potential future crises. While this work obviously goes on all the time by research groups everywhere, there are areas that we could consider focusing on to prepare for future crises, whether they are pandemics or not. And those are well documented and well catalogued, and should be the work of future research to build some relevant domain expertise. Over and above that, what we would say is that it has been a very interesting experience to not only deliver work with very large groups, often using quite basic communication tools, but to see those then move on into much larger and more permanent activities, such as establishing large complex research proposals, such as the work to provide high-performance computing support that is being offered by several different sources for work on COVID-19. It's been interesting to see how what started out as volunteer efforts, often without the direct support of authorities or domain experts, have evolved very quickly into live proposals and projects and ongoing activities that will allow people to deepen their expertise and to continue to provide research in these areas in all likelihood for years to come. So overall, although it started out as a volunteer effort, it has moved quite quickly through the efforts of the volunteers and through providing a few bits of communication facility by the task force itself into some very substantial pieces of work and serious and substantial research proposals for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jarla, and thank you, Giovanni. And I'm going to close just saying and noticing something, that what we learned actually from this experience, on top of everything and all the recommendations that Jarla just shared with you, is that Europe needs the one that in the white paper for AI released by the European Commission last February was called like the lighthouse for AI. So this is something such as Claire. It needs really a point of reference for AI development and utilization, and especially in situations like the crisis that we just lived, because you need a point of reference, a central point of reference that you can get in touch with, government and health institution can get in touch with, and that can really help supporting application, technology, devices and everything, because AI technologies, I mean, artificial intelligence can really help us managing this pandemic, and also can really give us, I mean, support to the whole community and the whole society. So this is the key learning from me. I want to thank Jarla and Giovanni, and of course, I want to thank EuroDIG for inviting us and for giving us the opportunity of presenting you Claire and Claire AI and COVID-19 Task Force. Thank you, and if you want to contribute or if you want to get in touch for further information, please do not hesitate. We will be very happy to get in touch with you. Thank you.
Goes to you, Emanuela. I think this worked extremely well. Congratulations. And I think the next session that starts at 2:30 is a good follow-up, because it will be speaking about fighting COVID-19 with artificial intelligence, how to build, deploy solutions we trust. So for now, I give over to our relaxing music for another half an hour. Get a coffee and be ready here at 2:30 sharp. We will start with the next workshop in all 3 studios. See you then.
Diese Sitzung wird aufgenommen.
Hello and welcome back in Studio The Hague. I hope you had a lovely lunch break and you enjoyed the music. My name is Nadia Chachia and I am your studio host. I'll be here to assist you with any technical difficulties that you're facing. And I'm joined here in the studio by our remote moderator, Auke Bals.
Hi everyone, my name is Auke Bals. I'm your remote moderator and feel free to ask a lot of questions so I can help you.
So before we get started, I would like to go over our code of conduct. EuroDIG is all about dialogue, and it is your contribution through your thoughts and ideas and questions that make these sessions inspiring and engaging. So we hope that you will choose to actively participate in these virtual sessions. So now that you've joined the studio, you'll be able to see your name in the participants list. We'd like to ask you to make sure that you have your full name displayed so we know who we are talking to. You can set this up yourself by clicking on More on your name and choosing the option Rename. When you enter the room, you are muted. This is to prevent feedback, which could disturb the sessions. So therefore, please raise your hand if you have a question and we will unmute you. But when you are unmuted for your intervention, we kindly ask you to switch on your video. It would be great to see with whom we're having a discussion with, and do let us know who you are by stating your name and affiliation. So now I would like to introduce you to the moderator of Workshop 4, Fighting COVID-19 with AI, How to Build and Deploy Solutions We Trust. Charlotte Holm Billund from the Danish ICT Industry Association. Charlotte, you have the floor.
Thank you, and welcome to this workshop on AI and how we can deploy solutions and build trust. It's all a very relevant topic in the midst of COVID-19. And I think we all acknowledge that the potential of AI is great. And under COVID-19, it has been emphasized in various solutions for fighting the pandemic, for monitoring the spread of the virus, diagnosing patients, and optimizing business solutions. But AI solution also raises a lot of questions and challenges. And these challenges to AI are not a new phenomenon. But in this workshop, we will try to look into questions such as which are the best tools to ensure the trustworthy AI, which requirements for the development and deployment of AI should be instated, and how do we strike the right balance between trust and innovation. And to help us with answering these questions, we have an excellent panel with us today. I hope Martin is here as well from the European Commission. And Martin, he is part of the team responsible for the recently published AI white paper from the Commission. And he will lay out the Commission's vision with respect to ensuring trustworthy AI, give us insights into the ideas of a regulatory regime, and might even give us some hints on the dilemmas into the formulation of the white paper. And next in line, we have Dr. Sebastian Hallesleben, Head of Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence at VDE. And Sebastian, he is involved in AI Ethics Impact Group, and he will give us insight into their work on a model to put ethical principles into practice. And our third speaker today is Michael Jensen. And Michael, he is CEO from the Danish Labeling Scheme and Seal for IT Security and Responsible Use of Data. And he will give us insight into how to implement a labeling scheme concerning ethical AI in practice. And he will bring fresh insights into this as the Danish seal is planned to launch at the end of this year. But just before we get started, I'll just run through a quick lineup of the setup of this workshop. We'll start by our three panel with an introduction remark from each of the three. This is followed by a Q&A and questions from hopefully all of you attending this session. So if you have a remark, please feel free to use the chat, raise your hand, and we'll invite you to ask your questions. After the Q&A, our key speakers will present their recommendations, and then we'll take a second round of questions from the audience. And at the end of our workshop, we're so lucky to have a reporter with us today, Marco Lotti, and he will gather our key messages from this workshop and present them, and we will have an agreement upon these key messages. And they will be published in a report, so like finalizing the whole EuroDIG setup. And with these introductory words, I'll give the floor to Mr. Martin Ulbrich from the European Commission. Do we have Martin with us, Nadia?
It seems that Martin has dropped the connection, so he's currently not in the Zoom room.
All right, well, let's move on then. Sebastian, if you wouldn't mind, would you start giving your introductory remark, and we can take Martin when his internet connection might improve in Brussels?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Charlotte, for the introduction and also for the invitation. And I'm also happy to see quite a few people in the room, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion. I'd like to pick up one of the subtitle of the session, really, which talks about the balance between trustworthiness and innovation. I think this might be a little bit too pessimistic, because I would put it in a different way. I would say that trustworthiness is a prerequisite and a basis for innovation. So if you have technology that is trustworthy, you get broader deployment, so it's easier to scale, it's easier to achieve network effects. And also, if you have technology that is trustworthy, it tends to pull in a broader development community. And those of you who are involved in particular in the open source development community are aware that the brightest minds there can be quite critical about anything that is perceived as being deceptive or untrustworthy. So trustworthy technology, to me, is actually a prerequisite for innovation and a drive for innovation. If we look at trustworthiness, it really has two sides or two perspectives that we can look at. The one perspective is the product or the service itself. So if we have an AI system, for example, a COVID-19 tracing app or any other AI service, we can ask ourselves, is it ethical? Is it secure? Is it safe? Is it robust? Those are characteristics of the actual product that can or cannot be trustworthy. But the second facet of trustworthiness is, how do we communicate that to users and to citizens? And if we haven't got a way of communicating the properties of a system that make it trustworthy to a broad audience, we also won't get acceptance, and we only really have one half of trustworthiness. So, as Charlotte mentioned at the beginning, I've been involved in a fairly broad consortium of mostly academics, actually, ranging from technology, philosophy, physics, business, fairly broad multidisciplinary range. And what brought us together was this thought of, or this observation, that everyone talks about AI ethics. Everyone sort of agrees on what the important principles are for AI ethics. Yes, transparency is good, privacy is good, fairness is good. but no one really has a concrete way of putting those principles into practice. So we set out to work last year and early this year to create a framework for bringing principles of AI ethics into practice, and therefore how to make products trustworthy. And I don't know whether we'll go into any detail of the framework later, but there are two key points in there. The one point is that, yes, it is possible to make something soft, such as transparency or fairness, measurable and therefore enforceable. And also, if we do want to communicate trustworthiness to users and citizens and customers, we do need a sort of little data sheet that shows the relevant ethical characteristics in a standardized and clear way. And this is also been one of the products of our work. So just to conclude my little introduction, yes, we can make AI trustworthy if we address both the characteristics of the products and services and also the way in which we communicate trustworthiness, including ethics, to a broad audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. And Michael, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would also like to thank you, Charlotte, and the organizers for inviting me in here. And it was very interesting to hear about Sebastian and the work you're doing, because it is highly relevant to what we're doing in Denmark as well. Because you talked about how to be communicated, and I'm just going to give you a small status on the current status of the Danish voluntary labeling scheme for IT security and responsible data that we are working on in Denmark at the moment. And to add some context to that, the labeling scheme was proposed as part of 9 recommendations presented by the Danish expert group on data ethics to the government of Denmark in November of 18. And in January of 19, the government appointed IT Security Business Council also proposed a voluntary labeling scheme, but for IT security. So there was a data ethics label on the way and an IT security label. And then both of those recommendations were basically combined into an idea of developing a voluntary IT security and ethics labeling scheme in Denmark. And subsequently, the Danish Business Authority, along with several actors from the business and consumer protection community and the Danish Industry Foundation, developed a draft prototype on how the voluntary labeling scheme could work. And then the concept was tested among consumers and companies in the summer of last year, with basically positive feedback from businesses, but also consumers that could see an idea and value in actually having a label that could guide their action. So the labeling scheme for IT security and responsible data we use was then founded as an independent organization late last year by 4 Danish organizations. The Confederation of Danish Industries, the Danish Chamber of Commerce, SME Denmark, and the Danish Consumer Council. And then the Danish Industry Foundation is funding the initiative. And the Danish Business Authority and the Danish Industry Foundation has an observer role in the board. And basically the objective is to develop and launch a demand-driven and voluntary labeling scheme for digital trust, including IT security, responsible data use, and ethics. And the aim is not to label specific services, but rather the companies itself. And I'm heading up the initiative starting from February 1st of this year. And we're now working on operationalizing the labeling scheme's 9 overall criteria and making it practical to enforce, just like Sebastian is actually working on AI specifics. And one of the 9 criteria is about algorithmic systems and AI. And we expect to launch the labeling scheme in the end of 2020. We have defined 9 overall criteria that are meant to deliver digital trust and which the companies in question need to follow. And one of the 9 overall criteria is about algorithmic systems and AI. And the way we're actually working on it is that we take the high-level criteria, like, for example, it could be technical IT security, privacy, and security by design, or algorithmic systems and AI or data ethics, and then we try to operationalize that on 3 levels, where the final level, which we call level 3, describes the specific requirements to guide company implementation. And I think it's very much along the lines that you are doing also in Germany. So in relation to, for example, algorithms and AI, we have level 2 criteria like human agency and oversight, transparency and explainability and data and model quality and so on. And then we take each of those level 2 criteria and drill them down to the final, you could say, requirement for the businesses to live up to. And for each of these criteria, we are using Danish, European, and international frameworks. In case of the AI part, we are using GDPR, but also the high-level expert group ethics guidelines for Trustworthy AI, which is part of the white paper. The OECD recommendation on artificial intelligence from May last year, the Council of Europe's recommendation on the human rights impacts of algorithmic systems from April of this year, a draft ISO AI trustworthiness standard, and then 2 Danish standards addressing transparency in AI. And basically, we're not applying a one-size-fits-all labeling system, but instead a well-defined risk-based approach where the criteria are differentiated based on an initial risk profiling of the companies in question. So based on initial, you could say, control questions, then we put in the companies into 4 different segments from low risk to high risk based on, for example, their data complexity or organizational complexity. And then the different criteria are then applied per risk type. So in order to obtain the labeling scheme and seal, each segment is required to live up to a set of different criteria, which are also varying in strictness. And basically, that's what the companies need to do. And then from a consumer point of view, we believe that the labeling scheme and seal will give the consumer confidence in sharing and using data and make it easy to choose companies and services that actually provide reliability, security, privacy, and ethics. And from a company perspective, it will provide a list of and guidelines to how to make trustworthy services and how to handle data safely and responsibly. And from a society point of view, the seal is meant to increase the IT security and responsible data use in companies and also increase digital trust and make that a competitive parameter. So that's basically my intro to the panel.
Perfect, Michael. It's very interesting. I guess there will be a lot of questions for this scheme later on. But I've been told that Martin Ulbrich from the European Commission is with us and can hear us. Are you there, Martin?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, we can. In my introduction of you, I said that you were part of the white paper on AI and that you would give us insight into into some of your ideas on regulatory schemes and might also include some of the dilemmas that you had in drafting the white paper. But I'll give the word to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity to explain our approach that we took in the white paper today to this large audience. The white paper obviously has a certain history. You know that originally Commission President von der Leyen had announced that we would have actually a regulation within the first 100 days. However, it turns out that that was not really possible because this is such a complicated and such an important topic that it was really very important to take the widest possible input from the stakeholder community. And the white paper is, in that respect, it's an attempt to launch a debate, to get a feedback from the audience, from the stakeholders. And so we know that still until Sunday, you can actually submit your position papers or just simply fill in the forms which are online. We are looking currently at something like 600-700 submissions, and knowing from experience that the majority of submissions will come at the very end, we might get to 800 or 900 submissions. So there's clearly a very strong interest by the community in the white paper, and that's something which is very helpful for us. It's obviously very helpful for the community, I think, because they can advance their argument and have them heard by everybody, but also it's extremely important for us in the Commission. Now, I think that the key balance, the key word that the white paper is about is the issue of balance. I think the overall approach in there is a very strong yes, but. So yes, AI is good, and we'll do everything we can to develop it and to make European industry strong and competitive, and get the European society to take advantages of all the possibilities which are there. But at the same time, there are certain things that we have to look at. The first part is fairly, I wouldn't say non-controversial, but there are very few people who actually object to the general idea of promoting AI. Obviously, then you can have lots of discussions about the details of what exactly it is that you want to do or would not want to do. There's a very strong interest, of course, a very strong debate on the second part on the rules and the framework which may be necessary in order to make AI trustworthy. Now, clearly, we want to make it trustworthy and innovative, and I think the COVID-19 crisis has clearly shown that it may be very helpful to have trustworthy AI, but you also have to be able to be innovative and to be able to be very rapidly innovative. It is clearly, I mean, medical applications are high risk. I mean, I'll come back to that in a second, but medical applications, things which can impact your health and may be, take decisions or make proposals which have as consequence life or death of persons. That's clearly a very high risk area, and yet at the same time, it is an area where sometimes very, very fast innovations have to be possible, and where sometimes it may be better to have a fairly good solution right now rather than a perfect solution in 1 year, which might then be much better, but may simply come too late. So it is really very strongly a double-edged approach, which we're taking, both making AI a useful tool for society, and at the same time also trying to put in some rules. Now, the key concept in the rules, I think, is the question of high-risk approach. Clearly, not every AI application which you need to sort out parking spaces or find out the nails which are of lower quality in the factory need any kind of intervention at all. But at the same time, clearly there are some AI applications which probably do need some regulatory approach. And the key question really is how to distinguish them. What is high risk? What is low risk? In the white paper, we have proposed, and I underline the word proposed because it's really a proposal. It's something to be discussed. An approach which consists in having a double filter before you consider something high risk. So it has to be in a high risk sector, such as public intervention, law enforcement, policing, medical, or something like that. And clearly the list is still open. And it has to be also a high risk application, such as it has to be a high risk application because not every application, even in those sectors, is necessarily high risk. I was talking about parking allocation. You can have a hospital with using an AI system to do the parking allocation for its staff, and that clearly is not in any way high risk. So we propose this double filter in order to give the largest possible share of the business community the security that what they're doing is not high risk and therefore doesn't have to be considered as something which could fall under this regulatory approach. That should be very important for SMEs, and it's also very important for the legal certainty. But that is certainly, I think, is one issue which will raise a lot of debates. I think I've been talking already for too long, so maybe I stop here at this time, and then we can discuss that later.
Perfect. It was really interesting. So you could have kept on, but we can do that. I haven't seen any questions, so I'll start. You talked about, Martin, the urgency and the time for AI, but that also comes to guideline legislations. How does the EU see that aspect on the urgency of having these AI guidelines before national governments start making their own?
Well, I think the core business of the European Union is really to, one of the core businesses anyway, is really to keep the internal market, internal European space free, border free for people, but also border free for companies to develop their solutions. And especially in an area like AI, which depends on the combining of large sets of data, which translates very often into sets of data from different member states. Having a framework which would make that impossible because of national legislation which contradict each other or are very burdensome, that would be extremely disadvantageous to European industry and therefore also to the rest of Europe. Therefore, I think it is one of our key motivations here to take an initiative in order to make sure that this digital single market stays intact and gives the opportunities which it will give both to the consumers but also to the companies to develop their businesses.
Perfect, sounds good. And just a follow-up question for you, Michael. How many companies do you expect to join in on the labeling scheme?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a volume that you need to have in order for it to work, or?
Actually, the way the initiative is funded is that in the beginning, it's going to be free for the companies to actually onboard the program, and then later on, it will be something that they need to subscribe to and actually pay for.
Okay.
But we need to help the companies in the beginning to actually you could say onboard them to the labeling scheme and see the value of it. Because I mean, if there's only one company having it, there's not so much value. But if the whole business community gets the label, then it also gets to be something that the consumers and users see, and then it's going to be a demand pull for trustworthy services, and that's where we want to be on a later stage.
Sounds very interesting. Maybe also a question on how do we engage the common European citizen in AI and making it trustworthy? How do you see this? Because for now, it's mostly a company and organizational discussion that we have on AI and trustworthiness. Can we see like a societal demand for this, or should it come from above, like from the EU, in order for it to work? Sebastian, you might want to start.
Well, I think both. When you try to pin down certain aspects of trustworthiness, for example, fairness, you cannot just have statistical parameters that you can measure from a technical perspective, but you do actually need to engage in dialogue with the people who are affected or subjected to an AI system in order to agree what is actually fair for a given system and in given circumstances. I actually found it quite interesting, the approach that Mika, you've taken in Denmark, because you're saying, well, we're not really trying to label the product, but we're actually trying to label the organization. And this is actually something that I've always shied away from because of the difficulty of, well, how do you deal with really, really big organizations, companies like Facebook, like Amazon, like Google, who have interests spread all over the world, who will be acting in different or by different standards all over the world, and how can you sort of draw the line around their Danish activities to give them such a label, or would it be more like, well, this is intended for SMEs?
The idea is that it needs to work for all kind of companies, sizes and forms. Both the smaller ones, the SMEs, and also the big companies. But of course, if you have a company like Microsoft or Google or Facebook, it can be difficult. We have to find out how that will work. And they can be split up into different business lines and have different market focuses, and the privacy and security might differ depending on the product that they actually serve to different customer types. So that's of course something we need to find out how to work with. But I think if you have the ISO 27001 standard, that's also from a company perspective that you are actually looking into standards. So I think we want to look into the whole company, and we also are having in the criteria privacy and security by design and default, which is also something that you could say the company, that's about internal processes and how they are actually developing systems from the start until they launch and also post-launch. So yeah, we are taking that perspective in Denmark, which is different from the white paper, which is based on marking or labeling specific services, right, or AI algorithms.
We're actually seeing maybe that's also a line of inquiry that might be helpful. We're seeing a lot of requests from developers of AI who are saying, well, there are lots of ethical dilemmas to consider, and as developers, it's not really our competency and our role to make decisions on how to deal with these. And so they are also clients or users, if you like, of any labeling or certification scheme, because it makes their life and their work a lot easier.
Yeah, I think, I mean, both IT security and privacy and ethics and those kind of can be difficult for companies to really find out what is it actually that I need to do different in order to live up to this. And we hope that the different criteria that we profile out to the risk-based approach on company types will give that guidance basically to the companies. But I think now we're talking AI here, and I believe also we are looking at the same frameworks, I guess, and they are quite new. There's the EU high-level expert group, OECD, and whatnot, and I think there's a need for more standardization and European alignment on relevant criteria. I think in the white paper you have some ideas of what the criteria should be for the high-risk AI algorithms, but more work needs to be done. And I can also see when we are kind of operationalizing the criteria also in AI, then we need to find out what is it actually that the companies need to do, and how do we audit it? How do we check whether they are actually living up to the criteria that we are claiming that they need to do? There needs to be more understanding on that across Europe, I think.
Thank you for that perspective. We have a few questions coming up, and we have I have the help from my remote moderator, who will switch to some of the people asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yes, I've received some questions, and one question was from Lucy van der Laan, and she says, I'm enjoying the discussion, but it's very abstract. I think the workshop can benefit from some concrete examples. Where are actually benefits, especially for fighting COVID-19? And then the real question is, can you give some concrete examples of a database application that's actually helping with COVID?
Who wants to take on this one? Yes, please.
Yeah. I mean, a typical example of that is there's a CT scan which can analyze the CT scan data and identify whether a patient can be diagnosed as having COVID-19, which has been based on data from China, because that's where they had the first data for, and which has then been used in various European hospitals. And that is clearly, I mean, that's a perfect example, actually, of the dilemma you have between speed and quality, because the identification, especially at the beginning, was extremely urgent, so they needed something very quickly, and therefore a number of hospitals use this without going through the usual things that you would do. If you usually typically have a software which helps you to identify certain diseases, you would have months and maybe years of testing. You would go through a very complicated procedure, and then you would be sure that it absolutely is the best thing that you have on the market. Now, in this case, it wasn't possible. It was probably better than nothing, but not as perfect as it could have been, or as it would be once, if that is developed on the basis of, let's say, 1 or 2 years data, then it's going to be much better in the future. But that time wasn't available, so people had to use what they had, but it definitely did help. So that's a wonderful example. You can also use AI data for the modeling of the spreading. I don't know how far they have advanced. I mean, clearly the modeling needs a lot of improvement. We've all seen that the modeling of the COVID-19 spreading has been very far off the mark. So using AI to improve that is certainly another avenue. And then there's also, in terms of developing the treatment, both the exposure treatment if you're sick and also of developing the vaccine, AI is used to actually go through the various combinations of medical agents, active ingredients to see which ones are the ones which are most promising. So actually, there's pretty much everything, every element of the fight against COVID-19 is either, well, actually has been or is still being developed with the help of AI.
Thank you very much, Martin, for answering this question. We do have loads of other ones, and one is from Desiree, and she has a question for Michael Jensen. And the question is, why would companies be paying for a labeling scheme? And she's asking, are there any ideas on how the data can be stored in a centralized or decentralized system?
First of all, in terms of the value of a label, I think it is valuable for the companies to get a criteria that they need to adhere to. So instead of themselves actually, finding out, then they can use this as a guide. That can be value, but the value for the companies is also that the companies that actually live up to the criteria, they can to their external customers and consumers and society basically communicate with the data seal that they are trustworthy and are treating the users and customers' data in a trustworthy way, and that way they will get a competitive advantage. And we also, in the criteria, we also have focus on IT security parts, and many companies are being threatened by cyber security attacks, and by having the seal and living up to the requirements, they can save money on that part of the equation also. So we believe that it will be valuable for the companies to actually take on being, you could say, certified and getting the seal, but also communicating it afterwards. And the companies taking on it will be able to differentiate themselves in the market on trustworthiness going forward.
I have to just add on there. One question that comes up again and again when we talk about a seal. A seal is you have it or you don't have it. It's an all or nothing label, which from a simplicity perspective is as simple as it gets. Either a company is trustworthy or a company is not trustworthy. And in our work, we considered this approach, but in the end, we rejected it because we felt that, in particular for AI ethics, there are quite a few trade-offs to be made and quite a few shades of gray, if you like. So, for example, if you talk about a COVID-19 app, you can say, well, an important ethical characteristics of it would be that it's completely transparent, that it shows what algorithm it uses, that it shows what data was used to train it. But then at the same time, you might want such an app to be a good protection of your privacy. And you immediately get a conflict because total privacy is not possible when medical data and movement data and other sensitive data of a large number of citizens somehow goes into the app to train the algorithm. So you're having to make a trade-off between transparency and privacy in this case, and it's not something that we felt can be aggregated into a single seal, but rather something that needs to be shown separately, sort of in a standardized way as a more detailed label, almost like a little data sheet, like the nutrition information you find on items of food, which are also those tiny little data sheets that look the same on every item of food. So that's I think a very important clarification when we talk about labeling. We have to be clear. Do we talk about a simple yes/no seal of approval, if you like, or do we actually talk more about something that's a bit like a data sheet, maybe also a bit similar to the energy efficiency label or the nutrition label. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we are working on making one seal, and but then the criteria that the companies need to live up to is dependent on the risk profile they have, and that's in order to make it simple for the users, end users actually, so they don't need to look into different versions of the mark, just like the energy mark that you are talking about. We believe it's important to communicate in a simple, easy way for the consumers, because basically the consumers or end users, they don't really know much about data, whether it's privacy or IT, security, whatever. It's all kind of data for them, and we need to give some guidance for them. So that's kind of the idea. In terms of the COVID apps, we had a discussion in Denmark as well. About it, whether data should be stored in a centralized database or should be stored on the client instead. And if the company behind the application would have used the seal that we are developing, then they would probably have made a solution where they didn't make storage on a centralized database, but rather on the client, and use the privacy and security by design and default criteria that we have in the seal. And I think, I mean, in terms of privacy, the idea is that you build in privacy and security from the start, but then the users or customers can basically opt in to give more data if they want, but it's not that they don't have a choice. So I think it's more about being transparent and giving the customer also solutions and choices on how much they want to basically share of their data.
But if we're looking into, oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I'm also seeing a hand from Andre. That's already been up for a while. Yeah, so I'll give him the floor.
So, hello everyone, my name is André Melancia. I'm from Portugal. I am part of technical communities here in Portugal and also around the world. My focus is mainly to deploy AI solutions and other kinds of solutions as well. And I have had an extreme level of requests in the last few months, specifically because of COVID, but also in the last 2 years, this has also been a trend. So let me just give you some of my practical problems and maybe use this as food for thought for the discussion. As I mentioned, in the last 2 years, there's been a big hype in using artificial intelligence. A lot of people want to learn about artificial intelligence, but most of them are not what we can call data scientists. They don't have the basis to understand all of the concepts of AI. And most of the providers like Microsoft, Google, AWS, and many others are making it easier for people who are, for instance, developers, not so much data scientists, to be able to use these technologies without extreme knowledge of things like statistics and maths and advanced information about AI itself. That means that anyone who's a developer can just go to pre-created services that all of these providers can supply and just use them even without actually using AI or doing the actual training. So just maybe pressing a button or calling a REST API, something like that. And that brings a whole set of problems that some of you discussed already, and one of them is about ethics. So Sebastian first mentioned ethics in this discussion, and of course, if you are a data scientist and if you are learning data science, you probably have, at least for most universities I know, you probably have some subject about ethics and try to understand ethics in the context of AI. However, if you are a developer, that's not really a problem that you are faced with. In most cases, if you have a project and they ask you to use AI, you just need to use AI as fast as possible, solve a problem, and move on. And that becomes an issue when it comes to ethics, especially. Also, some of you have already mentioned, when I raised my hand, I was about to say that, but you mentioned this already, which is about privacy. So most of these providers that provide easy AI, let's call it like that, they have their services in the clouds. It is their business, it's the way that they get money, and in which case privacy might be overlooked when you send everything to the cloud so that you can do AI on the information. Just to finish this information, and there was someone that wanted more examples on how to use this. So there is a lot. So most companies now that provide products and services, they are using AI, and they have done a lot of work in AI, especially e-commerce shops. They have done a lot of work in retraining all of their models in the last few months, because all of the things that they knew before was a normal, let's say, suggestion to give to the users became completely wrong starting March, something like that. Because from that point on, people were asking for different things. And of course, I'm not mentioning the usual things like toilet paper or anything like that, but the requirements like buying masks, buying disinfectants and things like that online became an actual thing. So most providers of online commerce, or even in-person, big retail commerce, they have started to use AI to try to predict things which are not very well predictable if you are just a human taking from your own experience. So this is something that they have been using every single day until now in the last 2 or 3 months to actually make some sense out of all of the irrationality and all of the madness that comes with the current pandemic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Any thoughts on this from some of the panels?
Yes, I think Andre mentioned one very important point, which is that a lot of AI development is based on existing frameworks, be it Google's TensorFlow or Facebook's PyTorch, which are de facto standards. They are being widely used because they are good, they get the job done. But we do have two limitations that we need to be aware of, in particular when we look from a European perspective. The one limitation is, Andre sort of lightly touched on it, is the quality of the data that goes into it. It's one thing to get an AI framework up and running and to train an algorithm and get it to do something. But it's a different level of quality to consider, well, how good is the data that I'm feeding into it? Is it complete? Is it biased? Am I just automating errors that human beings used to make? And that's something that's not necessarily taught to computer scientists or the computer engineers who program and train AI. And the second issue is the transparency of the frameworks themselves. So we use the frameworks that normally also integrated with cloud offerings. So we don't really know what else might be happening with the data. So we're actually forced to trust certain entities, some of which haven't always proven that they are very trustworthy in their past behavior. And we might want to consider concepts such as European AI distributions, which could take a leaf out of the very successful way in which, for example, Linux is being distributed. Very, very few people take the Linux code and compile it and implement it from scratch. Most people take a ready-made package where someone's taken the actual Linux kernel, added lots and lots of tools that are specific for a particular application or a particular type of user, and is giving that usually packaged with some sort of support contract. And we might want to consider building a similar infrastructure, similar ecosystem of AI distributions, maybe with some of the big toolkits at the core, but kind of decorated with the tools and issues that are relevant for Europe, to make it easier for developers to create trustworthy AI applications.
I know, Martin, that the EU has the data strategy working alongside the AI white paper. Could you comment on the interplay between the two?
Yeah, let me first agree with Sebastian. I mean, one of the problems when you do any kind of modeling is always the quality of the data. That is certainly something very important for AI. It's not specific to AI. As an economist, when I was doing my studies, I used to be told, you know, data is basically rubbish in, rubbish out. If you have a model and the data you put in there is crap, then you're going to get crap out. And once again, a current example. I mean, some of the predictions have been made about the COVID crisis, about hundreds of thousands of dead people, mostly because of the data of which they used. I mean, that wasn't actually AI, but just, you know, very limited data, not good enough quality, and then you get predictions which are 10 times higher than anything which is reasonable. And if you don't have people who and therefore the data quality is extremely important. And in AI, of course, the argument would be that it's more important because AI can be scaled up so much easier. So it can do so many more things. Therefore, you still have the same concern that you had before, but the impacts are getting higher, and therefore that is very, very important. Now, in order to improve data quality, you have to have a choice of data. Now, if you've got only 3 data points, then there's not much you can do. If you have 100, it's already better. If you've got 10,000, you know, you're slightly getting there. By the time you've got 10 million, you probably have some good chance of having a good quality set of data. And therefore, making data available, which is really the purpose of the data strategy, is a key requirement for the entire architecture that we're talking about here in terms of making sure that AI is of high quality. If there's no data available, then we can talk about need for data quality and debiasing and all kinds of things. But if there's any data, then there's nothing. I mean, all these things simply cannot be done. And therefore, the data is really the A and the O of artificial intelligence. And of course, the other way around as well. I mean, if you've got large sets of data without AI, you won't be able to make much sense of them. There's a limited number of data points that you can handle, even with computer help. If the computer help needs human intelligence to actually go through the data, so you can, use your computer to do various searches, etc., etc. But if you have to manage very, very large data sets, at some time it just becomes impossible. Which is exactly why AI has such a big promise, because it actually can see connections between data, can find correlations that humans couldn't find simply because the volume of data is too big. So these two things are two sides of the medal, and that's also why they've been published together, and that's I think why they will continue to evolve together.
Perfect, thank you. I know we have a few more questions in the chat.
Yeah, that's right, Charlotte. I have a question from Amelie de Silva Mitchell. And the question is, what has been the role for professional bodies, such as lawyers, engineers, doctors, and accountants, in setting a consistent standard for AI?
Well, I can say something about that, at least from a German perspective. It fits. Actually, it's a very good question, because it fits neatly into the previous categories we've discussed so far. Kind of looking at the product, looking at the organization, looking at the communication. Now we're actually looking at the professionals as individuals who are operating AI. Be it doctors in their practice, getting AI to help them with diagnosing COVID, or getting AI to help them interpret X-rays, or be it engineers using AI to help them optimize traffic flows, or the construction of lightweight building materials, or anything like that. So at least in Germany, there's actually been some work 20 years ago to draw up a code of ethics for engineers, which was done in one of the largest engineering associations, and it was a multidisciplinary process. Came up with an 8 or 9 page code of ethics, which sort of stood there for 20 years. And now last year, more or less the same group, as far as they were still alive, but more or less the same group came together again to update their code of ethics, to reflect certain characteristics of AI. And it's interesting because usually you would have thought that something like ethics should be technology neutral. But if you draw up a code of ethics, what is right and wrong to do for an engineer, it shouldn't really matter exactly what technology that engineer uses. But since AI is so new and has characteristics that we've never seen before in another technology, it actually necessitates updating such technology neutral codes of ethics as well. Just like many technical standards have to be touched again.
Can you elaborate a bit on the technology neutral? What was the problem?
Well, the two characteristics of AI that make it difficult to treat it just like any other new technology. One is the black box character of AI. So I cannot tell how an AI system reaches a decision. It might say, well, this is a stop sign or this is a speed limit sign, but I cannot look inside the box to tell me what leads you to believe that this is a stop sign, or what leads you to believe that this person isn't creditworthy, and so on and so forth. So it's that black box nature, which probably we can't be completely sure yet, but which is probably an issue in principle. It's not that it just takes a bit more work to overcome, but it's a principal limitation of one of the most common AI methods at the moment, kind of the neural networks. And the second fundamentally new characteristics of AI is that it's self-learning, and which means that if I certify AI today and I prove that it has certain desirable characteristics, it's safe and it's ethical and it's everything else, well, it might learn, it might change itself, and then tomorrow, well, who knows whether it's still safe and ethical and robust. So that poses whole new challenges for things like testing and certification. In practice, you have to find a way of automating those processes and repeat those processes, which used to be sort of one-offs or something that you maybe do yearly or so. So these are the main two new characteristics, which mean that things that were meant to be technology neutral do need to be taken up again and checked again and maybe revised.
Just before we go to the recommendation, do you think, it may be both for Sebastian and Martin, do you think there will be a demand to use the AI models that has more explainability in them, that you can't use neural AI network models for some parts because you need to have the transparency? Do you foresee that?
It's quite possible. If you look at, for example, AI in the justice system, there are quite a number of countries who already use AI today to decide whether someone is released on bail, whether someone is released on parole, or even to decide, well, this person should go into prison for 5 years or 11 years. And it might be possible to prove statistically that on average, as a whole, the AI way of doing it might be better than human judges and human parole officers. But, and so you could argue, well, of course, yeah, let's do it with AI, because as a whole, it seems to be better. Statistically, it seems to be better. Big assumption there, but let's just assume that's the case. But if you're a person who is affected by that decision, if you're a person who, for example, is not released on bail, even though you think you should be, if it's a judge, you can ask the judge, well, explain to me, why are you not releasing me on bail? Or why are you sentencing me to 11 years in prison rather than 5 years in prison? And the judge has to explain that individual case. The judge won't say, well, you know, on average, people like you tend to reoffend. I'm sort of assuming they're just going to prison for 11 years. No, the judge has to give a good explanation for that individual case. And if you use AI, you cannot get that explanation for the individual case. And that, to answer your question, would be a from my perspective, a use case where we might say, well, we are not using AI because it is not explainable. It is not transparent for individual cases.
Perfect. And Martin?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it clearly depends very much on the particular use case. In some cases, it just doesn't matter, and whether it's explainable or not. In some cases, you might want to have a premium on performance compared to explainability. You know, if you have a medical system which works on which is explainable but only has a 90% success rate, and another one which is not explainable but 99% success rate, then most people would probably go for the 99%, even if there's no explainability. And then some other cases like the one Sebastian was just describing, where clearly explainability is certainly one of, if not the most important thing. But there we also have to be very careful with our technical concerns here and the kind of ethical questions. Sometimes we keep on discussing, you know, the performance of the AI, and you know, it can better, and the data is not really good, and it may be biased or whatever. And we tend to forget then the question of whether we would actually want to use AI at all. So, yeah, you know, for example, there have been questions that, taking the same example, that there have been discriminations in the US, that systems have been better to whites than to blacks, you know, that they have been more negative on blacks than on whites, and that is clearly a problem. But the key question is if that gets solved, and clearly, you know, technically that's possible to solve it. Let's assume that in 2 or 3 years' time, that's solved. If you keep on discussing all the time that, you know, there's a problem with discrimination, and then discrimination is solved, we've kind of set ourselves up to accepting the idea that we do it at all. Now then the argument would be, okay, we've been talking about discrimination, there's no discrimination anymore, now we can use it. But the fundamental question, do we actually want to use technology for that kind of purpose? Do we actually want to rely on large databases to put you in jail for 4 years as opposed to 6 years? I think that's a question which is much more important, and which we need to keep in mind, even if we first of all talk about all the technical details and the non-discrimination, and all the other issues.
Perfect. Well, I think that was a nice stepping stone over to a bit on recommendations. And Martin, you were first in line before and didn't make it. So this time you're going to be first in line with offering your recommendation.
Yeah, my recommendation is really to keep a balance. I'm coming back a bit to what I said at the beginning. You know, AI without any rules, the kind of the Wild West model of AI is clearly not something we want. But the perfect state without any innovation is something we certainly want to avoid as well. And therefore, we really have to find a balance. And I think in our particular case, a balance requires differentiation. You know, one rule fits all is probably not going to be the right way to find a balance for AI across the board.
Perfect. And Sebastian, do you want to come up next?
Yes, so my recommendation, maybe unsurprisingly after the discussion so far, is to create a standardized way to describe the ethically relevant characteristics of an AI system, like the degree of privacy, degree of transparency, degree of fairness, degree of robustness, and so on. So whether you call it a label is a different story. If it's a label, it's a detailed label. I'd like to think about it more like as a short data sheet. And the reason I'm recommending it is that pretty much every stakeholder gets a benefit out of such a standardized AI ethics data sheet or label. If you are an operator, some company who wants to operate AI systems, you can look at your use case. You can consider, okay, what ethical risks do I have in my application area? Am I maybe in personal matching or in recruitment, which is very sensitive, or am I in another area? And I can then look at the market and say, well, what is available? So some AI ethics systems might be labeled as being very ethical, or with maybe a high degree of privacy or transparency or certain relevant characteristics, and another might not. So if I put out a request for tender, I can specify these are the minimum requirements on ethics that I want. From a regulatory perspective, the regulator can use such a data sheet to set minimum requirements to say, okay, in certain high risk, medium, low risk use cases, we require certain minimal levels, and they can be specified in a standardized way within such a data sheet. And if you're a consumer who wants to buy an AI system, for example, a piece of software or an app, and you've got a choice between different apps, you can compare just like you compare the nutrition labels on food items. And finally, for a manufacturer, and I'd just like to pick up one very nice choice of words that Mikael brought up earlier. You turn the ethics of your AI systems as a competitive parameter. So you can say, look, these are the levels that of transparency, of privacy, that my ethics system reaches, and therefore I've got a much broader market available compared to a competitor who might have lower levels or who might not be able to provide that data at all. Thank you.
Very interesting thoughts on the standardization. I guess that's the difficult part of it. And we'll take questions after this. We had a few one left from the round before, but we'll take Mikael's recommendations as well.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my recommendation is basically that it's crucial that we as citizens and consumers have trust in the digital services we use every day. And today it can be very difficult to know whether a company has good IT security or is handling our data in a responsible and ethical manner or not. And I think we must see digital trust as a driver for innovation, continuous growth, and competitive advantage in Europe. So basically, I think we need to consider algorithmic systems and AI as part of a broader agenda regarding digital trust. So instead of developing a trustworthy label within specific technologies or areas, for example, security, privacy, AI, IoT, then we should develop a European labeling scheme with a more holistic approach to digital trust, which should include reliability, security, privacy, and ethics, thereby also covering AI, which is what the citizens are concerned about. So by aiming at having a demand-driven European voluntary labeling scheme within digital trust, it's possible to get impact seen from a consumer, company, and societal point of view.
Very good. Thank you. And we'll take the few questions left. And if you have further questions, please join in on the chat, because this is going to be the last round of questions before we have the key messages of this sessions being read out. But please.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. Yes, I do have some questions still in line. One is from Olga Luke, sorry if I mispronounce your name. And the question is from Martin Ulbrich. And the question is, does the omission of a temporary ban on the deployment of facial recognition technology from the final version of the white paper, as opposed to the initial text leaked in December 2019, mean that the EU is willing to prioritize technology over privacy concerns? And how does automatic facial recognition comply with the GDPR requirements to get individuals explicit consent?
Yeah, I guess that's for me. Now it's actually the question of the face recognition in the draft white paper is actually very funny. As you know, if you write a white paper, it goes through many iterations. I think in our case we had something like 27 different drafts. And the interesting thing is, out of these 27 different drafts, there was a single draft, I don't know, version number 13 or 14, in which there was a moratorium was ever mentioned. It hadn't been mentioned before, it was never mentioned afterwards. And I thought it was very interesting that this single draft was the one which was leaked to the press. So I don't think that you can draw the conclusion that you were mentioning. AI is clearly, as you have seen in the white paper, a topic which we want to have a debate about. We clearly are concerned. it is a technology which is not yet ready for rollout from a technological point of view. I don't think we are ready for a ban from a political point of view either. And therefore, what we really need now is a debate. We expect that among the 600 and maybe 700 or 800 people or organizations who do comment in the public consultation, a large number of them will have something to say on face recognition. It is clearly one of the highest profile applications of AI. And interestingly enough, it's where we are dealing with AI regulation in general. Even countries which don't really necessarily want to regulate AI in general, like the United States, they have a flurry of local initiatives on face recognition. Now, face recognition has to comply with the GDPR if you actually apply it, or with the law enforcement directive. GDPR doesn't apply to the police force and border control. And the instances where face recognition has been used in Europe, so far always have. There has been a case in the UK where but that was when the UK was still in the Union, whether the use by the police in Wales was appropriate, and the court said yes. There have been a couple of cases in Sweden and France where the European the National Data Protection Authority stopped face recognition systems, although everybody had agreed to it. Then there's a number of test cases which are really working for the purpose of which is research, such as one in Berlin a year ago or two. So for the moment, everything is fine. But the question is really whether a widespread use of face recognition is acceptable to European citizens. As always, there's a trade-off. You may get more security, but you may get less liberty, and that I'm really oversimplifying. But what it is that the European public wants, that I don't know, and that's why we've decided it would be a good idea to ask the public.
Actually, if I can add something to Martin's points, when discussing AI ethics, face recognition is actually a wonderful example because it allows us to consider the many shades of grey that are to be considered in AI ethics. So with the very same technology, face recognition could be used for unlocking your mobile phone. In which case, okay, you're probably not on ethically sensitive territory, but it can also be used in the streets for mass recognition of people in demonstrations or just for people in the streets, which has a whole different raft of ethical issues. But it's basically the same technology, and you can take those examples even further. You can go onto the factory floor. You might have machinery that recognizes workers for safety reasons, and maybe also remembers whether certain workers tend to sort of be more alert than others. So it might want to identify workers if you've got face recognition there. And all of a sudden, you have to talk about safety versus data protection and versus AI ethics. So it is a wonderful example that to me shows that AI ethics is not something that can be discussed separate or independent of the application context. And in fact, we actually need to start by considering the application or the application area and the sensitivity of it, the ethical risks in it, and then we can work towards the AI system and say, well, for that level of sensitivity, what is actually the appropriate ethical standard that the AI system needs to reflect? Thank you.
But are we good enough at handling these gray zones? Because they keep coming up. And is there some way that it can't be case by case, that we have something we can fall back onto? Do you have a comment on that?
Well, it's a little bit like in law enforcement. You can't list all the possible cases and specify the fines and the prison term for each imaginable case. So you have to
group them. So was it intentional? Was it accidental? If it was intentional, what was the motive, and so on. And so you've got certain criteria that you put into the law to determine what the fine or the prison sentence should be. And in the same way, you cannot list every imaginable use case to come up with the ethical demands that you want to put on it. And therefore, you also have to classify. And there's a lot of work. There are quite a large number of different schemes to do that. Martin has explained the white paper approach, which is sort of a mix of two major risk levels: low risk, high risk, and also as a sector-based approach. And then there's work from a variety of groups which tend to end up with 4 to 5 risk levels, depending on what the impact is, if the AI gets it wrong, and whether you've got a choice to be subject to that AI or not. So I think that those classification schemes also need to be standardized in some way. So consensus needs to be built on what the right classification scheme is to determine the ethical sensitivity of an AI use case.
Do you want to comment as well, Martin?
Yeah, I was going to say, the world is a complicated place. Gray zones will always be there. And it's completely impossible, or even it's completely unimaginable that whatever regulation comes up out of the white paper process, if there's indeed some regulation coming up, will have an exhaustive list of this is in one category and this is in the other. There always will need to be some practical appreciation of the circumstances, and therefore you will definitely need some kind of authorities who will actually do that, and clearly that would have to be done. That would have to be done. The member states who know much better than the centralized authority, what the particular circumstances of time and place are. Therefore, I think yes, there will be gray zones, and we won't necessarily be very good at dealing with them at the beginning. But over time, in many other areas of the world and of the modern world, there are plenty of gray zones, but we have developed codes and practices how to deal with them. And that's going to happen with AI as well. We just have to keep in mind that we're at the beginning of the technology, and therefore it's going to take some time before everything is going to be as good as possibly could be. And even then, it's not going to be perfect, of course.
All right. We're about to round up this session. We got Rapporteur coming up in a minute. If somebody wants to pose a last question, do we have anyone still missing in the chat?
Yeah, we do have another question, Charlotte. And the question is from Amelie de Silva Mitchell. And the question is, what is a possible approach to getting to consistent data sets according collaborating entities? And it's saying that we hear data is inconsistent to enable good AI collaboration.
Anyone?
Well, making data compatible, of course, is very, it's kind of the holy grail of that. When I said earlier that you need to have access to lots of data, and if you don't have data, then you can't do anything. I mean, there's plenty of data around. The problem with most of the data which is around is that you first need to curate it in order to make it usable. And that actually means very often making it compatible with either certain standards or to have a common category that you can link various data sets. That's a very, very labor-intensive, still labor-intensive work. And that's one reason why there's going to be a huge demand in terms of data scientists and AI professionals in the near future, or even in the medium-term future. Depending on the area in which you are, sometimes it will remain the way that you have to manually actually do it the way it is. Sometimes standardizations can help if you have a well-defined area in which that is possible. And I'm sure Sebastian knows much more about that. And sometimes there may be a combination of the two of them. So it's a very wide field. I don't think you can have any simple answer to that.
Right. Oh, all right. I think I'll round up with a really easy question, maybe, or maybe not. if the three of you could think of what has surprised you the most in working with AI? What has been the most exciting challenges? Just to mention one thing, could you round up with that? And I think you can join in who wants to start.
Well, okay, I'll start. Well, what has surprised me is the quality of the public discussion and the way in which ethics is being discussed right from the start. It's very different from earlier hype technologies, be it atomic energy a few decades ago, or genetic engineering or nanotechnology. In those cases, it was always the engineers just creating the new technology, seeing a really bright future and getting a lot of development done. And then later on, the rest of society woke up and said, oh, hang on, we're not quite sure that we like everything that you're doing there. And then we got into a very confrontational situation around these technologies. For AI, I'm observing that it's actually the community of scientists and engineers themselves who are reaching out to the rest of society and are saying, well, you know, there are some ethical issues here we think that we're not really comfortable about. We should talk about this. We should create a societal consensus. And so I'm actually quite optimistic and hopeful that we will not see the same kind of confrontational discourse for AI that we've seen in major technologies previously.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Michael, your turn.
Unmute here. I think it's when we are working and trying to make the AI criteria concrete, I can see there is a need for more standardization and alignment about how to actually operationalize the criteria. I think on a higher level, there is kind of getting common ground on transparency and model and data quality and stuff like that. But how to make it practical for companies actually to adhere to those standards is still there still needs stuff to be done there, and also how to actually follow up from a labeling scheme point of view to find out whether the companies are actually living up to the specific criteria. That's one of the key takeouts at the moment that we need to focus on.
Perfect, thank you. Martin, do you want to end?
The thing which most impresses me is kind of the difference between talking to the engineers and people in the field and talking to the wider public. You know, when you're talking to people who actually work in the areas, we're talking about things like, you know, explainability, transparency, et cetera, et cetera. If you talk to people in the wider world, I regularly give out speeches to consumer groups. They're talking about computers taking over the world. It's a completely different approach. And sometimes I wonder whether when we're talking about creating trust, we are not, I wouldn't say barking up the wrong tree, but we are assuming that the public has certain issues with explainability or with bias or whatever, when in reality there's a much wider and much more profound concern in the public, which isn't that much linked to technical niceties or even legal niceties, but to a very fundamental philosophical point of view.
Interesting. Thank you very much. And for my part, I'm about to round off because we have a rapporteur coming up with the key messages that we need to agree on. I just want to say thank you so much for a lively discussion, for all the questions and for all your good answers in the panel. It's been a pleasure being part of this. And now, Marco Lotti, the word is yours.
Thank you, Charlotte. I assume you can all hear me and see me well. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I must say that also from the reporting side, following the session was very, very interesting. As you mentioned, I'm Marco Lotti. I'm from the Geneva Internet Platform, and my task today was to write a comprehensive report about what was said, which will be available next Monday. But my second task was also to sum up the discussion on three main takeaway messages on which we should see whether there is a rough consensus. Before reading the messages, I would like to remind you also that Again, this moment is for a rough consensus because the EuroDIG platform will email you the text of the messages, and it will be possible for you to comment and edit furthermore. So again, this is just to see whether more or less the content of these messages reflects what has been discussed. If we can show the first message from the slides so that I can read it out, and if there are any objections, please feel free to type them in the chat. As a first message, we have trustworthiness should be regarded as a prerequisite for innovation. When addressing it, we shall look at two sides, one that regards the characteristics of the product, that means the safety requirements, and one that is related to how trustworthiness is communicated to the people. One solution could be also developing a standardized way of describing an ethically relevant framework for AI systems. And as an example was also mentioned that the Danish government has launched a new company labeling system which aims to make it easier for users to identify companies who are treating customer data responsibly. So I'm just quickly looking at the chat to see if there are any stronger objections also from the public and from the speakers on this first message. In case, please let me know before we move to the second message. Okay, there is one correction that says that it's not the Danish government. If it's the case, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. I will correct it, of course, accordingly. Do we have, can I ask maybe to Michael to clarify this point, please?
Yes, it is. It's the partnership.
Yeah. Okay.
Of the Danish Confederation of Danish Businesses, and I can send you the specifics.
Yeah. Okay.
One other small correction, line 2 and 3. It's not really the technical safety requirements, it's the ethically relevant characteristics.
Okay. Okay. Noted. Perfect. Okay, if besides these two comments, again, the messages will be sent to you for later commenting and editing. I think we can move to the second message, which reads, striking the right balance between trustworthiness and innovation represents an important regulatory challenge for AI applications. The EU Commission's white paper addresses this aspect, especially in high-risk scenarios when rapid responses are needed. Are there any strong reactions on this side or on this message?
Well, you might want to add a sentence at the end saying trustworthiness can also be a driver of innovation.
Yeah.
Just to capture that aspect as well.
Okay. I would now then move to the last message, which reads, AI and data are interlinked. It is difficult to make sense of large data sets without AI, and AI applications are useless if fed with poor quality data or no data at all. Therefore, AI discussions need to be linked to data governance schemes, addressing sharing, protection, and standardization of data. However, it has also been said that AI also presents important peculiar characteristics, such as the black box and the self-learning elements, that make it necessary to update the existing frameworks that regulate other technologies. Again, if you have any edits to or comments, strong reactions to this message, please let me know. It seems that there are no further reactions from for the messages. Therefore, I would give the floor back to Charlotte I think the first part of my work is done here. The second part will be wrapping up the report, which again you will find on the Digital Watch website and will also be emailed to you by the EuroDIG Secretariat. Thank you very much, and thank you to the speakers for the interesting discussion.
Thank you so much, Marco. And for my part, I think we're just on time, so I fill out my role at least on ending on time. I don't know if Nadia, you need to say something at the end here, but thanks again for participating.
Yes.
It's been a pleasure.
Well, also thank you so much for your moderation. It was definitely an interesting sessions, and we had the possibility to hear from not only the key participants, but also from the participants who are joining us online. And we are very happy that we were able to address this issue because it's so pertinent and happening in our times now. So there's a quick note from our remote moderator, Alka.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia. I would also like to thank Charlotte for moderating and being on time. And also the rapporteur, and the chat was really active, so thank you everyone for asking your questions, and I hope to continue this on the EuroDIG forum.
So now we have come to the end of this session. I would like to see if EuroDIG headquarters is online to come and join us. EuroDIG headquarters, are you here?
I can hear you, I can see you.
Hi, how are you doing?
It's getting hot meanwhile. There is a thunderstorm coming and it's really, really hot in our studio with all the computers and all the devices that are making even more hot air. But I could see in your session, there was no hot air at all. It was a very good discussion. And what was really enlightening for me was how the messages were quickly discussed at the end and how consensus was built on these key messages. That's basically the essence of EuroDIG, and that will go out into the brochure and that we will distribute to key policy organizations and governments, etc. So congratulations to all, how you managed to do this. This is exactly how it should be. And with this, I think we can go into the coffee break. We will reconvene here at 4:30. And I think it's you, Nadia, that guides us then through the youth messages.
Yes, it will be my pleasure to introduce to you the youth messages that will be presented by the EuroDIG participants who have been working the last 5 weeks online instead of being in Trieste. But they do want to share with you all the thoughts that are happening with them in their local communities. So we do hope that you will come and join us after this small break.
Wonderful. I hope the room will be
Die
packed.
Aufzeichnung wurde gestoppt.
And I will now rush to Studio Berlin and Studio Trieste because they will stop streaming for the 2 days. And I would like to say goodbye to them. And we meet each other here again in half an hour. Enjoy the music meanwhile.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye, Sandra.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, I heard Berlin is calling already.
Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Elisabeth. You won't believe it's not so easy which studio you take first because that has a big technical impact. So we have to coordinate here when we switch between studios. That's really a harder part than it might than it might look like in the internet. So I see your participants are still there. Pretty much welcome. A lot of well-known faces. Hello to all of you. I hope you had a good session. Universal acceptance is always a hot topic.
It was a good discussion, high-level speakers we had here, and I learned a lot personally on the topic.
Perfect. Elizabeth, I know Berlin is finished to stream today. Basically, you managed to do all your session, but we will reconvene for the wrap-up at 6 o'clock, right? And
Yes.
we will then say goodbye all together to everyone. And I hope, I really would wish that those people are still in the session here would also be available and would have time again to log in for the wrap up, because this is the moment when we basically let you know what kind of effort was behind it, and when we would also like to thank everyone that helped shaping this virtual EuroDIG. So Nadia, sorry, Elizabeth, see you in a short while.
See you then, Sandra.
Bye to you all, and thanks to everybody.
Bin ich im Bild?
Thank you very much from Trieste as well. Thank you for the excellent section. Bye-bye.
So, welcome back to this more or less last segment of this year's EuroDIG. We are now going to listen to the youth messages. Those who know EuroDIG know that we have a youth program dedicated for the youth, for the young people across Europe. We call it EuroDIG, and it relates directly to our EuroDIG program. The thing this year was that we started with a call for application and with a selection process, still in the assumption that we are going to meet physically in Trieste. And when we made all the selection and letters to participants inviting them have been sent, we had to take the hard decision to move to a virtual meeting. However, thanks to the EuroDIG program planning committee, they moved from a physical meeting to a virtual meeting in a very short time frame, and this was really amazing. And here I would really like to thank, in particular, the 5 people that are on the program committee, which is Jana Misic from Serbia, Georgi Adashvili from Georgia, Elisabeth Schauermann from the EuroDIG Secretariat and basically from Austria, Nadja Tjaya from the Netherlands, Mary Bagdasarian from Armenia, and Deborah Balletta from Italy. And of course, Auke Pals from the Netherlands. He was supposed to do all the logistics with the youngsters in Trieste, but he was also, of course, very helpful in the selection process. We received nearly 200 applications and decided for around 25-30 participants who then participated in a series of webinars that have been organized by the 5 people that I just mentioned. And since Nadia was involved in, can I see Nadia on my screen? Hi Nadia, here I am again. And since Nadia was involved in the drafting of the messages and everything, I think Nadia is the best guiding us through the youth messages and explain a little bit more in detail what you have done during the day. And again, you did all a really amazing job in setting this up in such a short time. You had way less time than we had for EuroDIG, but you did it in a remarkable way. Thank you very much. Over to you, Nadia.
Hello from EuroDIG.
Know how to stay safe online.
How can we trust?
Included cheap fakes produced using much simpler tools.
Deep and widespread mistrust of people from all over the world for the mainstream media and the mainstream politicians.
The more you try to limit something, the more people behind it fight back.
That the web is not something parallel to politics, but it's something mixed. So
it's important that you raise to the attention issues that you are facing in the communities, because these are people who don't always see what is happening on the ground.
You know, online space is still a space that is occupied by people.
Social networks are the key agora or forum of social, political, and cultural engagement.
The debate alive, okay? Promote literacy, talk, communicate, create a common language.
We have the moral duty to be active in the political debate on social media.
How can you communicate to others about them so they understand what you're talking about even without knowing the rights you're talking about?
What are the issues that are most important for you?
Because I think if we want to advocate, we need to have a common ground and we need to ask, okay, what are our common values?
Most funders of NGOs around the world, they would not handle grants to a youth organization because they don't believe that we are serious enough to develop our own projects.
You know, if we're running a panel about a particular policy issue, let's just make that proposal ourselves and do it.
I will now give the floor to Elizabeth Schaumann, who has been the coordinator for our session. Please go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Nadia. I guess I missed my spot here, but thank you. Cool video, huh? So, as I just mentioned, I'm Elisabeth Schauermann, and participants of sessions in Studio Berlin have seen me as the studio host in the past 3 days. But Here and now, I have the honor of speaking to you in my role as the link between the EuroDIG program committee that was introduced by Sandra before and the EuroDIG Secretariat. It is a well-held tradition that we have that every year we try to give around 25 to 30 young people under 30 the opportunity to participate in EuroDIG and then also very actively in EuroDIG, bring them in as newcomers and give them an opportunity to make their voice heard. Usually we do this in a 2 to 3 day pre-event right before the EuroDIG meeting starts in the city where EuroDIG takes place. And we always aim to provide a space for young people to learn about internet governance, build a network, and also to find common ground and advocate for what they find most important that year in that particular context. The outcome of this year's effort will be presented to you shortly by those who draft them. But before I would like to briefly tell you how we restructured EuroDIG this year in light of COVID-19. So from the selected participants, we asked them if they would be willing to also participate in a series of webinars instead of an online meeting. And thankfully, many of them said yes. And it turned out to work really well because all of our participants showed up being extremely bright and with a high level of insight throughout the 6-week period that we asked them to convene basically every Saturday to discuss. We conducted 4 webinars on the internet governance ecosystem, on media and content, on human rights and policy advocacy, and then allocated the time in between the meetings to identify key issues that the EuroDIG participants wanted to bring to the table. But as Nadia was the facilitator of this policy drafting, she will now tell you herself how the participants were empowered to come up with the EuroDIG messages of 2020.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So for the youth messages, we collected, discussed, and coordinated the available knowledge that was in this varied group. They come from a varied sense of backgrounds, and therefore it is a reflection of the concerns and thoughts that are happening in local communities throughout Europe. These are the ideas that participants feel could address their concerns, and therefore we focused on solution-oriented messages. The term solution-oriented is seen here contrary to abstract or motherhood statements. In essence, to make a message that allows for further discussions that would challenge people to know more about the topic, or otherwise to refute the issue and therefore to come up with a better solution, or even to find ways to be able to implement it. But I don't want to talk too much about it myself. I would like to therefore ask Sofia Badari and Chris Shrishak from EuroDIG to take the floor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sofia, and we're in the EuroDIG 2020. A group of young people who come from different backgrounds and different countries. This year, EuroDIG has been different from previous year as it has been organized online. So also EuroDIG, as you already said, was organized online in which we discussed a wide range of topics, including improved internet access and non-discrimination, freedom of expression and information online, disinformation, and effective youth participation in internet governance. We really would like to thank all the participants and the organizer of EuroDIG because they made it possible to discuss together and really focus on important topic for us, even during the difficult period of the lockdown. And during which we discussed experience made us understand the importance of the approach and the value of dialogue to find a common ground. Despite not meeting in person, we have worked together to come up with some messages that we think are our attention. We really have this issue at heart since the decision makers are taking today will affect our lives tomorrow. In fact, in the future, we'll have to relate with what decision makers this day. This is really important to create and for us our voice is heard. Moreover, as things are changing fast right now, and we can all learn from each other and work to improve internet access issues. Our different backgrounds which range from low political science, made us understand it, considering data protection.
Hi, Sophia. We're hearing you not very clearly.
That is important discrimination.
And I don't think that she can hear me either.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, we can't hear you clear. Your connection is breaking up. I kindly, sorry, can I therefore ask Chris, can you perhaps jump in and go back a little bit over the points, because we lost you and the connection has been dropping. I'm sorry.
Yeah, surely. So I think, Sophia, first of all, of course, we want to thank all the other youth participants, because what we are saying here is not just representing ourselves, but also all the participants here. And so despite not meeting in person, we've been able to work together through the weekends, and we have a lot of issues at heart. And all these issues that we bring forth, we believe are decisions that we take today, which will influence our lives tomorrow. And moreover, as things are really changing fast, we're all learning, and we can all learn from each other and work together to address internet governance issues. Our different backgrounds have made it possible for us to analyze the different aspects of internet governance, from the legal aspect, considering data protection in relation to minority discrimination and children exploitation online. We also consider the topic of blockchain and the need to improve research in this field and address security and transparency issues. Finally, we also consider the importance of limiting the impact of the internet on environment and mitigate the climate crisis. So now I will go ahead and briefly describe some of our specific youth messages. We have 4 messages. Our first message pertains to data protection. Discriminatory practices involving data protection that affect minorities and victims of violence need to be addressed in data protection regulation. Representatives of these groups and communities should be included in the policymaking process so that they can raise context-specific issues. Companies should not use dark patterns. They should not nudge and deceive users into accepting data collection and processing without informed consent. Companies should follow ethical design principles, while regulators should recognize dark patterns as a violation of GDPR. Governments and child protection services should be trained to address the issue of bullying, and they should train parents. Parents should help children learn about the risk of sharing information online and build trust with their children to report cases of bullying. Our second message concerns internet access and inclusion. We call on governments, independent regulatory agencies in cooperation with private sector to establish universal connectivity with regulatory frameworks to leverage community networks as decentralized solution to provide internet access in rural or remote areas. We advocate for public-private partnerships to set up internet booths, telecenters supported by technical help, government monitoring, and suitable infrastructure. We call on governments to dedicate a week on internet governance internet governance awareness as a part of the strategic program to bring the topic of fake news to the center of attention. Guidelines and regulations should be adopted to detect fake news through collaborative discussion between civil society and government based on guidelines developed by the Council of Europe. Our third message is with regards to blockchain. Tech practitioners should conduct more research and aggregate use cases to reveal the applications where blockchain can be useful. security and transparency are still problematic in the case of online voting, identity verification, and public procurements. Youth need to be educated on advanced technologies so that they can advocate for the proper use of these technologies. Finally, we believe that the internet plays a vital role in environmental sustainability. It is essential for all stakeholders, including tech companies, energy sector, and governments, to engage in dialogue and draft policies to incentivize a green internet. This process and the transition to a green internet should be transparent, accountable, based on scientific research, and should accommodate all stakeholders. Thank you.
Are there any questions at this point from the audience? I don't see any raised hands or question in the chat, so I think we can continue.
Hi. So back to me. So I'm distracted being to have to moderate the session at the same time as managing the technical facilities is a challenging work, but it has been fun so far. So you have to please forgive me if Alka has to give me a nudge, but I'm doing my best. What I actually wanted, so there are more people from EuroDIG who are present here. And first of all, I thought perhaps we could listen a little bit more from Deborah and Mary, who were leading advocacy. How were youth involved during EuroDIG over the past 2 days? So perhaps could you give a little bit an insight or comment on how are we trying to reach out to the people to share our perspectives? So that's very nice I say that, but I also need to unmute you.
Yeah, I did.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you for the space. I hope my connection will be good enough. Just taking also some minutes to say that you're doing a great job, not just because I'm biased, because we are teammates for this thing, but I know it's been difficult, and it's been difficult as well keeping up the engagement, as you said, of young people, considering that we had to move all our program in an online sphere when we were starting the idea of having an offline meeting where people could meet each other, network, and come up with a strategy to live up to EuroDIG. For some of them was the first experience with internet governance environment. And this exactly was our aim. So make young people empowered enough to make the best of their participation to environments such as one provided by the EuroDIG, which is, as we know, is very big, is very vital, but can be intimidating for a young audience that sometimes doesn't feel enough prepared. So we build all our program in order to facilitate a better access of young people to the environment of EuroDIG. And that was the ratio that was behind the session that Elizabeth presented before. So we imagine our EuroDIG program as an ideal journey that would allow the young participants not only to gather knowledge, but to feel strong enough to raise their voice and to raise their needs when it comes to internet governance. And we hope that we achieve that. And to be honest, it's, hearing Chris and Sophia reading them out loud was a great moment because it was really thanks to them, to their commitment, they're willing to learn more, that we came up with these messages. I mean, they came up with these messages. And, it was not easy to be committed for more than 5 weeks, 6 actually. And, keep being part of this process and also dedicated more time to do group work, to do tasks that, trying to following a participatory method, which as we know, online is not easy. And, also thank you to all the team effort because every part was created by each one of the EuroDIG team. And I think that was also kind of a strength that we had. So I would also like to hear Mary's point of view because I always start talking too much about what I like. So Mary, may I leave it to you?
Okay, I am unmuted. I hope you can hear me. Great. So I just want to start by congratulating our EuroDIG participants for their amazing job that they've been doing for the last month. I'm honestly very impressed by their commitment, their active participation, and their ability to adapt to this new set of circumstances so quickly and so well. And we even managed to organize the youth messages drafting process online within 4 hours, which seems really a short period to come up with these interesting ideas that we share today with you all. And I also want to highlight that actually, I think we all know that EuroDIG is not just a conference, it is a community. And I think with our team, the program committee, to whom everyone involved in the team, I'm very thankful. And it was great to collaborate with all of you. I think we did what we could in this new, reality to empower and equip our participants with the skills and, inspire them to go ahead and get more involved in the whole ecosystem. And also, networking is not easy in this new set of reality. And we also managed not only to have experts on different topics, but also introduce our participants to different youth already involved in internet governance, and also have a session on participation and advocacy and how they can stay involved in the bigger internet governance ecosystem. So I'd like to congratulate all our youth diggers once again. We are very proud of you and hope to collaborate with you later and throughout the years. So see you all around, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Auke, for asking me to unmute myself. I also wanted to ask if any of the youth diggers would like to jump in. Perhaps Sebastian Berting, are you here? And would you like to share any of your comments or your thoughts?
Yes, hi. I'm very glad to be here, and I think the messages are pretty clear, and I hope everybody understood them. If somebody in the fields we came up with have some questions, I'll be gladly to ask them, to answer them.
Thank you very much. That kind of leaves now to the audience. I see that there's so many people who are experts and specialists in so many of these fields. What are your initial thoughts about the youth messages? I believe that the youth messages, the entire link to the document in itself, was dropped in the chat. So if you would like to look at it, our remote moderator is dropping the youth messages again in the chat. If you had any questions about them, or perhaps any reflections, was there anything that came up either during EuroDIG or anything in the field that you would like to comment on?
Yeah, I received a message, a private message, to Sebastian, and the message is, how would you explain and experience the your experience so far online?
Thank you. I think the EuroDIG experience was amazing with all the webinars we had. It was the first time for me to participate in EuroDIG, and I really thought the webinars were really helpful and to introduce me to this field and come up with ideas, and they were really supportive in making the messages. And I think this platform is very good for giving good advice to internet governance.
Thank you so much. I also see that Veronica is online. Veronica, would you like to say something and join in the conversation? You're not unmuted yet.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yes, I think it was a tremendous experience. Also because it gave us all the opportunity to network among young people from all different paths, but also different countries. And I think that it was one of the greatest aspects about this community is that we can all work on the same issues and also find common grounds and see how we can all solve the problems coming from different perspectives and come out with new solutions. So I think that we really did a great job and we built a great team, also given all the difficulties that we encountered, with the pandemic and being it online. But I think that we still managed to really give very important messages, and I'm very proud of us all. And I also want to thank you all who organized all that.
Thank you so much, Veronica, for sharing your experience. I also see that Alessia is in the room. Alessia, would you like to also make some of your comments?
Okay, thank you very much for the floor, and thank you all the staff of the EuroDIG, because it was a really amazing experience. So we had the opportunity to confront ourselves with other dimensions of the internet governance issues. So it was very, very helpful, and I hope to see you all the next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hauke, is there?
Yes, I'm seeing a question in the chat from Amelie de Silva Mitchell, and the question is, does the EuroDIG youth team engage with Student United Nations at all?
I am going to leave that one to Elizabeth.
Good suggestion. I mean, we are, as part of the NRI universe, definitely present in the UN IGF with our messages, but we'll take that on and see how we can further network. And if I'm allowed to, Nadia, I would also say a few words about the process, like leading up to next year, and how we are going to do this. So everyone who was not listening in, who has not participated, is a young person or knows young people, please spread the word. And all of those who have participated and liked it, we always do it in such a way that this is really also an empowering exercise. So those who were part of EuroDIG this year and the previous years are really invited into the EuroDIG community to become active members in the next years. And we really hope that this way we can keep this continuum of young people coming in, and those who have already been part of this experience to lift up the newcomers that come in, which has worked out amazingly. So all the people that have been part of the team organizing, they have been former participants as well. And I really think this is a good opportunity for everyone to dip their toes into the waters with a bit of help from our side.
I think there's a question.
Yes, there's a question. I'm seeing a question from Wout Natris, and his question is, what do our youth take out of this process into their daily lives and education? Any changes to your thoughts on the internet?
So I see that Stanislav Muhala is online. Perhaps would you like to take this question?
Thank you so much, Nadia. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be present, because when I first learned that the EuroDIG is going to be taking place offline, I was a bit frustrated, but then I realized that maybe this is the first step to work towards the governance of the internet, because we don't really need to meet physically to actually make our voices heard. And personally, what was my main takeaway is that I've learned a lot about the whole ecosystem of the government internet. And then no matter how old are you, whether you are the representative of the youth sector or an experienced person, it doesn't matter because everybody behind the scenes of the internet is equal. And this exercise was really great to get to make sure that we can actually work our ideas out. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for your intervention. And I really, really appreciate that your contributions to this session. Noting quietly the time, we're just about to go into final plenary, but I see one last question from Andre Melanchia. Elko?
Yes, that's right. And I'm also asking to mute yourself. Andrea Mekani is having a question, and his question is: besides EuroDIG, what did you think of EuroDIG? Usefulness and correlation between the two?
That's a very good question, and I'm just wondering whether Chris, would you like to take this question?
Yeah, certainly. I think there were quite a few topics where there was an overlap between what we discussed during EuroDIG, and there were also some topics where there wasn't necessarily an overlap. So, for example, I think during EuroDIG, we discussed, at least in some of the sessions that I participated in, we discussed at quite some length about standards. And that is something we did not discuss much in EuroDIG, but there were other issues such as whether internet should be a human right. So these kind of issues, definitely there was an overlap in both EuroDIG and EuroDIG.
Thank you very much. So now we come to the end of the keynote on the youth messages, and I hope that you will still consider looking through the youth messages, and if you have any further comments, please don't hesitate to send them to us, and we would like to know more. And especially now that you've read them, please do consider them and see how it reflects on the sessions that you are doing, whether that's at EuroDIG or at the IGF or at any other platform that you're in. These are young people who are coming from local communities. These are the issues that they are facing, and these are what they think are going to be the solutions to resolve the issues that they are encountering. It's about their future, and we hope that you will support how their future is going to look like by including them in the conversation. So that being said, thank you so much. And I would like to immediately go into the final plenary here in Studio The Hague. It's been a great journey, and we had many wonderful discussions and interactions. I don't know if EuroDIG headquarters would like to step in and comment before we start plenary, the last plenary. I haven't heard from them yet, so I would, before we start, I would like to go over the code of conduct. EuroDIG is all about dialogue. Slides. EuroDIG, my apologies, is all about the dialogue, and it's your contribution and your thoughts and ideas that makes these sessions so inspiring and engaging, both learning but also contributing. So we hope that you will choose to actively participate in this last session. So you've joined the studio, and I hope that you will rename yourself to ensure that we know who we're talking to. We will unmute you when you have a question, and please do turn your video on so we can see who we're talking to. So I would like to introduce to you the moderators of Plenary 4, Alexandra Lutz, Parliamentary Assistant to MEP David Cormand at the European Parliament, and Michael Ogia from the Global Forum for Media Development. Moderators, you have the floor.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much, Nadia. So I think we can just go ahead and get right into it. Welcome, everyone. As Nadia said, my name is Michael Ogia. In the context of this session, the hat I'm wearing is that of the steering committee member of the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. And it's such an honor to be co-moderating this session with Alexandra. And it's incredibly encouraging to witness the EuroDIG community recognize the importance of the topic of this plenary. We've come a long way since we first discussed ICT sustainability at EuroDIG in 2017. But the urgency surrounding this area now has never been greater. Internet-dependent technologies are an integral part of our daily lives, even more so considering the pandemic. Yet ICTs have a direct impact on the physical environment, locally, regionally, and internationally. While these technologies play an increasingly central role in global efforts to find solutions to tackle the climate crisis and to promote environmental protection, the growing demands of an internet-dependent and interconnected society are contributing to unprecedented levels of energy consumption, conflict mineral mining, e-waste generation and the subsequent dumping in the global south, and negative effects on vulnerable natural landscapes. Consequently, there is an urgent need to address the environmental impact of the ICT industry as a core issue for internet governance in its technical, socioeconomic, cultural, human rights, and political dimensions.
Thanks, Michael. Hello, everyone, and also thanks to EuroDIG for making this essential topic into a plenary. So my name is Alexandra Lutz, and I work at the European Parliament for MEP David Cornwall. What's at stake today is that Europe is really in this unique position to make a turn and lead the way of sustainable technologies. As we move to implement the European Green Deal within the context of both COVID-19 and the ecological crisis, it's really fundamental that the environmental imperatives are embedded into our digital strategy, our innovation, and our infrastructure choices. This session is all about calling for the internet governance community to address the environmental impact of next generation technologies. As we said, those impacts really ranges from energy needs of the IoT, AI, the cost of extraction of essential materials, manufacturing, transportation use, end-of-life management of ICTs and electronic devices. So really the aim here is to generate a shared project to enable all stakeholders to urgently move together. That's why we have a wide range of speakers today who will offer insight into how various stakeholder groups are working to make the internet more sustainable. So today they will describe first the work that's currently being done, then what's more is needed, and they will also give concrete advice on how to translate ongoing and future actions into internet governance processes. So we really invite you to engage with us, to engage with them, to ask questions, recognize all the challenges we described, and to resolve them into a collaborative multi-stakeholder effort. We will first begin with initial statements by all our speakers, and to really be inclusive also in terms of language, we decided to start off with a video message from MP David Cornwall, who will speak in French, but luckily for all non-French speakers, it will also be subtitled. So here we go.
Interposé, et puis surtout merci de me permettre de m'exprimer en français à distance, et donc c'est ce que je vais faire. J'espère que tout a été fait, mais je le sais, pour une bonne traduction. D'abord, vous dire que pour le groupe Vert au Parlement européen, on a décidé de mettre la question du numérique, et notamment de la question du numérique durable, au cœur de nos priorités pour les 5 années qui viennent. Pourquoi on a fait ce choix? D'abord parce qu'on a constaté qu'une certaine forme de développement du numérique comporte des menaces en matière écologique et peut même amener à annihiler un certain nombre d'efforts qu'on fait dans d'autres domaines, et donc il faut être vigilant sur ce sujet. L'Union européenne, et c'est une très bonne nouvelle, a mis en haut de ses priorités la question du numérique durable et la question, avec le Green Deal, la question écologique. Mais au-delà du discours, il faut vraiment que les actes répondent. Et c'est là qu'il faut qu'on soit au travail, c'est faire en sorte que la question de l'impératif écologique soit au cœur de notre vision politique au niveau de l'Union européenne de développement du numérique durable. Et donc ce qu'il nous faut, c'est tout d'abord un indicateur indépendant. Aujourd'hui, on n'en a pas, on n'a pas d'indicateur indépendant qui mesure l'impact du numérique sur les questions écologiques. Et on a besoin de cet indicateur qui soit indépendant, encore une fois, j'insiste sur l'indépendance, pour qu'on puisse prendre des bonnes décisions au niveau réglementaire et des bonnes décisions politiques. L'autre sujet, c'est la gouvernance de l'Internet. Aujourd'hui, on s'appuie sur l'autorégulation et sur la discussion entre les grands acteurs, qui sont de plus en plus gros d'ailleurs, de plus en plus grands et de plus en plus puissants. On s'appuie sur le fait qu'ils vont s'autoréguler. C'est pas le rôle des acteurs privés, quels qu'ils soient, et pas davantage des acteurs privés de l'Internet, de s'autoréguler. Ça, c'est à la puissance publique de le faire. Et donc, on a besoin d'une entité de gouvernance de l'Internet qui doit intégrer au cœur de son action l'impératif écologique. Pour conclure, je veux dire que cet impératif écologique, il doit être la boussole qui guide l'innovation numérique, et non pas le contraire.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and thank you as well, Nadia, and everyone at and Auke and everyone there at the studio for being able to accommodate this request. So, without further ado, and let's go ahead and move to our speakers. So we have first, we're going to have the opening statements of our speakers. To follow up David's excellent points, I think it's really great to have to introduce Ilias Lakovidis from who works with DG Connect at the European Commission. Ilias, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Ilias Yakovidis. I work for European Commission for the department, the IT department called DG Connect. What I would like to tell you today is a little bit the bigger picture to set the scene for this session, and of course answer questions later on. So to avoid longer speech, we just do a quick 3 slides to introduce the topic. So if I could have the slides, please. I don't know if they are displayed. First of all, let's see what is the relation between the internet and the SDGs as a whole before we move and dive into the environmental SDGs. So I call internet basically the whole ICT sector. So ICT sector internet, well, it's basically for the purposes of my speech is the same thing. So some analysis shows that there is a positive correlation with about 11 of the 17 SDGs. So overall 65% good things. And it's very well clear that SDGs like SDGs 9, 8, and 3, as you see on the screen, it's no-brainer that we have a lot of good examples where digital helps. When it comes to environmental ones like SDG 12, 13, life underwater, life on land, climate action, suddenly things become very blurry. It's not clear. And as you have seen in the video before, IT is doing great progress. So the right hand is achieving a lot, but the left hand is undoing it almost. So it's not yet clear what's the net effect. What we know for sure is that the potential for net effect is like 10 times more good than the footprint of ICT. That's the potential. Where we are now, we barely 2 times good than the footprint of ICT. The footprint of ICT is a big kind of a dispute still how to calculate, and we have estimates between the 1.5% of total GHGs to all the way to 3.5%. So you see that huge discrepancy shows that we still don't have agreed and universal metrics to show what is the impact of IT. So there are these environmental ones that we have to now deep dive, and that's where I will show you what Commission is doing about it. But there is one SDG we actually, as internet digitalization, we make it worse. And that's SDG 12. For SDG 12, which is responsible consumption production, just think of yourself as a consumer and how often do you buy your iPhone? If you know that it takes 32 kilos of raw material to just build 2 grams of a chip, imagine the Earth and the billion, we throw away about billion of iPhones, are just thrown away. Only 20-something% are being refurbished, recycled, take back. Most of them are either in your drawers or just thrown away. So there is a huge waste. Waste is the e-waste, which is the electronic and electrical waste, is the fastest growing waste from all the categories of waste. So we have a big problem there, and that's what I will show you now. We need to really progress on. So next slide, please. What Commission has done, and I think it's the first continent that is taking such measures in the sustainability of IT. So what we have published, so Green Deal was published in December of 2019, that's our Holy Bible. And now it points to many different things. So it points to clean and circular economy, points to mobility, points to energy, agriculture, but it also points to what IT should do. So we published digital strategy, and in there we have actually committed that we will try to make the electronic sector circular, and we're working with the so-called eco-design legislative act to put the mobile phones, iPhones, laptops, but also industrial devices under that. We also have committed as Europe to make our data centers climate neutral by 2030, which is quite a big, big goal, and we still have to see what are the best ways to get there. So we're working on that. We have promised that we will actually do what is the basic infrastructure for any achievement is to measure, because we now flying in blind. So circular economy, we don't even know where the product is made, what kind of materials, where the materials come from, what are the components. So the economy is kind of running on blind. So just to understand, before we actually make it circular, we have to get the information going. So that is something that is published in the Circular Economy Action Plan, and the green data and circular data economy data spaces will enable that. And we have committed to create interoperable data spaces where a product passport, we can have a product passport that will kind of give the information where the material comes from, what is the origin of the product, what is the repairability, because the repair cafe wants to know how to dismantle it, what is the recyclability of it, what is its footprint. All this data can be captured and given to different actors, from consumers to business to authorities when they want to buy green products. Next slide,
sorry,
please.
Just being mindful on time, we will have to come to an end.
Yeah, I'm finished. So basically, the last slide shows that we need to act, and we need to act on legislative actions. We need to act on a funding and piloting. So Commission has three things in hand. It can legislate, it can fund, and it can bring partners together. And this is what we really need on the international scene. And I'll leave it here and answer questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilyas. And I can't stress enough, everyone in this session, that if, the whole point of why we structure it this way is that we want the speakers to just give a very baseline kind of experience of what to expect, and we want you to ask questions. We want you to be engaging. So please keep that in mind throughout this presentation. And thank you so much, Ilyas, and to all the speakers for your patience and understanding of the format. So Alex, please.
Thank you again, Ilyas, for this great kick-off presentation. Next, we'll have Olivier Vergens from Green IT, who will make us a further presentation of the topic. Olivier, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks to the EuroDIG organizers for inviting me today. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Olivier Vergens. I'm the director of Green IT Belgium. We help organizations reducing the environmental and social footprint of their digital services. We are part of greenIT.fr, which is a network of experts of sustainable IT since 2004. More recently, people started to realize that IT is not just a virtual world. It has serious impact on our environment, as just explained by Ilyas. Next slide, please. End of 2019, greenIT.fr published a study on the environmental footprint of the digital world. And one of the key lessons from this study is that the main culprits are not the data centers that are so often in the news. Instead, the biggest source of impact comes from user equipment, your smartphones, laptops, big television sets, connected objects. And this is true for all environmental indicators, not just CO2 equivalent. Why are user equipment having such a big impact? Because of their sheer number, 34 billion pieces of equipment in 2019, rising to 50 billion expected by 2025. So what are the key actions to take to reduce your digital impact? It's not so much to delete old emails. This only brings marginal benefits. Let me show you on the next slide. The most important is to buy less devices, to keep them longer, and to give them a second life when you don't use them anymore. There is a very high potential to create a new circular economy in IT. According to a recent study from the European Economic and Social Committee, looking only at mobile phones, the refurbishment sector could generate more than 40,000 jobs and save 30 million tons of CO2 equivalent over a 10-year period. Imagine what we could achieve if we extend this to all digital devices. Next slide, please. Adopting Green IT best practices is strategic for any organization. It brings several benefits, like the one you can see on screen: cost reduction, risk reduction, improved user experience. And you can also get your IT to help you achieve several of the sustainable development goals, as Ilias mentioned. So to increase the awareness of the public and of all organizations about the benefits of sustainable IT, we are working at creating a European association, and we hope that many of you will join us soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier. That was brilliant. And so, especially because you mentioned, I really appreciate that you mentioned the data centers. They're often what is, as you said, is the focus of all of the discussion as it relates to the ICT industry and ICTs and sustainability. So with that, I think it's a great opportunity to move to Emma Fryer, who is part of Tech UK, who can talk a little bit more about the data center side and what that means for ICT sustainability. Emma, are you in?
Okay,
hey,
I needed someone else to unmute me. Hi, I look after the UK data center sector, and our challenge is to meet the exploding demand for digital data without a parallel increase in energy consumption. We're doing pretty well, but it is a huge challenge. Data centers are a core part of our digital infrastructure. They process, store, transmit, receive digital data, and we are hugely reliant on them in our everyday lives. They're absolutely pervasive for shopping, booking tickets, downloading music, Skype, Facebook, government services, health, retail, traffic, logistics, you name it, they're involved. So they are a part of our lives. Also, they're electro-intensive. Having said that, as stable and predictable users of energy, they're actually well positioned to contribute to net zero. The first and obvious one is that they are good anchor customers of renewables, but that isn't enough because it's no good just taking up existing capacity. The second one is that we can, as a sector, fund additional utility scale renewable generation through power purchase agreements, and the sector is world leading in this. So that's happening. Then next slide, please. What we can also do is demand-side response because we have embedded emergency capacity. So that will enable a more distributed grid that relies more on intermittent renewables. However, that's only a short-term solution because those are diesel generators, which aren't ideal. So the next stage is to move on to what we call essentially a mixture of fuel cell and battery storage, so that we actually become a prosumer within the electricity grid, and that's something that companies are investing a lot of R&D in at the moment. So eventually we will be part of that generating mix. That's what we want to see. And then don't forget that by consolidating IT functions, we are actually massively improving the efficiency of the way that IT is done. So just in the very nature. And I've got a couple of final slides which pop onto if they're here, which are just about what we're doing in terms of meeting our challenges. I've recently issued a data center energy route map, and that sets out the challenges. And the last slide will just show you the three slides, the three sections that we are particularly targeting as our first step. So I'm happy to talk about those later, but I thought I'd just set the scene. Thanks a lot, Michael.
Thank you. Alex?
Thank you so much also for this great time management. It was very smooth. Thank you. So up next, we will turn towards Chris Adams, who is from Climate Action Tech, a community of tech persons really involved in those questions. So Chris, it's your turn.
Hello there. Hi, as Alex says, I'm one of the organisers of Climate Action Tech. I'm also a director of the Green Web Foundation, and for the last 10 years, we've been tracking the transition of the internet to green energy. I'm going to be talking about green energy a lot, because the primary driver for climate change with the internet is burning fossil fuels to generate energy for running the internet and for creating the devices that we use to access the internet. I'm going to give you three things which I think need to happen if we want to have a sustainable internet. I think, first of all, I think it needs to be trivial to trust that infrastructure is running on green energy. I think it's worth investing time in how we do this, because we already have lots of the pieces of the puzzle already. We already use the domain name system, and we already use like HTTPS to trust that a domain name like EuroDIG.org is pointing to a particular set of servers that are running in a particular place in the world. In the energy world itself, like the energy sector, we can trust when power is coming from green sources, because we issue certificates there. And it's the thing that I'm surprised by is that we don't really think to link these two separate sectors in any way to actually have some way of checking that the infrastructure we use is running on green power. And I don't really have the time to go into the complexities, but this would be a good start in linking the digital world to the physical world that's actually powering it. I also think it's a responsibility. It's a mistake to shift the responsibility to end users for the carbon footprint of accessing the internet and using it. Because right now, if specialists with intimate knowledge of how the internet is built have a hard time calculating the environmental impact of digital services, I think it's unrealistic to expect end users to know this and also adjust their behavior to act on it. I mean, we can't get people to even just have sensible passwords. How are we going to get people to change how they browse to be carbon friendly? Now, also in many cases, digital services will replace a much more carbon intensive activity. Like, for example, us flying to a conference, like with Trieste here. Now, from a governance point of view, it's much easier to spend time and money incentivizing a small number of actors upstream, like the people who make digital services, to work to accelerate a green decarbonized grid than trying to spend lots of time and money in teaching hundreds of millions of people to change how they use the internet to take into account the complexities of caching and all these other technical terms, because it's the biggest machine in the world and it's really hard to understand. Finally, I think that we need to use public procurement as one of the levers, and then we need to have policy to actively not buy from any providers who are still invested in fossil fuels and not taking steps to green their infrastructure when we spend money. In Europe alone, 45 billion euros a year is spent on IT, and that's a large lever. And we can actually look to success stories in other parts of the internet for inspiration here. If we look at how, say, in the accessibility world, clear lines were drawn in the sand with the WCAG, like accessibility guidelines, we saw that people who actually wanted to sell digital services to governments, they had to take accessibility seriously if they wanted to actually win a contract. This meant that accessibility stopped being a nice to have and became non-negotiable. And I think that this has made government services that were traditionally unavailable and inaccessible available to millions more people than they otherwise weren't. And it helped grow the field of inclusive design. I think in the same way that a habitable planet is more than a nice to have, it needs to be non-negotiable. And I think we need an internet running on green power for this reason, and made from devices using green power. And I think using policy as a lever and a policy around how public money is spent in particular as a lever to speed this along is one of the things we should definitely be doing. Thank you.
Chris, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And I really appreciate that you can also bring in the perspective of code as well, because and this is, I think, in one way, incredibly important to linking it to internet governance, because it's obviously very much about the hardware that runs the internet, but what is the internet itself as well? It's of course the tubes and the connections and whatnot, but it's obviously what we're interfacing with. And so it's so important to recognize that just like there's different layers of the internet, sustainability should be permeating all of those layers. And so with that in mind, I think it's actually a good segue into our next speaker, Beat Esterman, who's coming from Bern UAS in Switzerland. Beat, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. May I have the slides, please? So last year, the Bern University of Applied Sciences carried out a study on the topic of digitization and the environment. Today, I will present you the outcomes of this study regarding the issues that should be tackled at the international level. Next slides, please. The study had been mandated by the Swiss Federal Office for the Environment, who wanted to get an overview of the opportunities and risks brought by the digital transformation regarding the environment. In addition, the study was also supposed to identify the areas where collective action is needed to make the best use of these opportunities at hand or to reduce important risks. The study consisted of a review of the literature, of expert interviews, as well as of an online survey among 800 respondents familiar with digitization and/or environmental issues. Next slide, please. Digitization has an impact on the environment at 3 levels. First, there is the direct impact due to the use of new or different devices. Next slide, please. Thank you. Think of energy consumption, of electronic waste, but also of video conferencing, replacing in-person international conferences. Second, ICT is used to improve the ecological efficiency of many applications. And third, first and second order effects affect our consumption behavior. Think, for example, of increased demand in the wake of efficiency gains. These feedback effects are called rebound effects. And now, this is one of the key insights of the current research I want you to retain from this session. So far, digitization has had a negative net effect on the environment due to such rebound effects. Digitization brings many opportunities for the environment. There's no doubt about that. However, it also boosts the economic system. And as long as this economic system runs in a mode that is detrimental to the environment, digitization is just aggravating things. A reversal of this trend requires concerted action. Next slide, please. As our study has shown, we are facing global challenges in the environmental sector, and this is why we are here today. These challenges require not only national, but also international cooperation. There's a clear need to increase our efforts here. Our study results show that civil society's opportunities to participate in environmental policy issues at the international level have so far been insufficient. Areas where international coordination is most needed concern measures to promote the circular economy and the sharing of environmental data. These issues cannot be tackled at the national level alone. Areas that would also benefit from international coordination comprise incentives to reduce environmentally harmful consumption, promoting the use of efficiency-enhancing digital applications, transparency regarding environmental costs and provenance of materials, and improvement of data protection through technical measures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sorry, Alex, go ahead, sorry.
I'm actually having fun with my own mic. Thank you so much. This was also like a really short and sweet presentation to what are the concrete like leverages and the limits into digital sustainability. And it might actually be helpful also for our next speaker, who will be Leah Elze-Müller, who's a youth representative in Baden-Württemberg and the city level, and who is taking her fight at the local level. So Leah, it's your turn.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks to EuroDIG for inviting me. I hope you hear me good. I'm here today to talk about my very local fight for more sustainability and climate justice everywhere, but especially in the area of internet governance, digitalization, and mainly in AI. I'm a town councillor in Tübingen. It's a little South German town. And as a town, we decided to become climate neutral by 2030. So quite ambitious goals. In Tübingen, there's a lot of research in machine learning and AI. Maybe some of you have heard already of the Cyber Valley Initiative, a research cooperation for AI and machine learning, which is based in Tübingen as well. So as a town councillor, I'm a member of a committee at Cyber Valley, which discusses the ethical and social implications of research there. So you can say I'm doing politics in an environment in which research in future technologies like AI and climate protection play important roles at the same time. So my goal now is to bring these two things together. So what are we discussing locally? The first point, which is also an important point for me because I'm also a student of computer science, is a topic of education and research. For me, it is essentially that every researcher and every student in computer science know what they are developing in terms of energy footprint. We have to talk more about energy efficiency in programming in universities. I think a good programmer uses as few resources as necessary. So we need to discuss that within research and we need to teach that. My second point is check what you're using. As a town, it is important for us that our research institutes are using green energy. It's not always easy to get them to use it because normally the research buildings do not belong to the city, but a combination of good reasons to change, good work of our municipal energy providers, and of course a lot of persistence got already some of the institutes to change. My third point is use the local research, use the local development in technology for the good. So locally, we are discussing the use of AI against climate change. Many researchers are interested in climate issues. There's a reason we have such a big movement of scientists for future, for example. So the debate of climate change is a scientific debate. Here in Tübingen, I made the experience when you talk to the research community about this stuff, they listen. Some of them even started working on a white paper about the impact of machine learning research on climate and on the chances the technology provides. And since this year, there's even a working group on machine learning in the climate sciences here in Tübingen. So discussing climate issues has an impact on your own research and your development. And development is not detached from your local environment. And of course, the local discussions have an impact on your research. So thank you for listening, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
No, Leah, thank you so much for being here. I mean, I think it's the idea of having this kind of discussion without a strong youth perspective is really pointless, because so much of this work, it's not just about going into the future, it's about making sure that we have a future to preserve to begin with. So Leah, thank you so much for being here. And with that said, we're actually going to close the opening statements, those initial statements, and it's just, you know, it's really good timing so far because we have so many good questions. Based on everything that you've heard so far, we have a very quick poll. Nadia and Auke, do you mind bringing up the poll real quick?
Hi, Michael. We're first doing a couple of questions. After that, we'll do the poll.
Great, then no worries. Then we've actually we had identified a kind of a special question from Hannah Perot, who's with Fridays for the Future, Berlin, and I think especially given what Leah just talked about, I think I hope you don't mind me kind of suggesting that we go to her first.
Yeah, sure. I will unmute her.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am Hannah Perot from Fridays for Future Berlin. And Fridays for Future is demanding that immediate action is taken to solve the climate crisis and for a future worth living in. So according to that, what I could hear in this conference, we're all agreeing on that. But from our point of view, people in politics and economy are constantly ignoring this crisis we are in. So sustainability should be obligatory, and we have the opportunities and the knowledge, but we don't act. So my question to the EuroDIG is, what concrete measures do you see to ensure that responsibility is taken on a holistic basis, especially when people are not acting by themselves? Thank you so much.
It's an excellent question. Thank you so much, Hannah. Auke, can I moderate this? Can Alex and I moderate this, or are you moderating the questions?
Yeah, I received many questions from the chat. So yeah, I can read out one for you.
Okay, I think, Alex, please tell me if you agree with this or if you don't agree with this, but I think it might be best if we just take a couple questions and then people you know, any of our speakers just kind of raise your hand at that point and say which one you'd like to respond to. So Auke, can we take maybe one or two more questions before we head to the speakers?
Yeah, definitely. I've got a question from Fabio Monet, and his question is, should municipalities play a role as a turntable for redundant and old, but still working devices?
It's an interesting question. It's mostly a question on also like green public procurement and what you actually do in this. So maybe turning to Leah and others who like to maybe answer that.
Ilias, did you mean me?
They're both also, there's Leah and also you, Ilias. I think there's the European as well as the local level. I think both your contribution would be nice on that one.
Leah, do you want to go first?
Go ahead.
So on the municipality, that's the key. Actually, what is really important is that in the local setting, all the policies, growth policy, infrastructure policy, mobility policy, they all come and boil in one place. So it's actually the regional and even local place is the place where things are happening. And I think the question of refurbishment, it's the little repair shops. It can be actually local and smaller shops to keep circularity within a territorial place. And for you to know, we are calling for proposals. So there is a European Green Deal call for proposal. And this topic of local circular economy will be funded with 65 million euro for projects that show that this can be done. Exactly the question, addressing that question. But overall, I would go a little bit further. I think that the refurbishment is not only a small business. What I'm personally working on this product passport, I think that we can create some kind of a platform where the product passport can announce itself. So it can actually advertise itself. I'm here, I'm waste, I'm a value without information normally thrown away, but here's the information about me. This is the material in me, these are the components you can reuse, or you can, with this refurbishment, actually put me back in practice. So automate on some kind of a platform where the product itself can say, look, I'm here in this location, this is the value, and again, material and all that stuff. So we can create more automated way of recycling rather than going and trying to push on local players something that they may not be able to handle from technology, because we're talking about trillions of products. Local settings cannot be specialized in everything. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Elias, for answering this question. I propose we move to the next.
Just a question. There was Leah. Did you want to say something on that?
I also can add some things. So I think I'm a local one, so I can't talk a lot about regularities because they have to come from a higher level. But I think what we can do locally is to raise awareness of those topics and to raise them where they are developed. So raise awareness with developers, with researchers, bring them to a table with also different subjects. It's very, very important to work interdisciplinary here, because computer scientists, they know their subject, but they can't calculate the impact of the technology. It's not like their job to do that. So we have to bring people to the table who are good in those things, and they have to develop together. And I think that's one of the key parts we have to do when it comes to sustainable green IT, to bring people together.
That's fantastic. And just quickly, before we move on, Auke as well, does anybody have any responses to the earlier question as well? If not, it's okay.
You can go.
Feel free to. Oh, please be.
Yeah. So I don't think we should leave that question unanswered. I think it's very important that we focus on efficiency gains, and it's very important that we focus on the circular economy and that we improve the way we're doing there. On the other hand, we also have to rethink our consumption behavior. Think of the rebound effects. They will just lurk around, and they will really threaten all the progresses we make on one side. They will just even them out and even have a net effect that tends to be negative. So I think we also have to touch the taboo of an economy that is focused on eternal growth. It's not easy. Think of efficiency and circular economy as something that is in line with our economic system right now, and sufficiency, like reduction of consumption, as something that is not in line with our current system. And it's not just the economy; it's also the whole government apparatus that is kind of focused on growth and needs that growth. And we have to rethink the way we organize our society to actually tackle these issues for good.
Thanks for your answers. I'm having a hand from Floris, and I'm giving him the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, definitely, Floris. Hi.
Beautiful. I went to a different conference last year. There was an Arctic issues, and one of the tech companies there said that it would be a good idea to put all the data centers, which while not maybe like consuming most of the energy, still consume a lot of energy, to put them all like in the north of Sweden and Finland, where there's abundant green energy because of the hydro centers there, and because of the low temperature. The experts here on data centers, do you think this is a feasible idea? Thank you in advance.
Good question, thank you. Emma, would you like to take this, or Chris, would you?
I'll cede the floor to Emma first, if that's okay.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, and actually there is scope for that, but there are data centers do different things. They don't all do the same thing. So there is scope for moving capacity up to the Nordics, and that's actually happening. And there's a rapid growth in data center developments up in Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland. So that is actually happening. But there are, as I said, there's certain business models that suits better than others, and those are being followed. And I think there are also some very compelling economic factors why that works as well, because power costs are low, as well as reduced cooling costs. And it's quite interesting to see areas like Luleå in northern Sweden that has completely reinvented itself as a sort of post-industrial area where they were scratching their heads as to how to reinvigorate the industrial capacity there, and they have got some very large new data center campuses up there. They're doing some really interesting work with an associated university, and it's a fantastic benchmark for what can be done up there. So yes and no, just because not all data center types suit that model for a number of reasons. And also there is the other thing, it's just the cultural thing that they are where they are. And if you came down from Mars and looked around and thought, is this where we should locate whatever it is, not necessarily data centers, those many data centers are in places because other data centers are there, and that sort of business ecosystem is there, and they've grown around that. So it's a slightly nuanced answer. Anyway, I'm interested to know what Chris has got to say, but that's my take on it.
Thank you, Emma. So there's two things. No, you can't just move all the data centers where it's cold. That won't solve it. In fact, what we're probably going to end up having, what it makes more sense to do, is look at how we've seen a decarbonized grid with the energy grid. And we haven't done that by centralizing. We've done that by having a responsive, decentralized grid, because it's always going to be windy and sunny somewhere around the world. And not everyone will always want to put all their data in one place. So that's one of the key reasons to bear in mind. And also it kind of speaks to this idea that, yes, while we have seen a massive increase in compute and a relatively modest increase in power usage, that's largely happened because we've had massive consolidation, and we've ended up with a much less diverse ecosystem in terms of providers now. And this means that we now have a small number of very, very powerful providers where you have basically 4 large providers providing most of the kind of cloud services now. And this is not a particularly healthy ecosystem if we want to make it possible to have any kind of power being exerted outside these very, very large companies who can basically hire lots and lots and lots of lobbyists to kind of make laws in their favor.
Can I add 3 keywords why this is not a solution to support Chris? The keywords are resilience. You cannot put all the data centers in one place because something can happen with that place. So resilience means that we have to disperse. Second, whatever you gain in cooling, you will lose in transporting that data back to Southern Europe, because that's where you're serving the people, because the sending bits around is more energy intensive than processing the bits. And third, is basically called digital sovereignty. There are countries that will never give the data of your patients and of your passports to another country.
Thank you so much for that, Ilyas.
And if I may add just one point maybe on that.
Please, Olivier, of course.
From a technical perspective, in fact, running data centers is more and more possible with higher temperatures than in the past. We used to have to cool down data centers down below 20 degrees, 18 degrees or so. We can run without any problem at 27 degrees and use free cooling now. So we've got data centers that are very efficient, more and more south, and probably it will continue to evolve as well.
Thank you for that so much, Olivier. And Alex, please.
As you can see, we have maybe also to move to another question as well. Like there are many coming up. So I would like to turn to Anke for them. We will all have a great moment to speak. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we're having loads of questions, and I really see a lot of interaction. So I really encourage that. But maybe in respect of time, keep your answers a little bit shorter maybe so we can address more questions. So I'll also shut my mouth in a minute. Michael Koma has also a really good question. And the question is, it seems that 5G is expected to cost 3 times more than 4G in energy consumption, and also increase primarily energy uses to manufacture all 5G network components, which will be far more complex than 4G. How is this situation addressed today?
Any takers?
I can start very quickly if you want, but 5G as a technology is the most energy efficient technology. So for the same throughput, let's say megabyte, you get the transfer is more focused and is more energy efficient. Now, what is expected is that because we will have more antennas and more base stations, there will be more material. Base station is, think of a big fridge on roofs of our buildings. There will be more visible because it has to be a more dense network. So there will be more materials in it. But those base stations, and Nokia is working on water cooling, so there are also green solutions to that. But as technology, it's more efficient. It's more energy efficient. But of course, the exponential growth of our services, what we will want to do, will means that we will do zettabyte of data more, and the so-called rebound effect, and we will do more and more things online. That will increase. But the energy efficiency of the ICT sector, we follow that very closely. What we would like actually, that the electricity that we now it's between 5 and 8% depending on the calculation that ICT sector gets. We need to keep constant the electricity and increase exponentially what we can do with that energy. So that's the bet that ICT technology has.
Emma, how about you come in? And then Olivia, you get the last word after that.
It was only tiny. It was just that what my understanding is 5G is massively more energy efficient than its predecessors. So I was just in line with the previous speaker.
Fantastic. Thank you, Emma. And Olivier, do you want to have the final word?
Same here, yeah.
Great. So listen, everyone, there's so many good questions. We're coming. We're running out of time. We want to go back to the speakers just to give them a bit of a last word before we move to the session. What's it called? The session messages. Sorry. The fact is, we've been able to do this. This is meant to be very much a snapshot of the way forward. Obviously, the IGF is presenting the environment. I'm sorry, it has an entire theme on the environment. We want to make this kind of discussion something that is a staple of internet governance discussions going forward. And so, even if it seems like we don't have too much time to answer all of your questions, we will be doing more of this in the future, and perhaps we can even be doing something like a follow-up seminar in the future. Alex,
absolutely, on this, absolutely, I agree with you. I just wanted to maybe mention some great questions that were actually put up, especially because they focus on the material aspect, because we've spoken a lot about the energy and a bit of infrastructure. But there were still questions about people who were wondering whether extending lifetime of products will work, given that people get bored of them within 2 years. So kind of this psychological obsolescence, and how we can also deal with that in this really innovative bubble. That was from Adil. We also had this question about the updates that we have to use and that slow down devices. Also this premature obsolescence, like device software obsolescence. So those are really important questions. I really want maybe for some of you to go really quickly through them, since they're really important, and they really go. And this was, the second one was from Gül. So yeah, thank you very much for asking those questions. They're really important if you want to have a move forward. So maybe, did any of you have really some quick input on this, or we can move to the conclusion?
I have a sentence to say, but I think Olivier should be first.
Oh, thank you. It was, I would say, reconditioned material is something more of a question of a habit. More and more people are doing it. It's a question of not needing to have the latest device. And some people will still want the latest device, but they can be used by someone else afterwards. It's about giving a second life, and that will make a difference, really.
What I want to say, we have run a Eurobarometer study about how long would you be willing to keep your phone if the functionality and your apps can be updated. And people, majority, more than 70 people are 5 years or more. So saying that people just are bored of it, it's not true. That's at least what the Bioinformatics says. What we are doing now as a commission, we're going against the built-in obsolescence. So we are forced to change phone because WhatsApp app on my phone is not anymore updated by Facebook, which is unacceptable in a way. Why would I have to throw a whole device just because I love that device and I have my pictures, I'm just attached to it. I want to keep it, but I can't because a company decided not to update the app that I'm using on a daily basis. So this is something we are working on as a legislative act, a right to repair, and to make sure that when screen, batteries, whatever, can be refurbished or repaired if I want to. So public wants that.
Thank you, Elias. So Alex, let's take just a joint decision here. We had a closing message from David as well, and we also wanted to give everyone kind of a last word. We're very conscious of time, and we also recognize that we need to do the messages. So
before doing that, I've collected all the questions. They're at the EuroDIG forum, so keep discussing there, and I encourage you all to go there after the session.
Then,
thank you so much, Alken.
Alex, what do you think is best? Yeah.
I will also turn to Alken to moderate for this. What I saw is as well that we began this session a bit later, so I feel we're still on time to actually give everyone like this really pinchy minute to actually make a closing statement. Is that okay with everyone? All right.
Fantastic.
Well, in which case,
yeah, please. Anybody would like to go first, just to have a very quick closing statement? Elias, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to go reverse order, whatever, I'm fine. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say one statistics that I found very interesting. I'm working closely with the German presidency that is coming up as a presidency of European Union with the Ministry of Environment, and they launched a poll. I mean, they launched a Eurobarometer in Germany, and people were asked, what do you think about digitalization? Does it have positive or negative effect on the environment? And this is revealing in a way, because we, as Internet Governance Forum, we have to understand what our people think. And what is very clear is that 37% said positive, 31% said neutral, 32% said negative. So it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. People do not know. It's completely giving. So that's the gauge. That's kind of a thermometer that says people are confused. It's up to us and Internet Government Forum to give a clear message to the public. Public doesn't know what is the role of ICT. Of course, the statistics kind of shows that it's not so clear, but some clear ideas have to come out. One clear idea is that we can really make change in circular business models. I give you one example. In agriculture, the business is made by selling as much pesticides, as much fertilizers. What we can do through technology by putting sensors, putting drones, satellite images, to kind of put more digitalization in precision agriculture, we can change the business model. So the companies that sell pesticides and fertilizers can sell crop health protection. So, and they will then use, because then pesticides, fertilizer becomes cost to them, they will use it minimally, only if needed and where needed. And that will change the whole model. Everybody's happy. Stable income for the companies, not to worry for the farmers, healthier food for us. And think of any sector of the economy, such model can happen due to tech, information and IT. So on the other hand, though, I just want to end up with that. I just learned yesterday from a Greenpeace report that companies that declare themselves climate neutral have a big contract with oil companies, and they enable these oil companies to dig out oil that would not be accessible otherwise, because the AI and cloud manipulation and visualization, so AI can enable drilling more oil. So let's make sure that we compare and we do not get greenwashed by big IT companies just because they are doing all the good things in mobility and energy and whatever manufacturing, because behind the back, they also enable another brown economy. So let's put all that on the table, and Internet Governance Forum is the place to do it.
Great.
Thank you,
That's an
Elias.
amazing statement. We'll move towards Olivier next.
Thank you. Difficult to follow, Elias, after that. Just in short, I would say there are tons of tremendous stuff that we can do with IT, with technology. We should be very careful of what we use the resources for. We can save lives. We can really increase stuff like agriculture, etc. No need for the slides, thanks. It's really about focusing on using the right stuff and stopping to use continuously for just the fact of having the latest device or this kind of stuff. I will not go through all the possible public authorities actions that can come. There are so many of them. I won't go through that today.
Thank you, Olivier.
Thank you.
Would anybody, Chris, you're unmuted. Would you like to go ahead and go?
Yeah, okay. Okay, it's a mistake to only talk about energy when we're in a climate crisis and all the science is talking about carbon, greenhouse gas. I don't know how to stress this enough because we keep talking about energy when we can decouple this, or we should be doing that faster than anything else. And even in the discussions about hardware are largely because we are not pricing the cost of emitting carbon and other things. We are pushing those costs onto the world or the people least able to do something about this. This is why I do talk about regulation and why it's necessary, why I keep talking about green energy. If you want to have anything like a decent, continue the lifestyles, you will need to find a way to decouple what you're doing as much as possible. So we need to learn about carbon and have some carbon literacy for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Emma, Beat, Leah, either of you like to have a last word?
I'm happy to. Yes, so my last thought is consumers and young people do care. And therefore, why do we use the internet in such a profligate way? And I think that's because the current business models do not give consumers any signal of the carbon impact of their online activity. So, you know, you store a lot of stuff, you send lots of videos, the rest of it, and there's no sense of what the carbon costs because of the what we call freemium and advertorial business models. So I think one of the answers is much better information to consumers about the impact of those activities. So that's my kind of leading thought.
Thank you, Emma. Beat, Leah, either one of you?
Yeah, I can go next. I love the thought of Emma. From Emma, it's really the thing. We also have to like check our own behavior and the business models behind it. But I try to go for to the local level. I think when you want to fight climate change, the most concrete place to do that is your local environment. So we need transparent discussions on the carbon footprint of technology, not only on European level, but also local, and about the local research in your community. I'm thinking about like town halls are really nice, but also mixed working groups with researchers, with civil society, energy providers, local administration. There's a lot you can do there. You can check like when you have a server, what kind of energy it is used. Is it green energy? It's a lot of things you can decide locally. And it's essential to understand what needs to be changed here to meet the 1.5 degree goal. I think following the example of Ilyas with AI and the oil companies, I think transparency is so important here. We really have to check, is it really green what we are selling right now? I think that's a question everyone has to ask itself. The companies, they need definitely regularities, but also like when you're a little developer at university, you have to check what you're developing. I think that's really important and you need to get educated to check that. I think that's really important.
Thank you so much, Leah. Absolutely great points. And Beat, can we?
So yeah, well, let me jump from the local statement to the international one. So one point that came out from our study is really that people feel that involvement of civil society in environmental policy issues is okay at the local level. It's kind of medium at the national level, and it's clearly insufficient at the international level. So what we're currently doing, we're carrying out a participatory approach at the national level. We're generating ideas with participants, how to tackle the pressing issues in this area. And obviously we're also we're in the lookout for possibilities to kind of take this dialogue at the international level. And I think that's also where we should put some thought. How do we coordinate better at the international level while involving the civil society?
That's amazing. B, thank you so much for that wonderful, just really strong interjection at the end. Intervention, I mean. I know we're a bit over, everyone who's listening. Thank you so much for your patience and your time. We need to go to Adriana and Natasha, who are going to present the youth messages. I'm sorry, youth messages, the session messages. Sorry, Adriana. Thank you all for your patience. Adriana, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Michael. I unfortunately do not have Natasha with me. Something came up, but thank you for considering me youthful. I was a part of EuroDIG's youth school last year, so I think it all fits. If you could go to the first slide, please. An indicator that measures the environmental impact of digital technologies is necessary to enable taking the right decisions at the regulatory and political levels. If you have any strong objections to this message, please raise them in the chat and the message will be discarded. I see no objections. Let's go to the second message. To reduce the digital impact, we should buy less devices, use them longer, and give them a second life when we don't use them anymore. If there are any objections, please raise them in the chat. I see a thumbs up from Chris. Let's go to the next.
Can I add something? I think it's what we need fundamentally is to change the business model. Instead of selling devices, to sell services. So people will, if you just tell them don't buy, it will not work. You have to give them something instead. And what you give them instead is focus them on the services that the device gets. So the companies will give free device and they will charge for services, and then they are all interested for you to keep that device longer. So it could be naive to tell people don't buy. So I would kind of enrich this sentence saying, leading with, to change from quantity-based or device-based profit-making to services-based profit-making, where the devices don't matter anymore.
Does everyone agree with this suggested change? I see agreement from Veronica. Mark, I am unfortunately not a native English speaker, and an editor from the Geneva Internet Platform will go through these messages again and make sure that my grammar is correct. Okay, we'll change the message to the formulation that Elias suggested. I will take it from the transcript of the session. Next slide, please.
It's also adding to, I feel like both messages are cool. It's not about replacing what's being said during the session, but that's a great precision. Thank you so much, Elias.
We need to make sure that the infrastructure we use is running on green power. We should leverage policy, and in particular, the policy on spending public money to speed along the use of a green internet.
I agree, but I just want to make a disclaimer. Just focusing on green energy will not solve the problem. Suppose that we have 100% renewables. It will still not make us sustainable as technology or as the world. Energy is not everything. So there is the material aspect as well, and using of material in constructions, textile, plastics, whatever you want. It's not about green energy only. And the same is true for internet. And that's what Olivier's point was. The energy is the smaller bit of a problem of the sustainability of ICT. So the point is good, but it should not be the only one. I hope we have also the material point on that one. And we should not take the green energy from other sectors. So if there is only so much green energy, and if we have the money because we are the richest companies as ICT, and we suck in that renewables, that means we're taking it from somebody else.
That's a very great point, Elias. I completely agree on this. Maybe just also to be mindful on time and that every speaker gets actually the same amount of time to speak. Could we find a procedure here to make like
just a second, please, Alex. I need to explain the procedure, which I didn't. My apologies. I'm looking for a rough consensus. If you disagree with the message, you disagree. If you agree, you agree. Now, the messages will be available on the commenting platform, and you will be able to input any additional inputs you might have. So what I'm looking for here is, are we keeping this or completely discarding this? Can this be fixed later on, or is it completely unusable?
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
So we can keep it just for now?
Yes.
All right. Next slide, please. Areas where international coordination is needed the most are measures to promote the circular economy, share the environmental data, incentives to reduce environmentally harmful consumption, promoting the use of efficiency and enhancing digital applications, transparency regarding environmental costs and materials, as well as improvement of data protection through technical measures. No strong no? Then let's go to the last message. This one I formulated from the poll, as there were three options that were the most popular, let's say, between in this session. I put all three of them in this message. So regulations that increase circular production and assumption, ensuring companies' accountability, and increasing the reuse of devices, as well as increasing device longevity, are the most important policy areas that need to be addressed in order for Europe to have a sustainable digital future.
Among others.
Among others, yes.
That's good. That's good. That complements my comment with the green energy. So it's good. They should go both together. Yeah.
It was my pleasure to be the reporter of this session. I learned a lot from you, and I give the floor back to the moderators.
Thank you so much for that, Adriana. And really, I cannot thank all of you enough for your time. Obviously, if anybody is interested in learning more about this, we have it, the wiki on our session wiki has a lot of good links. It also links to other resources and whatnot. So you have plenty of good reading to do from there. If you want to learn about how you can get more involved as well, feel free to email myself or Alex, for instance. Just connect with us somehow, because this is a topic that's very near and dear to our hearts. And really, I want to thank we want to thank the speakers. Alex, come in here at any time if you want. We want to thank the speakers. You all have been fantastic. Great communication, great points. Thank you so much for your time and your patience and your energy. We want to thank the audience. You all have been fantastic. I did not anticipate all these incredible questions. We clearly have so much more that we need to talk about. Our focal point, Menda, has been just phenomenal. She's been wonderful. We could not have done this without her. Our subject matter expert, Chris, has been really so supportive. Thank you both, as well as the entire org team. The org team has just been fantastic, so supportive, so easy to work with. I know that probably Sandra is about to kill me because we've gone over so much time. So thank you so much to Sandra, Raina, and everybody at the Secretariat. Nadia, obviously, Auka, the studio teams, you all have been fantastic. To Adriana and any of the other individuals helping with the support of this. And obviously, can't finish without this. Many thanks to our transcriber, who is often unnamed. Usually I would ask them what their name is, but I can't see it. So thank you all so much, and let's keep this conversation going at the IGF and beyond. We have a lot of work to do.
That'll be great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Alex.
And thank you, Alex. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Thank you so much, Alex.
And well, thanks to you, Michael.
Thank you very much all for this excellent session, especially our moderators, Michael and Alexandra. Michael, to answer your question, the captioner's name is Kelly. And so on behalf, I guess, for Michael.
Bin ich grün?
It's, thank you very much, Kelly. So now we're coming towards the end of the session. There's a small notice from Auka.
Yeah, I would also like to thank the moderators, speaker participants, and everyone that is unnamed. The chat was extremely active, and I hope to see continuing this at the EuroDIG forum. And Nadia, back to you.
Thank you very much, Auka. So we've come to the end of today, the end of EuroDIG. And now I would like to go back to the EuroDIG headquarters, where the Secretary General of EuroDIG, Sandra, will lead the wrap-up session.
Thank you very much, Nadia. I think this was an extremely interesting session, also in terms that we combined two topics that are on top of everyone's agenda, in particular also from the European Commission, climate and digitalization. I think it's not going to be the last session on that topic, and I would encourage all the participants and all the speakers, organizers to stay tuned and possibly continue with that topic for the next EuroDIG. And for now, Auke, Nadia, I ask you to stay host of the studio because we still have a little bit to go. It is a tradition, basically, that Thomas Schneider and myself, that we are kind of doing the wrap-up together. We also try to do this in cyberspace. So I would like to ask you, Nadia and Auke, to unmute Thomas Schneider and bring him up to the screen. And he will basically introduce us to our last keynote speaker, which is Fabrizio Hochschild. He is the Undersecretary of the UN and very much involved in the UN high-level process on digital cooperation. And Thomas will explain a little bit of more background on this process and in particular how EuroDIG contributed to this high-level internet governance process. And I see Thomas is right in front of his cars already. So Thomas, I didn't expect anything else from you than to see you on the building site with your cars. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. Well, this is actually our last summer holiday in Estonia, so I thought that looks nicer than my office at home. So, and actually looking at the screen, this feels a little bit like the Eurovision Song Contest with all the hooks into the capitals, people talking from all over Europe. So this is really, actually, they didn't dare to do it this year, we did. So thanks to all of you. It's great to see how professional and how warm this whole thing is running. It's really amazing. I think everybody's proud and happy just to say that to start with. And then, as you may remember, those who've been participating in last year's EuroDIG that was physically in The Hague, we were the first one of the NRIs, of the national and regional IGF initiatives, to talk about the high-level panels report that was published just a few days before we held our meeting in The Hague. And actually this year, we're also among the first ones to talk about, or we've been among the first ones to talk about the roadmap and take into account what the UN Secretary General has proposed in his roadmap on how to implement and move on with digital cooperation and governance. So this is really, I think, again, another great timing for all of this. I will not talk for very long because we are already a little over time. So I'm basically just happy to introduce Fabrizio Hochschild, Under Secretary General of the UN. Another thing that normally you can't do, we've actually been on a panel already today, earlier on in Geneva at the UN Commission on Science and Technology for Development. So I'm happy to introduce him today and virtually meet him a second time. So let me hand over the floor to Fabrizio. But before I do that, let me just say, which is also part of the wrap-up, that I think Sandra, Rainer, and the whole team behind EuroDIG deserves a big thanks, because that was really an amazing thing, as I said, and I don't think we'll forget the virtual Trieste EuroDIG, and hopefully we meet in Trieste next year to talk about the virtual past with the very best memories. So let me give the floor to Mr. Undersecretary General Fabrizio Hochschild, who will inform us about the launch of the roadmap that happened yesterday and the discussion since then. Thank you all. Have fun. Enjoy the weekend. See you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I send you warm greetings from New York. In unusual and uncertain circumstances, and at an important moment in history, the world has been fundamentally transformed by digital technologies. The COVID-19 pandemic and social distancing have accelerated the adoption of information and communications technologies and transformed how we communicate. COVID-19 has also highlighted challenges of technologies and the need to manage them more effectively. COVID-19 has thus raised the stakes for global digital cooperation. Over the last few months, my office, in partnership with the International Telecommunications Union, organized a series of webinars on digital cooperation in times of COVID-19 and beyond. Many of you participated. These discussions considered where urgent cooperation is required, such as with regards to the connectivity deficit, human rights challenges, and trust and security issues. Think of this. A challenge unique to our times is that hospitals do not just have to treat COVID-19 patients. Health officials have also to confront an alarming number of cases of dangerous misinformation and cybercrime. In follow-up to the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire, I've stressed that this truce should also apply in the digital world as well. Global cooperation is necessary if we wish to overcome the misinformation pandemic without drastically compromising values like privacy and freedom of speech. But it is also necessary in the aftermath of this pandemic. In June last year, the Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation submitted its final report, The Age of Digital Interdependence. Following the issuance of the report, the Secretariat reached out in writing to over 500 member states, other entities and organizations. More than 100, including a number of those participating in EuroDIG, provided feedback. Roundtable discussion groups of subject matter experts were constituted to discuss the panel's recommendations, which were broken down further into 8 clusters. Yesterday, here in New York, the Secretary General presented his roadmap for digital cooperation. The report reiterates the Secretary General's support of a multi-stakeholder approach to digital cooperation. The high-level panel noted, and I quote, "a great deal of dissatisfaction with existing digital cooperation arrangements, a desire for more tangible outcomes, more active participation by governments and the private sector, and more inclusive processes and better follow-up," end quote. Similar to the technology, devices, and applications we use, the Internet Governance Forum and regional and national forums, including EuroDIG, need to continually be upgraded to be able to be more responsive and relevant to current digital issues. The roadmap describes the need to consider how we can better position the IGF and its work within the broader UN system, and includes a series of suggestions to further enhance it, including by improving linkages with regional IGFs. I encourage you to be engaged in the follow-up of the action areas highlighted by the roadmap and to share your views on how the IGF, EuroDIG, and national IGFs can be more responsive to the evolving challenges of digital cooperation. Thank you for your engagement and support of digital cooperation. We welcome your ideas, proposals. We need them, and we need your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio Hochschild, and we can promise that we will continue contributing to this important process, not only from the EuroDIG side. I think I can say that for the global IGFs and for the many NRIs that are existing across the globe, that we will continue monitoring and contributing to that process. Now we are pretty close to our end. Our last program point basically is to give the floor to the Geneva Internet Platform. You might have recognized many reporters have been participating in the sessions, taking notes of the discussions, summarizing them on the go and bringing them up to the screen for you to find rough consensus. For me, that is an incredible task to do when someone is doing this within the session. And I would like to give the floor to Adriana. She was the coordinator from the GIP platform and was managing the many reporters that they've been in the sessions. Adriana, did you manage to find something like an overall summary of the EuroDIG?
Good evening to all. Greetings from Belgrade. For those that don't know me, I am Andriana Gavrilovic from the Geneva Internet Platform. Sandra, first of all, let me congratulate you and the EuroDIG team on completing the first virtual edition of EuroDIG in a very successful manner. It was the GIP's pleasure to once again partner with EuroDIG to provide the key messages and session reports from all the workshops and plenary sessions. Please look forward to our reports, which will be available on the Digital Watch Observatory shortly at the URL dig.watch/EuroDIG2020. Sandra, my plan was to highlight some of the messages that we felt were the most important messages from the previous 2 days of sessions as we formulated them. Please note, this is very far from a summary of the previous few days because the discussions were indeed very, very rich. One of the most important messages is that there is a need for stronger digital literacy, particularly for children, their parents and teachers, and those who are forced to become a part of digital society by the pandemic, such as the elderly. Digital literacy should be approached in an interdisciplinary manner. Users should be more aware of risks and taught to think critically, as well as differentiate between safe and unsafe practices. Civil society and governments should participate in the development of internet standards, though with important reservations. Policy requirements must meet engineering requirements, keeping the internet safe and resilient, and avoid political manipulation. For this purpose, policymakers should have a long-term vision of the digital future and the impact of technologies on social and economic life. High-quality trusted news is the best antidote to fake news. To achieve that, there is a need for more reliable funding for public service journalism on one hand, and the protection of the freedom of the press by national authorities on the other. Crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic should not be an excuse for governments to restrict freedom of expression. The real foundation of digital sovereignty is digital infrastructure, as the pandemic has shown us. It is therefore key for the EU to focus on investments in telecommunications infrastructure, reflect on its regulatory frameworks and its actions, and further raise its voice at international fora. Lastly, trustworthiness should be regarded as a prerequisite for innovation. When addressing it, we should look at two sides, one that regards the characteristic product and one that is related to how trustworthiness is communicated to the people. One solution could be developing a standardized way of describing an ethically relevant framework of AI systems. These are the messages that we felt resonated the most in the past 2 days. The messages will be available for commenting by the community as in previous years. And I trust that EuroDIG will provide more details about the commenting platform itself. In the end, Sandra, team, allow me to congratulate you once again for this wonderful event. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Adriana. And also thank you to the Geneva Internet Platform for offering this important services, because this is basically the essence of the EuroDIG, to have the messages at the end. Now we are coming to more or less the last point of our agenda, and I ask my studio colleagues in Trieste and in Berlin and in The Hague to be ready for our last little exercise. We practiced that yesterday. But first of all, I would thank all the others that have been involved in setting up a virtual EuroDIG. What we basically tried to do is we transformed one-to-one a physical concept into the cyberspace. That sounds very easy for the first moment, but as we say, the devil is in the detail. And believe me, there have been a lot of details. If we would have known in advance, we possibly would have never done it. But anyway, we kind of managed, and I think it was not so bad. We will send out feedback forms, and we would really, really appreciate if you could give us your feedback, not only on how the virtual meeting went, but also on the EuroDIG content overall, and on the speakers, and on the sessions, and so on. We learned every day a lot of details. And the point was we never had the chance to practice, really. So here, if we would continue for 5 more days, I think all of us would be professionals in streaming and in organizing virtual meetings. Maybe you have found some things useful that you would like to use in your future virtual meetings. And I think remote participation will get a really boost in the next years and months to come. However, let me thank you, first of all, to our people that organize the youth program, which are Jana, Grigori, Deborah, Mary, and of course Nadia Auke and Elisabeth, that are meanwhile part of the EuroDIG Secretariat. To shape the sessions, I would like to thank all focal points, all subject matter experts, the org teams and the speakers. You worked tireless in the last month and weeks, and for us it was really amazing to see how your energy didn't lower when we had to take the decision to go virtual. To collect the messages, I said already, we really thank the reporters from the Geneva Internet platform. To transcribe the sessions, we would like to thank Caption First, the company that we are working with since quite some years, and they must be very familiar with our acronym SOUP meanwhile. Then I would like to connect those that connected us across Europe, which is the streaming company ADK Medien and the stage director Sabine Schierwagen. They are basically all in front of me, are very excited, but also very tired. And of course, I like to thank the studio hosts in The Hague. It was Nadia and Auke. In Berlin, it was Elisabeth and her team. In Trieste, it was Marco, Ermanno, and Roberto, basically the ones that were supposed to be our physical hosts as well. And of course, I like to thank also the IGF Netherlands that supported the studio in The Hague and the German Informatics Society that supported the studio in Berlin. And of course, ICTP that supported the studio in Trieste. I'm not yet finished. Furthermore, I like to thank the Italian cooperation partners, ICTP in particular, but also CISA, the University of Trieste, and the people from ESOF. And we were very proud that we could be part of your big event of being the European City of Science. I would also like to thank Roberto. It was his idea to start with Trieste. And now, Roberto, I think you might regret already that you will not lose us for the next year as well. I'm looking forward to continue with you. Of course, I like to thank all the partners that support throughout the years and all the sponsors. You will see them here. Without them, EuroDIG would not even be possible. So thank you very much for supporting us, and please continue to do so. And also the EuroDIG board, which is Giacomo, Chris Olivier, and you have just seen him, our president, Thomas Schneider. I have one special thank that goes to Rainer Rodewald. You possibly all know him. You won't imagine how tireless he worked during the last days, but also continuously during the entire year of EuroDIG, and this meanwhile for quite a while already. Rainer, without you, I would be totally lost. And then, since I finished my thank you part now, now we have to make sure that we really get to Trieste next year. The flag didn't made it from The Hague to Trieste. The dart was also not very promising. Let's try something new this year, and I would like to hand over the ball to The Hague first.
Hey, Sandra. Last year we were also hosts, and 3 times in a row seems quite a lot. So I pass it on to Berlin.
Well, thanks, Auke. But as you know, 2014 already we were in Berlin, and we all know where we want to go next year, which is to Italy, to Trieste.
And now we have the ball. So we really look forward to meeting you in Trieste in 2021. Thank you very much, Sandra. Thank you very much to the EuroDIG Secretariat. You listed all the people involved. There's a whole team here at the CTP, from the management to the staff, and of course, Ermanno and Roberto, which were here in Trieste. What can we promise you for the 2021 edition? Of course, great weather. We have good food, and we have special coffee in Trieste. Trieste is known to be a city of coffee. So when you will visit us, you will enjoy really good coffee. And I think next year it's going to be a different edition. We're going to be, in a post-COVID situation, and I hope we will have learned many lessons from this situation. So we heard about, transforming education. We heard about connectivity. We heard about, policy, the roles of NRENs, even open science, which are themes that are of interest to the academic community here in Trieste. So I'm sure that next year we will have learned many lessons, and I hope that that will, drive into the next year. So looking forward to seeing you at ICTP next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. And with this, I declare the first virtual EuroDIG adjourned. Have a nice evening. Enjoy your weekend. Have a great drink, everyone.